Anastasia and the Ringing Cedars of Russia, Book 3, The Space of Love by Vladimir Megri. Chapter 1. Just Another Pilgrim. There she is, again, before mine eyes flows that mighty Siberian river, the Ob. I had finally reached the settlement where regular passengers' service stopped, and was standing on the riverbank. In order to continue my journey to the spot where I could begin my trek through the taiga to Anastasia's glade, I would have to hire a small motorboat. Beside one of the many boats tied up along the shore, 3 men were laying out some fishing tackle. I said hello to them and mentioned I was ready to pay a good amount of money for transport to such and such a place along the Ob. Oh, he's learned now not to give away the exact location. That's Yegov's department. He charges 500,000 rubles for the trip there, answered one of them. I was concerned right off when I heard that someone here was already making passengers run to the tiny Siberian village, hidden way up north in the taiga. It was only 25 kilometers from there to Anastasia's glade, and the prices they were charging, I meant there must be takers. Demand creates a price like that. However, bargaining was something one did not do in the north, and so I asked, "And where do I find this Yegov?" "He's somewhere in the settlement, most likely at the store. See over where the little tykes are playing? That's his boat. His grandson Yavis with him. He'll run and fetch him. Go ask him." No sooner had I greeted Yavis, a bright-looking lad of 12 or thereabouts, than he started rattling off. "So you need to go there, to see Anastasia? Wait, just a moment. I'll go call my grandpa in a sec." Strange writing. Without waiting for an answer, Yazas went dashing off to the settlement. I realized quite clearly he didn't need an answer. It was apparent that any stranger in these parts, in Yaz's opinion, had but one goal in mind. I made myself as comfortable as I could by the riverbank and began to wait. There being nothing else to do, I stared at the water and drifted into thought. The river was a good kilometer across at this point. Here amidst the bundles of taiga, which you couldn't see the whole of even from an airplane, the river had been flowing on down through the centuries. What had carried away of the past without leaving so much as a trace? What do these Ob waters remember from those times? Perhaps they remember how Yermak, the conqueror of Siberia, pressed by his foes with his back against the river Ob, single-handedly tried to repel an enemy attack, and how his blood from a fatal wound seeped into the river, which then carried off his enervated body to goodness knows where. What did Yermak in fact conquer? Perhaps his deeds weren't that much different from the racketeering that goes on in modern times. Probably it is only the river that is in position to judge today. Or perhaps, of greater importance to the river, may have been the raids of Genghis Khan troops in ancient times. His horde was considered great indeed. There is a regional center near Novosibirsk today known as Ordisko, which includes a village called Genghis. Perhaps the river remembers how Genghis's hordes retreated from their plunder booty, how they seized a young Siberian maiden while a mighty vizier, starry-eyed with love, eloquent, begged her to go with him of her own free will, with no resistance. The maiden remained silent, her eyes lowered. All the soldiers under the vizier's command had already fled, while he stayed and kept courting her with loving words. Finally he tossed her up onto the back of his steed along with a bag of gold, leapt onto the saddle, and made full speed for the banks of the Ob to escape his pursuers. They began to catch up. The vizier started throwing the gold at them, and when the bag was empty, he began tearing off his precious metals. He had been awarded for conquering various lands and throwing them on the ground under his pursuers' feet, but he did not relinquish the maiden. With frothing mane, the steed carried him to the canoes of the shore of the Ob. The vizier carefully helped the maiden down from his steed and seated her in one of the boats. Then he jumped in himself. But as he was poling the boat away from the shore, he was pierced by an arrow from the pursuer's force right behind them. The current began to carry the boat downstream. The wounded vizier lay near the stern, not even aware of the 3 large rowing canoes filled with soldiers coming ever closer. He looked tenderly at the maiden sitting calmly and quietly beside him, and fell silent himself. He had no strength left to speak, and the maiden looked at him, and then, with a glance at the overtaker's canoe, she smiled faintly at them, or maybe at something else, tore the ropes off her hands and threw them into the water. Then this young Siberian maiden took to the oars, and none of the pursuer's craft could catch up to the boat carrying her and the wounded vizier. To what place and into what age did the river current carry them, and what might the muddied waters of the river be carrying off at this moment in their memory of us? Perhaps, dear river, you consider our big cities to be important. A huge city, Novosibirsk, stands on the banks of the Ob, closer to its source in the south. Can you feel its greater size and majestic, dear river? Well, of course, there's no doubt you would have a great deal to tell about it. You would say it pours a lot of pollution into you, so that your once giving waters are no longer drinkable. But what can we do about it? Where are we going to channel the waste from all the factories, after all? We, unlike our forebears, are in the process of developing. We have a lot of scientists working in the multitude of academic centers around Novosibirsk, and if we don't channel our waste into you, we shan't survive ourselves. And so the stench has made it hard to breathe in the city, and in some districts the smell is so bad, and nobody even knows what it's from. Try to make sense of all this, dear river. Do you know the technology we have today? Instead of noiseless canoes, it's diesel ships, and that are now plying your waters, including at one time my own. I wondered whether the river remembered me, how I sailed up and down it on my ship, the largest passenger vessel in our fleet. It wasn't new, of course. The ship, and it at full speed, all its diesel engines had propelled, made such a roar that it was even hard to hear the music in the bar. What does the river cherish in its memory as the most important thing? In times past, I would watch its shores from the upper deck of my ship, from the window of the bar at the stern, listening to Malalan's songs and romances. Wow, this reminds me of my kind of poetry writing, always from the perspective of nature on us. And the song went, I was going to the city upon a white steed, when a pub mistress smiled at me sweetly indeed. Having caught on the bridge of the old miller's sly glance, I remained the whole night with what mistress entranced. The people busy with their activities along the shore seemed at the time to me pretty petty and insignificant. Now I was one of them. Another thing I thought about was how to convince Anastasia not to prevent me from communicating with my son. The situation was a strange one indeed. The way it had turned out, all my life I dreamt of having a son. I pictured how I would play with him as a little tyke, and then how I would raise him. When my son grew up, he would be a great help to me. We'd be business partners. Now I have a son, and even though he's not around, it's still a jolly thing to know that somewhere on earth there's a human being as close to you as that, your own flesh and blood, someone you very much wanted. Before leaving, I took great delight in purchasing for my son all sorts of basic kitty things. Anyway, I went and brought him there, sure, but whether or not I'll be able to give them to him, well, that's still a question mark. If my son had been born by an ordinary woman, it wouldn't matter whether she was a country or a city girl. It would all be so simple and straightforward. Any woman would be delighted that her child's father was concerned and really trying to provide for him and everything he needed and take part in his upbringing. In fact, if he didn't do this voluntarily, a lot of women would be applying for alimony. But Anastasia was a Taiga recluse, and with her own views on life and her own understanding of values. Even before our son's birth, she made it clear to me, he doesn't need any material goods in your sense of the terms. He will have everything he needs right from the start. You have the desire to give our baby some sort of senseless trinkets, which he doesn't need at all. You are the one who needs them for your own self-satisfaction, so you can say, look at how good and attentive I am. Why on earth would she say something like that? He doesn't need any material goods? Come on now. What can a parent give his newborn child then, especially a father? It's still too early to start raising a breastfeeding infant in a fatherly way. How then can I express my relationship to him? How can I show him I care for him? A mother can breastfeed her baby. It's easy for her. She's already doing something, but what can a father do? In civilized circumstances, we can help around the house, fix things up, take financial care of his family, but Anastasia doesn't need anything like that. All she has is her glade in the Taiga. Her household takes care of it itself and waits on her hand and foot, which means the boy will get the same treatment once he's seen as coming from her. I wonder how much it would cost to buy that kind of service. Sure, once one can purchase or get a long-term lease on a few hectares of land, easy enough. But what price can you put on the love and loyalty of a shy wolf, a she-wolf, a she-bear, bugs, and an eagle? Maybe Anastasia doesn't need any of the accomplishments of our civilization, but why should the child have to suffer for his mother's crazy worldview? The child can't even have normal toys. She sees everything her own way. The child doesn't need senseless trinkets. They'll only do him harm, distract him from the truth, she says. Maybe in what she says there is some sort of quirky exaggeration or even downright superstition. There must be some reason making his invented there must be some reason mankind has invented so many different toys for kids. But so as not to quarrel with Anastasia, I didn't buy him any rattles. Instead, I got him a kitty constructor set, where the label on the box reads, Develops Children's Intellect, along with a quantity of disposable diapers which the whole world uses today, and a whole food. I'm really amazed at how easy they made it. You open the box and there's a hermetically sealed package of a waterproof foil. You take a packet of water and presto, it's all ready. They've got all sorts of powders, buckwheat, rice, and other cereal grains. The box says it all has all sorts of vitamin additives. I remember back when my daughter Paulina was really little, having to go every day to the children's kitchen, and now all you need to do is buy a bunch of boxes and you can feed your own child with no trouble whatsoever. You don't even have to heat it up. Just dissolve it in water, and that's it. I knew Anastasia didn't boil herself any water, and so before buying up a whole lot, I bought a single box and tried adding the contents to water at room temperature, and it worked. I tried tasting it. It tasted normal, hardly any flavor. There was no salt, but likely that's the way it should be for kids. I decided Anastasia wouldn't be able to come up with any argument against this powder. It would be silly to say no to a convenience like that, and that means she'll have to start showing a little respect to our technocratic world. It doesn't just produce weapons, it thinks about children too. But the thing that disturbed me most about what Anastasia said, especially since it didn't seem to make any sense, was this. She said that in order for me to communicate with my son, I would have to achieve a certain purity of thought, i.e. cleanse my inner parts. Only it wasn't clear to me just what inner parts I should cleanse. It would have been understandable if she said I should shave or shouldn't smoke when I visited the child, or I should wear clean clothing, but she goes on and on about conscious awareness and inner purging, and just where do they sell the can purge anything therewith? Anyway, what have I got inside me that's so dirty? Maybe I'm not better than others, but I'm not worse either. Hey, if every woman started making a demand like that on her man, you'd have to set up a bloody purgatory for all mankind. It's illegitimate. That's what it is. I brought along a clipping from a civil code where it says that one parent has no right to deprive the other of seeing their child without due cause, even if the parents are divorced. Of course, our laws don't mean very much to Anastasia, but still, it's a pretty strong argument. After all, the majority of people do observe the law. I ought to be able to take a hard line with Anastasia, too. We should have equal rights to our child. I had thought earlier of taking a harder line with her, but now I've had some doubts about my initial decision, and here's why. Along with everything else in my backpack, I had brought along some letters from readers. I didn't bring them all because I kept getting so many. I wouldn't begin to have room for them all. Many of the readers care a great deal about Anastasia. They call her a messiah, a fairy of the taiga, a goddess. They dedicate songs and poems to her, and some of them address her as though she were their bosom friend. This flood of letters got me reconsidering my words and actions in respect to Anastasia. I had about a 3-hour wait sitting beside Yurga's boat, and it was already late in the afternoon when I saw 2 men approaching the company of Yurga's grandson. The first was getting on in years. He looked to be at least 60. He wore a cloth raincoat and rubber boots. He was red in the face, obviously tipsy since he staggered slightly as he walked. The second was younger, around 30, and had a strong build, and as they came closer I noticed streaks of gray in the younger Siberian. Dark blonde hair. The elder of the two came up to me and said, "Hello there, traveler. So, you're off to see Anastasia. We'll take you. It'll be 500,000 for the trip, plus 2 bottles supercharge." It was already clear to me that I wasn't the only one trying to reach Anastasia. That was why the price was so high. To them I was just another pilgrim on my way to Anastasia's habitat. But still I asked, "How did you decide that I was going to see somebody named Anastasia, and not just to the village?" "If you be going to the village or no, you'd better have the 500,000 ready. If you don't have the right amount, we won't take you there." Yurgo's tone towards me wasn't exactly friendly. They charge so much for the trip, and yet don't talk very friendly, I thought. Why would that be? Still, there was no alternative, and I had to accept the terms, but instead of being happy at all the money, and especially the 2 bottles of vodka he spent his young assistant to buy at settlement, his attitude towards me only hardened. He sat down beside me on a rock and kept muttering to himself. "To the village. That village. 6 years, 6 houses, with people just barely alive. You call that a village? Who needs a village like that? And do you often take visitors to see Anastasia? I'll bet you earn a pretty penny transporting them." I asked Yurgov mostly to get a conversation going and soften his anonymity, but Yurgov only answered in irritation. "And who invited them to visit? We've got too many uninvited jerks bargaining in here. Nothing stops them. Did she invite them? Did she? Oh, no, she bloody well didn't. She told one bloke about her life. He goes and writes a book. Fine, write a book, but why give the location away? We never did, and here he meets with her once and writes about her life and gives the place away. That's something even females can understand. If you give it away, that's the end of her place and peace and quiet." "Does that mean you've read a book about Anastasia?" "I don't read books. Sashka, my workmate here, he's a real bookworm. Anyway, we can't get you to the village tonight. It's too far. The motor on the boat's not too strong. We'll make it as far as Fisherman's Hut. Spend the night there. Tomorrow Sashka will take you on while I do a bit of fishing." "All right," I agreed, thinking it was just as well. Yurgov had no idea I was the one who wrote about Anastasia. Sashka, Yurgov's assistant, arrived with the vodka. Then they put the fishing tackle into the boat, at which point Yurgov's grandson, Vasai, all but cut the trip short. He started asking Yurgov for money to buy a new radio receiver. "I've already fixed up a pole with an antenna. I've figured out how to set it up," says Yasa, "and I've got the antenna wire ready. All you have to do is plug the antenna into the receiver, and you pick up a whole bunch of stations right off." Chapter 2. Money for crap. You see what a bright lad I have for a grandson? Yurgov proudly declared with a warmth in his voice. A healthy curiosity, a budding craftsman. Way to go, Yasva. I can't read this name. Vasya. We'd better give him some money. The hint was all too clear, and I started to pull out my wallet. But Vasya, encouraged by the words of praise, went on. I gotta listen to everything about the cosmonauts, ours and the Americans. When I grow up, I'm gonna be a cosmonaut. What? What's that you said? Yurgov suddenly pricked up his ears. When I grow up, I'm gonna be a cosmonaut. The hell you are, Vasa. You're not getting any money from me for that kind of crap. That ain't crap, no way. Being a cosmonaut, everybody likes cosmonauts. I can't even say it. They're heroes. They show them on TV. They're always orbiting the Earth on their huge spacecrafts. They can talk with a whole lot of scientists right from space. And what good does all that chatter do? They're flying away up there, and in the meantime, there's less and less fish in the ob. The cosmonauts can tell everybody about the weather. They know ahead of everyone else what the weather will be. Like tomorrow, anywhere in the world, Vasya continued his difference of modern science. So what else is new? You go see Babak Marha? Just ask Babak and she'll tell you that the weather will be tomorrow and the day after and the next year. She won't charge any money, not like your cosmonauts, eh? Those cosmonauts of yours are wasting Petya's money, your father's money. The cosmonauts get a lot of money from the state. And where do you think the state gets its money from? From where, damn it? It's from Petya, your father, that the state gets its money. I can catch some fish, and Petya later sells it in town. He wants to become this smart businessman, see? And the state tells me, pay your tax, give us all your money. After all, you know we've got a lot of expenses. And over in Duma, they just keep on fussin' and fussing. Worse than a bunch of old biddies at a well. The way they've over-invented everything, they think they're the cat's whiskers. They've got all sorts of amenities, their own clean bathrooms to go to those smartasses, and meanwhile our river here gets dirtier and dirtier. You're not going to get any money, Vasya, till you wash that nonsense of yours right out of your head, and I won't make any more trips. I'm not going to earn good money for crap like that. Yurgov, probably because of his drunken state, got so angry he was just about ready to cancel the trip. Then he uncorked one of his vodkas Sashka had just bought him from the settlement and took a drink straight from the bottle. After lighting a cigarette, he managed to calm down a bit, and we all climbed into the boat. So he ended up not giving Vasya any money and instead kept muttering something into his beard about crap during the whole trip. The aging motor sputtered noisily again. It was hard to make conversation about the din. We scarcely said a word until we reached the old hunter's hut with a single little window. The first stars appeared in the night sky. Having finished off en route the bottle he had begun at the point of departure, Yurgov muttered to his Sashka, I'm off to sleep. You make yourself comfy here by the fire or on the floor of the hut. When it gets light, take him to our spot. Yurgov was already bending over to get through the tiny door of the hut, but all at once he turned around and repeated with an admonishing tone, to our spot. Got it, Sashka? Got it, Sashka calmly replied. As we sat by the fire eating fish cooked over the coals, I asked Sashka a question about a phrase Yurgov had used, which rather alarmed me. Alexander can tell me, what's the spot of yours is where Yurgov told you to take me? Our spot. That's on the opposite bank of the river from the village where you set out for Anastasia's glade, Alexander calmly replied. So that's it, I exclaimed. Here you go charging all this money, and you don't even take people where they need to go. You're right, that's the way we do things. It's about all we can do for Anastasia, to make up for what we've done to her in the past. What have you done to her? And why are you confessing this to me? How can you take me to your spot now? I'll tie up the boat wherever you tell me to, As far as money goes, I'll give you back my portion of it. So why do me a favor? I recognize you. I recognize you right off, Vladimir Megri. I read your books. I saw your photo on the cover. I'll take you wherever you want, only there's something I gotta tell you. You've gotta listen calmly to what I say, and thinking about it. You mustn't go into the taiga. You won't make it. Anastasia's gone. I think she's gone way back into some remote part, or somewhere else, off into the unknown. You won't make it anymore. You'll get yourself killed on the way, or the hunters will shoot you. The hunters won't tolerate any intruders on their lands. Intruders they deal with at a distance, so as not to subject themselves to unnecessary danger. Alexander was outwardly calm as he spoke. Only the stick he was stirring the embers with betrayed an awkward trembling, and the sparks flew up, alarming into the night like fireworks. Did something happen here? What was it? You recognize me, so tell me, what happened? Why did Anastasia go away? I've been wanting to tell this myself, replied Alexander in a hushed voice. I've been wanting to tell it to someone who will be able to understand. I don't even know where to begin, so you'll make sense of it. So I'll make sense of it. Tell it simply like it is. Simply. You know, it's true. It's all really quite simple. Only, it's so simple, it's terrifying. Just hear me out calmly if you can. Don't interrupt. I'm not interrupting. Give me the gist of it. Don't drag it out. Chapter 3. Uninvited Guests. Alexander began speaking quietly, the way Siberian people do, and yet at the same time there was no mistaking the feeling of inner tension in the heart of this young Siberian fellow, already showing streaks of gray in his hair. When I read your book, Anastasia, I was a postgraduate student at Moscow University. I was interested in philosophy and psychology. I studied Oriental religions and was really immersed in my studies. And then along came Anastasia, not in some faraway land, but right in my own neighborhood, Siberia, where I was born. And I could feel the tremendous power, logic, and significance in her words. I could feel a kindred spirit, something that really spoke to me. The foreign theories I had been studying paled in comparison to the extraordinary feeling that now welled up in me. I dropped my studies and rushed home as though from the darkness to light. I really wanted to see Anastasia and talk with her. I came home and began making trips to Yergov's in the boat to a place you described in your book. Yergov and I figured out just where it was. From time to time, other people would come and want to meet with Anastasia and ask about this spot, but we never took them there. The local residents had sense enough to realize what was happening and not give encouragement to the pilgrims, but one time we, or rather I alone with Yergov, took a whole group of people to this place. Why did you do that? At the time, it seemed like I was doing the right thing, something good. It was a party of 6. 2 of them were prominent scholars, and from what I could tell you, they had considerable resources at their disposal, or those backing them. The ones who sent them had considerable resources. The other 4 in the parties were their security guards armed with pistols, and something else besides, and they had 2-way radios. I was invited to accompany them as their guide. I agreed, but not because of the money. I had a long talk with them first. They didn't conceal the goal of their expedition, a meeting with Anastasia. Their leader was a gray-haired, pleasant-looking chap named Boris. He realized that Anastasia all by herself could do more for science than many research institutes. They planned to take her out of the taiga and set her up in a nature preserve where she could live under conditions she was accustomed to, and they guarantee her protection. Boris told me that if they didn't do this, someone else would, and anything might happen. Anastasia was an extraordinary phenomenon, and they felt obliged to protect her and study her. Boris had an assistant named Stanislav, a bright young man who claimed to be in love with Anastasia, even though he had never met her in person. I agreed with their arguments. They hired a small ship from a cooperative. They had a truck deliver barrels of aviation fuel to the ship. When we arrived at the spot, they set up tents on promontory and summoned a helicopter on their 2-way radio. The copter was outfitted for aerial photography. It also had a video camera and some other unusual equipment. Every day the helicopter would fly low over the taiga and take pictures, one quarter after another. The two scientists made a daily examination of the pictures taken from the air. Occasionally they would travel on the helicopter themselves to a spot that interested them. They were looking for Anastasia's glade, where they planned to land the copter. I could only imagine the noise the copter would make landing in Anastasia's glade, scaring all the living creatures around. I remember Anastasia had a baby and thought the roar from the copter might frighten him too. I tried to persuade the scientists that after determining the location of the glade, they shouldn't set the copter down there. I proposed that once they did determine the location, they should draw up a map and go to the glade on foot. But Stanislav explained that Boris would find it difficult making the long trek through the taiga. Stanislav shared my concerns about disturbing the peace of the taiga residents, but assured me that Boris would be able to calm down both Anastasia and her baby. It all came to a head on the fourth day. What came to a head? It happened when the copter flew off on a routine filming and photography trip, and we were busy back at our base. One of the guards noticed a lone female figure approaching our camp from the end of the taiga. He reported this to Boris. Soon the whole camp was watching the woman approach. She was wearing a light cardigan and a long skirt, and the kerchief on her head was tied in such a way so that it covered her forehead and neck. We were standing together in a group with Boris and Stanislav out in front. The woman came up to us. There was no fear or embarrassment showing in her face, and her eyes, she had the most extraordinary eyes. They looked at us tenderly and with kindness, and we could feel the warmth from her gaze. It seemed as though she was looking not at our group as a whole, but at each one of us individually. As we're all overcome by a feeling of excitement we couldn't explain, it was as though we had forgotten about everything else and were simply drinking in this warmth, basking in it. The warmth radiated from this extraordinary eyes of hers, and nobody even invited her to sit down and rest from her journey. She was the first to speak, and with calm and unusually tender voice she said, "Good afternoon, people." And we stood there without uttering a word. Boris was the first to respond. "Hello," he replied, as well for all of us. "People, tell us who you are." "My name is Anastasia. I have come to you with a request. Please call off your helicopter. It is very harmful to these parts. You are looking for me. Here I am. I shall answer any of your questions I am able to." "Yes, of course, we've been looking for you. Thank you for coming on your own." "That takes care of so many problems," began, but he still didn't ask her to sit down, even though there was a table and folding chairs by the tent, nor did he take Anastasia aside to talk with her privately. He too was most likely distracted by her unexpected appearance. He started in right away, telling her about why they had come. "Yes, that's very good. Come to us on your own. It was you, in fact, we had come for. Don't worry. We'll call off the helicopters right away." Boris at once ordered the senior guard to radio the copter pilot to return to base. The order was carried out immediately. Then he turned to Anastasia and began talking with her in calmer and even more even tone. "Anastasia, the helicopter's coming now. You will climb aboard along with our colleagues. You will show our colleagues the glade where you live with your son. The copter will set down wherever you indicate, and you can fetch your boy. We'll take the two of you to a nature preserve near Moscow. Everything there will be arranged just as you say. That's only right. Nobody will disturb you there. The preserve is under 24-hour guard, which will be reinforced once you settle in there. Just occasionally, scientists will come and talk with you at a time convenient for you. These people will be thoroughly prepared. You will find them interesting to talk to, and they will be most interested in your views on certain natural and social phenomena, as well as your philosophy. Someone who will be constantly at your side and can catch your inner meanings. In spite of his young years, he is already a prominent and talented scholar. Besides which, he has fallen in love with you even before meeting you. The two of you, I think, will be worthy mates. You have the potential to become a fine, happy couple. He is worthy of you, not only because of his scholarship, but in his lifestyle too. Here he is." And at this Boris turned to Stanislav's direction and beckoned him over. "Come along, Stanislav. Don't dawdle. Introduce yourself." Stanislav came over and stood facing Anastasia. He looked a little embarrassed as he started speaking. "Well, it looks as though Boris has already proposed for me. I know this may seem a trifle unexpected for you, Anastasia, but I really am ready to ask for your hand. I am prepared to adopt your son and treat him as my own child. I'm ready to help you in working out a host of problems, and I ask you to consider me a friend." Stanislav made an elegant bow before Anastasia, then took her hand and kissed it. He presented a most handsome and elegant appearance. And if only Anastasia had changed her clothes, they would really have looked like the most worthy and attractive couple. Anastasia replied to Stanislav in a tender, serious tone. "I thank you for your kind attention to me. Thank you for caring about me." And then she added, If you really feel you are strong enough to share your love and make another person's life happier and more fulfilled, then remember, there may already be in your circle of women friends someone who is dissatisfied with her life, unhappy about something. Pay attention to her, love her, make her happy. But I want to love you, Anastasia. I am already happy with another. Do not waste your energies on me. There are women out there who need you more than I do. Boris decided to come to Stanislav's aid. "That other, is he the one whom you meet with, Anastasia? No doubt you mean Vladimir. He's a long way from being the best example for our society. Whatever you say about him, it will not change my feelings. I cannot control my feelings." "But why did you choose Vladimir to meet with in the first place? He's hardly what you could call either religious or scholarly, or even someone who leads a normal lifestyle. He's just an ordinary businessman. How did you happen to fall in love with him in particular?" "At some point, I began to realize," Alexander went on, "that Boris, Stanislav, and the rest of the group had one clearly defined goal: to seize Anastasia, to take her by any means possible, and use her only in their own interests, against her will, and it didn't matter whose idea it was, their own or on orders from somebody higher up. They would try their hardest to carry out their plan, and nothing, not even the most persuasive arguments, would stop them." Perhaps Anastasia understood this too. She could hardly be ignorant or unaware of their intentions, and still she continued treating the men standing before her as people, even as friends. She spoke sincerely and forthrightly on the most sacred of topics, and it was her attitude and sincerity which restrained, or rather forestalled, violence. She was so ingenious at countering Boris and Stanislav's attempt to cool her feelings toward you, that she showed all their arguments against you to be patently absurd. People say a woman in love sees only the good in the one she loves, no matter what he does or who he may really be. But her arguments were of quite a different sort. After the first flurry of excitement over Anastasia's appearance had passed, I was able to quietly switch on my tape recorder. Later I would often listen and analyze what Anastasia said. I remember it all. And that all was enough to turn my whole consciousness upside down. "What turned your consciousness upside down?" I queried, wondering what Anastasia had said about me, and Alexander went on. When Boris asked, "How did you happen to fall in love with him in particular?" Anastasia countered with a simple, direct reply. "There is no point in asking me a question like that. Nobody who is in love can explain why they love the person they do. For every woman in love, there will be only one man who is the best and most significant person in the world, and that is the one she has chosen, and my beloved is the very best one for me." "But still, Anastasia, you cannot fail to grasp the absurdity of your choice. Even if it happened spontaneously, it's still absurd. The first breath of passion should have been chilled by your will, your abilities, the logic of your mind. They should have shown you how unworthy this man was compared to others. Think about it carefully." "When I think about it carefully, I come to exactly the same opposite conclusion. In this case, any further reflection is a waste of time. It only adds to the mysterious inevitability of what took place. Better just accept everything as it is. What? Accept an absurdity? A paradox? It only seemed to be that way at first glance. You have made a long trip here from Moscow. You had quite a challenge getting to that spot on the riverbank. You ask questions about my love, but you do not seem to have grasped hold of another paradox, namely that this love can be better and more clearly explained by events that happened in Moscow, and it would have been better for you to reflect on them right there. It would have saved you all coming all this way. What kind of events happen in Moscow? On the surface they're very simple, but only on the surface. Right after meeting with Vladimir, whom you call a simpleton, an unremarkable and even malicious person, he abandoned everything and left Siberia to go to Moscow. He went there to keep his word to me, to organize a fellowship of pure-minded entrepreneurs. Even though he had no money left, he still acted. In Moscow there is a 2-story building at 14 Tolkomov Lane. That is where the people used to work who were in charge of the first association of entrepreneurs. Then the charge left and the association started to fall apart. Vladimir went in there and things started to pick up again in its empty office, both large and small ones. There he wrote various letters addressed to entrepreneurs. He worked in his office or until late at night, and even stayed there to sleep. People meet him or just turn up and start helping him. They believed in him and what he was doing. I asked him to do this when he was with me in my glade here in the Taiga. I told him how important it was. I worked out a plan of action and presented it to him. The goals were achievable, provided he carried out the plan in the order that had come to me in my dream. He was supposed to write the first book, and then use the book to explain a lot of things and spread information. It was the book that was to have found and brought together pure-minded entrepreneurs and provide him with the funds for carrying out this plan. But Vladimir did everything the right way as he saw it. He hardly thought of me at all. He realized the significance of the plan and put it into practice. Only he did it his way and changed the sequence. That way the goal was unachievable. He did not know this, and he acted with incredible persistence and resourcefulness. Other people who believed in the idea started helping him. The new entrepreneurs associated very slowly began to sprout and grow in size. It was incredible. But things started moving just a wee bit. They were getting together, and these were pure-minded entrepreneurs. There is a list of their names and addresses. You can go and check yourselves. We looked at this list. It was published in the first edition of the book. But I am sorry to have to disappoint you, Anastasia. It will be a disappointment. The list included such entrepreneurs as Christelle, a Moscow distillery. Its product is incompatible with any concept of the divine. Everything in the world is relative, and perhaps this Christelle is not so bad in comparison with some others. Besides, we are talking about thoughts pure enough to change everything. Today, reality is the result of yesterday's thinking. I can agree with what you are saying there. Still, your Vladimir failed to organize a fellowship of pure-minded entrepreneurs. I assure you, Anastasia, you've pinned your hopes on the wrong man. After changing the sequence of events, Vladimir was unable to reach his goal. He did not have even the slightest or any circular information beyond Moscow. He came up against adverse circumstances, and he lost his means of communication as well as his sleeping quarters. He left the building in Tolkomov Lane along with a little group of local people who were helping him. He could not afford to pay his assistants for their work. He left without a kopeck to his name. He had no place to live, and not even any winter clothing. He had been forsaken by his family. And do you know what he talked about with this little group of helpers as they headed for the metro along the icy streets? He talked about starting everything again from scratch. Even under those conditions, he was working out a plan, trying to get something together. After all, he is an entrepreneur. They, his helpers, followed him They listened to him and believed him. They loved him. What for, if I may ask? You go ask them, these Moscow people, what for? Ask what they found in him. Go to the building on the Tokimov Lane and ask the security guards there why each time they came on duty they would bring him some food in jars or wrapped in cloth to give him a decent supper. They tried to do it in such a way so that not to offend him with their charity. These burly security guards, who did not have to answer him, cooked borscht and other soup at home and brought it to him so he could have something of a homemade meal. They loved him. Why? When you visit that building, go have a talk with a pretty woman who used to work as a secretary there. She is a former actress. She played the lead as the kind alien girl in the film Through the Thorns to the Stars. She played her very well. It was a very good film, calling upon people to care for and love the earth. Ask her why she, an employee of another firm in the same building, tried to help Vladimir inconspicuously, and she did help him. She was not his secretary, but she helped him. Why did she endeavor to bring him my beloved Why did she endeavor to bring my beloved coffee or tea for his lunch? She made it look as though it were her firm that were simply supplying her with sugar and tea and biscuits. In fact, she brought everything from her own home. She was not rich. She loved him. And at the same time, he, Vladimir, was still losing his strength. He was dying. He was physically exhausted. But even on the death's door, he kept trying to reach his goal. He is an entrepreneur after all, and his spirit is strong. Anastasia, you're talking in metaphors. What do you mean when you say was dying? In an allegorical sense? In a literal sense? In a literal sense, in Moscow, with his flesh was about dead for several days in a row. People in such a condition usually lie motionless, but he was up and about. Possibly thanks to you, Anastasia. All during those 42 terrible hours, I never ceased warming him with my ray, not even for a moment. But it was not enough. My ray could not retain life in a body if the spirit were weakening. But Vladimir's spirit was fighting back. In its struggles, his spirit did not notice death approaching. It helped the ray. Then other little rays came to the aid of my ray. They were altogether weak and unconscious, but they were there. These were the rays of those around Vladimir in Moscow, people who loved him. His practically dead flesh began to be filled with life. When confronted by sincere love, if it is strong enough, death retreats. The immortality of man is in love, in his ability to ignite love within himself. You see, Anastasia, dead flesh can't walk about. You're still speaking in allegories, not scientifically. The criteria of human science are always temporary. There are truths that are valid beyond the present moment. But how can modern scientists be convinced? We need results from objective measuring devices. Fine, go to Kursk Terminal. There is an atomic phone booth in one of the adjacent metro stations. During that bad period, Vladimir had his picture taken for an ID card. One of those small color prints, you may still be able to find it at the beginning at 42 Lensky Prosk, or Vladimir himself might have it. Take a careful look, and you will see all the outward signs of a dead body. The automatic camera captured even the death spots on his face, but you will also see life in his eyes and a fighting spirit. And yet you were the only one who could rescue him, Anastasia. Tell me, how is it that you ended up spending so much of your energies on him? Why? I was not the only one who came to his rescue. As the 3 Moscow students, why, they rented an apartment for him for their own expense. At their own expense, when he finally realized the reason he was failing and set about writing the book. Why did they write in the middle of an exam period and trying to earn more money wherever they could, spend their evenings keyboarding Vladimir's text into their computers? Why? You can ask the same question of many Moscow residents who were at Vladimir's side in his time of need. The solution to the mystery lies in them, not in me. Why did Moscow and her people help him and take care of him? Why did they believe in him? The city of Moscow was also writing the book. I am thrilled with that city. I have fallen in love with it. No amount of roaring machines or senseless cataclysm devised by the technocratic world could nullify the embrace of kindness and love from the hearts of its people. Many, many residents from this city are searching for kindness and brightness, for love. Through all the bustles and the clamor of roaring machinery, they feel its tremendous power and grace. But Anastasia, what you say is really incredible and overwhelming. It couldn't happen all by itself. Once again, it shows the incredible scope of your abilities and extraordinary possibility of that ray you possess. You have evidently used it to enlighten the Moscow people who got in touch with Mir. You can't deny now that you did that and that you were the one who made all these miracles happen. Love is what makes miracles happen, and I did use my ray to make careful contact with all those in communication with Vladimir, but all I did was to give a bit of strengthening to the feeling of goodness, love, and bright aspiration that they already had. I only strengthened what it was in them already. And the book was published by Moscow. The first print run was small and it was pretty slim volume, but people started buying it. It quickly sold out, far from the distorted events he had witnessed in the Taiga. It honestly described the feelings he had experienced in the eyes of many readers. I came out looking clever and good, while Vladimir appeared stupid and none too bright, which is the same thing. People in their homes reading the book did not take into account that Vladimir was with me, one-on-one in the remote Siberian taiga. Everything back then was extremely unfamiliar to him, and I do not know who else could go so far into the taiga with no gear at all, or how much a person would behave upon seeing what Vladimir saw. Vladimir was honest in the way he depicted everything, and yet for many people he began to look stupid. And here you are asking me, why did I choose him, and why do I love him so? In the process of writing the book, Vladimir was already turning his thinking around on great many things. He grasped everything very quickly. Anyone who has the opportunity of talking with him cannot fail to notice that. But he never tried to paint a rosy picture of his former self. Chapter 4. Chords of the Universe. Anastasia spoke warmly about you, Alexander continued. She knew all about people and events. She told them that the first book you wrote came out in Moscow in the small print run, and it immediately led to enthusiastic reviews, poetry, paintings, and songs. She said that thanks to the sincerity of the writing of the book preserved in the combination of symbols she had sought out in the universe, and these were what aroused extraordinary beneficial Panishian feelings in people. When Boris heard that, he began fidgeting and abruptly sat down on the table by the tent. I noticed he was surreptitiously trying to switch on a tape recorder. He was probably so caught up with the pursuit of important information that he completely forgot about everything else around. He didn't even offer Anastasia a chair. He was so bent on extracting so much information from her as he could, and quickly this old gray-haired fellow was excited and fired off more questions. Scientists in many countries of the world are trying to capture the extraordinary sound of the universe with their costly specialized equipment. These sounds are out there. They are known to science. Maybe not all of them, just a few for the time being. Maybe just a billionth part of the whole. What device do you use to capture them, Anastasia? What equipment will allow us to select the sounds that can exert an effective influence on the human mind? The equipment one needs has existed for a long time. Already, it is called the human soul. The attitude and purity of the soul will accept or reject sounds from the universe. Okay, fine. Let's assume you've managed to find and select some of the billions of sound, the best that the universe has to offer, and then recombine them in the right way. But sound can only be produced with the help of the device of a particular musical instrument. What's the point of a book, then, after all, if it can't make sounds? Okay. You are right. A book does not make sounds, but it can serve as a score, like a musical score. The reader will involuntarily utter within himself any sounds he reads. Thus, the hidden combinations in the text will resonate in the reader's soul in their pristine form with no distortion. They are bearers of truth and healing, and they will fill the soul with inspiration. No artificial instrument is capable of reproducing what resonates in the soul. How did Vladimir manage to preserve all your combinations if he himself knew nothing about them? I took note of Vladimir's speech patterns. Besides, I knew in advance that Vladimir would not distort the essence of the events or what he heard, that he would even present himself just the way he was. He did not convey all the combinations of signs he needed to carry on writing. After all, he set forth only a fraction of what he knew and was trying to make sense of when he started to write. He needed to continue with the writing, and he has already been touched by fame, an unprecedented fame at that. It would have taken only a little more effort to organize a fellowship of entrepreneurs, but then all of a sudden he took a step my dream did not anticipate. He left his Moscow apartment, on which the rent was already paid, to his Moscow entourage. He left to them the privilege of receiving compliments from readers, while he himself boarded a train and headed out of town. Why did he do that? He had been wanting all along to seek out confirmation of some of the things I had said. Scientific confirmation of the existence of various phenomena I had talked about, to investigate them. And that is why he decided not to write any more for the time being. And so he went off to Kashkais. He left Moscow to see the dolmens and the Kashkais with his own eyes. The ancient structures where living people went to die 10,000 years ago. I told him about them. I also told him about the important functional significance these dolmens have for people living today. Vladimir came to the city known as Gelzhenek in the museum there. Along the museums in Krasnodar and Novosibirsk, he collected material on the dolmens. Then he met with various scientists, archaeologists, and local ethnographers who are studying the dolmens. He ended up with considerable more information on them than was available at any one museum. Naturally, I tried to help him inconspicuously. I used the mouths of people who came to see Vladimir to calculate a good deal of new information in him, so that he would have the opportunity to make his conclusions. But he also did his part by acting quickly and decisively. This was after he had compared all the information he had gathered with what I had told him, after the archaeologist had shown him the dolmen closest to the road, and he discovered that there were others, but that they had fallen into ruin for lack of proper attention from the local residents. The local people had never been much interested in them. Vladimir then did something that might seem incredible. In 3 months he managed to change the attitude of the local residents towards the dolmens. They began bringing followers. The women ethnographers of the Gelzhenek Museum set up a public association which they called Anastasia, in my honor. This association opened a school for tour guides in order to get the right message out to the tourists about the dolmens, so they would preserve and take care of the dolmens instead of destroying them. In addition, they began organizing new tours, which they called excursions into reason. The tour guides of Gelzhenek began telling everyone about the significance of our pristine origins and about the works of the grand creator, about nature. Anastasia, did you think this was all because of him? Didn't you play a part there? If I could have done as much as this without him, I would have done it long ago. I very much wanted to. It is in one of the distant dolmens in these mountains that my foremother's flesh approached its death. But how? How do one man, a nobody, manage to change people's attitudes in so short a time? And how could he have set up such an active association? You say that the local residents had access to scientific material and all sorts of publications, since people knew about them at the museums, but they didn't pay any attention. That is correct. They knew about them, but did not pay attention. But why did you then listen to him? How did he manage to pull it off? You can't change people's consciousness that quickly. But Vladimir did not know that. He did not know that consciousness cannot be changed quickly, and that is why he acted, and in fact, changed it. Go visit the city. Ask the different people who joined this association. Find out how and why fortune smiled on Vladimir. I was thrilled by what was happening there. The Anastasia Association, he agreed to the name when they asked him about it. I thought he did it for me, that he was beginning to understand me and love me, and he really was managing to grasp a great deal. But he has not fallen in love with me. He has not done so because of my many mistakes and transgressions. I soon began to figure this out. I began to realize that my dream was actually coming true, and that people would indeed be transported across the dark window of time. Yes, and that people would be happy. What I dreamt about would come true, except that my love for him was not to be requited. And this was payment for the many mistakes I had made, my lack of perfection and my own insufficient purity of thought. What happened? What made you come to that conclusion? Boris queried. In any case, everybody's known for a long time how coarse and uncivilized this fellow is. Believe me, Anastasia, as your senior and as the father of a family, I can tell you that your parents would not have approved of such a union. I beg you, do not talk that way about one who is so dear to me. Regardless of how coarse Vladimir may appear to some people, I know differently. What else is there to know about him? Everybody knows what people entrepreneurs are, and he's just a typical example of the species. That's clear to all. Anastasia, I must say, you have a rather biased opinion of Vladimir. No matter, it's still my opinion. Besides, your assumptions regarding my parents' view is wrong. Chapter 5. The Spirit of a Foremother. I realized it one morning, Anastasia said quietly, and her gaze looked as though it were immersing itself in the past. A morning when Vladimir was not at home in the flat he had rented temporarily. I could not find him with my ray. It was the morning of the day when my foremother went into a dolmen to die many centuries ago. I always think of her on that anniversary. I try to talk with her, and she talks with me. You people are accustomed as well to going to the cemetery on a day you remember your loved ones, to think about them, even talk with them. I can do this without leaving my glade. My ray helps me both see and talk at a distance, and they can feel my ray. On that day, I was thinking about my foremother, trying to talk with her as usual, but I could not sense any reply from her. Not at all. None at all. She was not responding to me. This had never happened before. Then I tried to locate her dolmen with my ray, and I found it. I shone my ray upon it with all my might. My foremother did not respond. Something had happened I did not know about. My foremother's spirit was not in the dolmen. Anastasia, please, explain what you mean by someone's spirit. What does it consist of? It consists of all the unseen elements in a man, including certain passions and sensations acquired during the period of existence in the flesh. Does the spirit possess an energy, analogous to any of the energies we know of? That is correct. It is an energy complex consisting of a multitude of different energies. After the end of human individuals' fleshy existence, certain of these complexes break up into separate energies, which are subsequently used in plant and animal aggregates, as well as in essential natural phenomena. What kind of power do they have? What is the energy potential of unbroken complexes? They vary from individual to individual. The weakest one cannot even overcome gravitational energy. They will later fall apart no matter what. Gravitational, you say? The weakest ones? Is it possible to see their presence in anything at all? To touch it? To feel it? Of course, in a tornado, for example. A tornado? You mean a tornado which rips trees up by the roots and overturns things? Then what kind of energy do the strongest ones have? The strongest, well, that would be him. I cannot fully fathom the energy of and the strength of his energy. Then let's say somewhere in between, something average. The energy complex of many average spirits already contains a released mental energy. What would be the strength of energy potential of an average complex like this? I already told you, it contains released mental energy. What does that mean? What can it be compared to? How would you define it? To what can it be compared? A definition? Tell me, what is the most powerful energy that your mind, your thought, or consciousness can imagine? The energy of a nuclear explosion, no, rather the energy of a reaction taking place in the sun's core. Everything you have named is equivalent to but a tiny fraction of released mental energy. As for definitions, those are things you keep up yourselves to use in verbal communication with each other. Not a single definition you have ever thought of is applicable here. You can use the ones you are familiar with if you multiply them by the power of infinity. Tell me, what is the strength of your foremother's energy? It contains released mental energy? How did you find out about your foremother? How and where did she die? After all, what happened 10,000 years ago? That information about my foremother who went into the dolmen to die was passed down from generation to generation of her descendants. Did your mother tell you about her? I was only an infant when my mother perished. I was not capable of taking in that kind of information. My grandfather and great-grandfather told me all about my foremothers. Can her spirit be seen with normal human vision? Partially, if one changes one's spectral perception along with one's inner rhythm. Is that possible? The phenomenon you know as Daltonism suggests that it is possible. You believe it as something beyond the will of man, that it is merely a disease, but that is not so. You said your ancestors, your foremother, was worthy enough to have information about her transmitted from generation to generation over the millennia. What makes this information so worthy and so valuable? My foremother was the last from our pristine origins who knew what a human should think about during the breastfeeding of an infant and had the ability to do so. Civilizations was gradually losing sight of the knowledge people had 10,000 years ago, and it has all but disappeared completely today. My foremother was by no means an old woman, but she went into the dolmen to die in order to preserve all this knowledge of our pristine origins. And when people's awareness begins to be restored, people will become aware of the need to transmit this knowledge to nursing mothers. And after that, they will help each other learn everything. Through her death in the dolmen, my foremother learned even greater truths that women need to know. Why did she decide to go into a dolmen? How does a dolmen differ from a usual kind of tombstone? And why did she not wait until she was old before going into the dolmen to die? Was she motivated by an awareness of her goal, or simply by superstition? Back then, they had already begun paying less attention to the breastfeeding of infants, and women were not offered the opportunity of entertaining a dolmen, even if they wished to. The aging leader revered my foremother, and comprehended that if he did not accede to her request, the leader-to-be would not listen to her at all, and her intentions he might well dismiss as mere fancy. But the menfolk could not be compelled by their leader to build my foremother a dolmen, and so he gave her his own. The men did not approve of the leader's decision and refused to lift the stone slab covering the top so she could go in. So the women got together as one and all night long tried to lift the slab of heavy stone. The next morning at dawn the old leader came. He did not do much walking any more, yet still he came. Leaning on a staff, the old leader smiled at the women, said some encouraging words, whereupon the heavy slab yielded to women upward thrust, and my foremother went in. And how does a dolmen differ from an ordinary stone tomb? There is not much difference outwardly, but the dolmen, as you call this tombstone, was a place where living people went to die. The dolmen was not simply a religious structure as people tend to think today. It is a monument to wisdom and the great self-sacrifice of one's spirit for the sake of future generations. Even today, it has a significant functional purpose, and the death experienced in one of these dolmens was not an ordinary one. Actually, the word death is not all that appropriate here. I can imagine, Boris said, a living person entombed in a stone chamber. That is really extraordinary. It must have an extremely torturous death. The people who went into the dolmens did not suffer. The peculiarity I can't say this word for some reason. The peculiarity of their death lay in the fact that they meditated. They meditated on eternity, and in spirit they would remain forever on the earth, and even hold on to certain earthly feelings. But the soul of those who went into a dolmen to die was forever deprived of the possibility of material re-embodiment on the earth. Reincarnation. How did they meditate? You were aware today, especially from the ancient Oriental religions, of what meditation is, and there are teachings today that can help one become acquainted with a small fraction of the phenomena of meditation, but not unfortunately with its underlying purpose. And today there are people who are capable of meditating, temporarily separating part of their spirit and their body and then returning it to the body. Through the help of meditation in the dolmens, even while the body was still alive, the spirit completely separated itself and returned many times while the flesh was still living. Astral projection. After that, the spirit remained forever in the dolmen. All alone, it would eternally wait for visitors to impart to them the wisdom of our pristine origins. Even if the flesh succeeded in living a while longer, it was still cloistered. But while it was alive, the spirit had the freedom to travel back and forth between different dimensions, which afforded it the opportunity of analyzing at incredible speed. According to your calculations, the truth that was available as through clarifying the truth for itself. One who died or entered into eternal meditation through the dolmen knew that his soul or spirit would never again be able to take on material form. It would never again be able to embody itself in earthly flesh or matter. It would never be able to go far from the dolmen or leave, if for any length of time. But it would have the ability to communicate with a particular particle of the soul of a person living in the flesh who had come to visit the dolmen. And if you talked about a torturous death, about suffering in general, in this case the torture lies in the fact that for millennia now nobody has come to acquire this knowledge. The great tragedy of the dolmen is the utter lack of demand, that same demand for which Anastasia, Boris interrupted. How important do you feel it is for nursing mothers to have the knowledge and ability? Extremely important, she replied. But why? After all, mother's milk feeds only the flesh of an infant. Not only the flesh, it is capable of transmitting a huge quantity of information, as well as a keen sensitivity. You must be aware, after all, that every substance includes its own kind of information, its own radiance and vibration. Yes, I know, but how can mother's milk transmit sensitivity? It can. It is extremely sensitive. It is inextricably linked to the feeling of the mother. The taste of the milk can change according to her feelings, and stress can even cause the milk to congeal or stop coming altogether. Yes, that can indeed happen. It can. And you say nobody's come to visit your foremother? That means nobody's come over many thousands of years? At first people came, mainly the generations of relatives and people living there. After that, a series of cataclysms began happening on the earth. People began migrating. The dolmens remained where it was. But over the past millennia, nobody has come to visit my foremother to find out. Now the dolmens are all being laid waste because people do not know. In the Taiga, when I first told Vladimir about the dolmens of my foremother, he said that perhaps he would go visit her dolmen. Then I explained how it was impossible for him to comprehend or feel my foremother's spirit and accept the information she had to give. Men simply do not know the feelings and sensations inherent in a nursing mother. All these millennia, my foremother has been waiting for women, not men, to come see her. But no woman have come to see her dolmen, and I am the only one to communicate with her once a year. And on that particular day I wanted to be in contact with her and tell her something good, but I could not. My foremother spirit was not anywhere close to the dolmen. I had no idea why, and began quickly searching with my ray all around in constantly widening radius. And then, all at once, I found her. I found her in a ravine among the rocks. Vladimir was lying on the rocks unconscious, and my foremother, her spirit, was bending over Vladimir, taking forms as a conglomeration of invisible energies. I realized then what had happened. I had known even earlier that Vladimir was looking for guides to take him to the dolmens located far away from the main road, but he could not find any. No one would volunteer to accompany him, and so Vladimir decided to go into the mountains alone. At one point he fell off the path into a ravine. He was wearing ordinary shoes, not suitable for mountain hiking. In fact, he did not have any mountain gear at all. He wanted to be convinced that the dolmens really existed. He wanted to touch them, and so he went into the mountains alone. On my foremother's memorial day, he went to the dolmens located far away from the road. My foremother did not know why this poorly equipped person had come into the mountains, and she kept her eye on him. And when he slipped and started falling, she suddenly, like a supple mass of air, her spirit swept down to his side. My foremother saved Vladimir's life while he did not actually strike his head on a rock. The many bruises he received in the fall caused him to lose consciousness. My foremother used her supple air mass to hold up his head, as though supporting it with her hands, and waited for him to regain consciousness. That is why she did not speak with me. Even when Vladimir's consciousness returned, she still did not go back to her dolmen. She remained in the ravine, down below. She stayed to watch as Vladimir climbed back up to the path. Later I realized that my foremother was actually on the path, since stones began rolling out of the way. That was her doing. She had taken on the form of a supple breeze, sweeping the stones away from the mountain path. She wanted to help Vladimir in his descent. I very much wanted to do the same, and so I began to ever so quickly move along the path with my ray, so that it wouldn't be so wet and slippery, and Vladimir could get safely back to the place he was staying and treat his wounds. Once Vladimir had climbed back on the ravine, he sat down on the path and examined the sketch one of the archaeologists at the Novosburg Museum had drawn for him. Then he got up and started walking with a limp, but not downward along the dry path that had now been cleared of stones, but the opposite way, upward. I was shocked at this unexpected turn of events, and I believe my foremother did not immediately grasp his intentions either. At this point he left the path altogether and clambered through a thicket of thorny bushes. I realized he was trying to reach my foremother's dolmen, and he succeeded. He sat down at the portico in front of the dolmen at the edge of one of the stone slabs and began unbuttoning his jacket. His arm hurt, and it took him a long time. When his jacket was completely unbuttoned and I could see he had a bouquet of flowers underneath, 3 little roses. The stem of 2 of them were broken. The flowers had been damaged when he fell into the ravine and struck the rocks. Some of the thorns on the stems were blood-covered. He placed the damaged roses on the dolmen portico and lit a cigarette, and then he said, "Too bad the flowers got smashed. These flowers are for you, my beauty. You must have been a real beauty, just like Anastasia. You were smart and kind. You wanted to tell our women all about breastfeeding children, only they have no idea you exist, and the fact that your dolmen is so far off the beaten path makes it difficult for women to get there. Then Vladimir took out a shallow little flask of brandy and 2 little metal goblets and pulled out a fistful of squash candies from his pocket. He poured brandy into the goblet, he drank one of them, placed the other on the dome and portico, covering it with a piece of candy, and said, "This is for you, my beauty." Vladimir did everything people do today at cemeteries when they come to see their loved ones or dear friends. As for my foremother, her spirit kept sweeping around him in the form of an invisible energy mass. She was distraught and did not know what to do. She tried to show some kind of response to Vladimir. She tried congealing the air into the shape of her body, but her outlines were transparent and barely noticeable. Vladimir did not notice them. He could not see or hear anything. She kept on trying her best to explain everything to him, but he could only sweep back and forth in frustration. But could only sweep back, so she was frustrated. At one point, her air mass lighting touched the goblet sitting on the portico and overturned it. Vladimir thought a random gust of wind had done this, and joked, "Hey, what are you up to, my wayward friend, spilling expensive brandy like that?" And my foremother's spirit fell still in the corner of the dolmen. Vladimir poured some more brandy, placed a little stone on top, and then put another piece of candy on top of that. And again he started talking as though to himself. "We need to get a decent pathway in here. Just wait a bit. There will be a proper path to your dolmen, and that way women will come to see you. You will tell them everything they need to think about in breastfeeding an infant. Indeed, you must have had very beautiful breasts." Then Vladimir started his descent. It was late at night when he got back to the place he was staying. He sat for a while alone on the sofa in his cold apartment, binding his wounds and watching a video cassette that someone had given him, a tape to watch, which had been copied and passed around by people in various places. On the tape there was a speaker in front of a large audience, made up mainly of women. He was talking about God and how strong the spirit of a righteous man could be. Then he started talking about me. He said I was an ideal woman, a role model to which people should aspire. He said that I had great strength of mind and spirit, and that I was aided by the forces of light, and that now once I became familiar with the lives of people in the usual world, I would be able to help them. He said a lot of nice things about me, and then all at once, he said that I had not yet met a real man, and that the one I had been in contact with was not a real man. Indeed, others had been saying earlier that there was a young man in Australia who was worthy of me, that he and I would meet, and then I would meet a real man. And Vladimir, you see, he is sitting all alone there listening to this. All this time he was trying with one hand to bind the wound on his legs, his other hand still hurting too much from the bruises. I reached out to Vladimir at once with my ray. I wanted to warm his wounds and chase his pain away, and somehow tell him, even though he never hears me when I speak to him at a distance. I thought, well, this time it might work out. Yes, I thought it might work out this time, since my longing for him to hear me was so strong. I wanted him to hear how I loved him, only him and only he, my dearest, only he is a real man. Sorry guys, I'm losing my voice as I'm getting passionate about, I think I've read 50 pages, 60 pages straight. But I got burnt and thrown back on the ground. Something was preventing my ray from getting through to Vladimir. Once again, I quickly aimed my ray at the room where he was sitting watching the video, and you know what I saw? There in front of him was this invisible energy mass. My foremother was kneeling right in front of him. Vladimir could not see or hear her. He just kept watching the tape. In the meantime, my foremother was warming the wounds on Vladimir's legs with her breath, as he was pouring his terrible, painful cologne on his wounds, and my foremother tried speaking to him, but he was unable to hear. Another drink. My foremother is so strong in spirit that nothing invisible could penetrate her. Any psychotropic weapons trained on her will explode. She will hardly pay them any attention. In any case, any attack will be repelled, and there was no way I could interfere. I could only watch. I watched and began thinking ever so quickly. What had happened? How did a situation like this come about? Why was the speaker saying such things? Did he want me to help me? Why was he trying to explain something? If so, what? Why was my ray so drawn to Vladimir? Naturally, I was afraid that Vladimir might take offense at the words, not a real man, and that he would be jealous of another over me. And then suddenly, oh, how painful it was. It really hurt. After Vladimir had heard the whole tape, he simply sighed and said, "What do you know? A real man in Australia." I heard, eh? They're going to meet. Maybe then they will give me my son. My ray began trembling. It was as though everything had somehow gone dark. You see, Vladimir was not jealous. Naturally, that is not a good feeling, jealousy, but I wanted to see him jealous. At least a little. Just a teeny weeny bit. But here was Vladimir handing me over to another with complete indifference. I could not restrain myself and started to cry. I began asking and pleading with my foremother to tell me what I had done wrong. What mistake had I made? Where had I transgressed? She did not reply until Vladimir had finished binding the last wound. Then she told me sadly, "All you had to do was love, daughter dear, to think about what was good for your beloved without elevating yourself in the process." I tried to explain that I did really want only that what was good, but once again she quietly said, "You wanted something for yourself, daughter dear. Pictures, music, poems, and songs. It will all come to pass. Your dream is powerful, I know. It is for everyone and for the one you love, too. But now it will be more and more difficult for you to obtain earthly love. You are becoming a star, daughter dear, beautiful, and people may admire and love a star, but not as a woman." That was the last thing my foremother said. I lost my sense of self-control. I screamed, and I tried to explain, to argue that I did not want to be a star, that I simply wanted to be a woman and be loved, but nobody could hear me. "Please help me. There is a lot I now understand. I am not afraid for myself. I can take care of myself. But it will take Vladimir much longer to understand, and in the meantime, listening to that kind of talk is leading him away from truth. The distribution of that cassette must be stopped. It suggested to people, including Vladimir, that I am some sort of ideal role model, a star, and that someone else instead of him ought to be with me. I am not a star. I am a woman. I want to love whom I myself want to love. My path is not determined by me alone. I was mistaken. I dreamt things work out so that people would talk about me, dedicate verses and songs to me, that artists would draw me, and that was all to come about. Whenever I dream, my dreams all come true, and this one has too. I am grateful for the verses and the songs. I am grateful to the poets, but I was mistaken all along. That was how I dreamt it. The poems are needed, but I was not supposed to become a star. I wanted to tell that so to Vladimir, would look at the images into the songs and remember, so he would remember me, but I did not know this when I was dreaming it. Now I realized. I am becoming a star. Everyone looks up at stars, but it is a woman they love. Anastasia, do you realize what you're asking for? There's no way to stop a cassette from being distributed, especially when it's one people copy themselves. That's not you cannot, but Vladimir, he is an entrepreneur, and even it is said to be uncontrollable, he could still do something. But not do anything. He has resigned to the assumption that I am not a suitable mate for him. Forces of light. Alexander continued, forgot about everything else, and went on plying Anastasia with questions such as, what are the forces of light? These, Anastasia replied, are all the bright thoughts ever participated with them. Can you freely communicate with them? Can you see them? Yes, I can. Can you answer any questions confronting science today? Many of them, perhaps. But your scientists, indeed, every man can find the answers. Everything depends upon the purity of one's thoughts and the motives for asking. Could you explain certain phenomena for science? If the answer does not come to you, it means your thoughts are not sufficiently pure, such as the law of the Creator. I will not go against it if I feel it is not right to tell you. Is there something higher than the bright thoughts produced by man? There is. They are just as significant. What is it? How could you define it? In a way you are capable of relating to. Are you able to talk to him? Yes, at least sometimes. As far as I know, I talk directly with him. Is there some kind of energy that exists in the universe that we don't know about on Earth? The greatest energy in the universe is on the Earth. We need only to understand it. Can you, Anastasia, give me at least an approximate description of this energy? Is it like a nuclear reaction? A vacuum phenomenon? The most powerful energy in the universe is the energy of pure love. I'm talking about visible, tangible energy capable of instant technological progress or producing heat and light, and if you like, an explosion. And I'm talking about the same thing. All your humanity established installations taken together are not able to supply light to the earth for any length of time, but the energy of love can. There you go, talking allegorically again in some other metaphors. I am talking in literal sense, as you love a feeling, it's visible. It can't be applied or even seen. Love is energy, it is reflected, it is possible to see it. What is it reflected? How is it possible to see it? The sun, the stars, the visible planets, they are all but reflectors of this energy. The light of the sun, which gives life to everything on the earth, is created by human love. In the whole universe, the energy of love is reproduced only in the soul of man. It takes upward flight, becomes filtered and reflected, and pours itself forth from the planets of the universe as beneficial light upon the earth. Do not combustive chemical reactions take place on the sun all on their own? You only have to do a little reasoning to realize the falsity of such a conclusion. It is like, as you put it, 2 + 2. Can man control this energy? Not to any significant degree, at least for the time being. But do you know how to do it? Myself, I do not know. If I knew, my beloved would already love me. You say you can communicate with him, a being higher than the forces of light. Does he always answer you? I mean, willingly? Always, and he always answers very gently, because he could not do otherwise. Could you ask him how to control the energy of love? I did ask. And? To comprehend certain answers of his, one needs to have a certain level of consciousness, awareness, and purity which I myself do not have. I do not understand all his answers, but you will still attempt to do something to obtain this love. Of course, I shall do something. What will you do? I shall think. Help me. I need to ask all the women out there who have ever loved, all who have or have not been loved. They will think, analyze, and produce thoughts which will appear in the dimensions of the forces of light. I shall see them, I shall understand, and then I shall help everyone. Thoughts in the dimension of light are always comprehensible. Anastasia, we can't put a question to all the women of the world at once. Nobody can do that. Ask Vladimir. He will figure out how to do it. He will find a way, but he will not do it. You will have to persuade him that this is very important for all people, for him. If he feels how important it is, he will definitely do something. He will find a way of asking all the women at once. You believe so strongly in him. Why then has he not been able to love you in turn? He is not to blame. I am to blame. I made many mistakes. Possibly I was in a hurry and made myself appear too fantastic to him with my abilities. Possibly he was not yet able to appreciate why his son had to be raised in surroundings that seemed unusual for human beings, that is, in the forest. Possibly I should not have interfered so drastically with his customary habits, not have intruded on his conscious awareness. I know now that men really do not like that. They can even beat women for that. I should probably have waited, and he would have come to understand it all on his own. He should have felt that he is superior to me, at least in something. But I did not realize this in time. I told him that he could not see his son until he purified himself. At that point I was thinking only of our son, about what was best for him, and I inadvertently said it would not be good for him to see his father as a dimwit. So it turned out that I was the altogether clever one, and my beloved was stupid. What kind of requited love could I dream about after that? Why, then, do you need to ask for other women if you're so capable of analyzing things yourself? I need to determine whether there really is a possibility of setting everything right. I cannot determine this by myself. I am so emotionally wrought whenever I think about him. The analysis needs to be carried out calmly through reminiscence and comparison. But I have nothing to reminisce about except him. And you can talk with him? I feel mere words are useless. Real love does not come out of words. Some kind of actions are required. But which ones? Perhaps one of the women will have the experience and the needed answer. You are unable to reach him with your ray? I cannot even touch him now with my ray. My foremother spirit is often right beside him, and she will not permit it. I know why. Chapter 7. Assault. 60 pages straight. The helicopter was running in for a landing. Alexander went on. We all watched it land without saying a word. The two crewmen got out, came over to where we were standing, and fixed their eyes too on Anastasia. A group of armed robbers followed silently, stood watch, this lone figure in an old cardigan standing before them, and immediately it was clear to all they must capture this woman. The only question was, what was the most accommodating way to make the capture? After a long pause, Boris laid it down in black and white. Anastasia, you realize you represent a valuable resource for science. The decision has already been made to transfer you to the nature preserve near Moscow. This is necessary for your own good, among other things. If for some reason you don't understand the situation and refuse to come voluntarily, we shall be obliged to effect the transfer by force. Naturally, you will want to have your child with you in the new place. You show us the location of your glade on the map, and the helicopter will go fetch your son. Later we can capture a few of the animals and transport them to your new dwelling place. I repeat, all of this is necessary for your own benefit, for the benefit of your son, and other people as well. You do what to bring benefit to people, don't you? Okay. You do want to bring benefit to your people, don't you? Yes, Anastasia replied calmly, and right away added, everything I know I am ready to share with all people, if they find it interesting, but only with all people. Science is not something that is available to everybody at once. Its achievements are used first only by localized groups, often for their selfish personal interests. The vast majority get to know about only what the localized groups are disposed to reveal. Who do you represent? Is it not a particular localized group? I cannot go with you. I need to... Oh. Who do you represent? Is it not a particular localized group? I cannot go with you. I need to raise a man. I need to raise my son. That can only be done properly where a space of love has been created. This space has been created and perfected by my forebears, near and distant. It is still small, but it is what ties me to the whole substance of the universe. Every man must create around himself his own space of love, and offer to his child. Bearing children without preparing a space of love for them is criminal. Every man must create around himself a small space of love, and if everyone understands this and acted upon it, then the whole world would become the brightest focus of love in the universe. This is the way he wanted it, and this is man's purpose, for only man is capable of creating such a space of love. 2 strong security men approached Anastasia from behind, one on either side. It wasn't clear whether they were acting on orders from the security captain or whether it had all been planned out in advance. They exchanged glances and simultaneously grabbed Anastasia's arms. They did this quite professionally, though not without a certain degree of apprehension. They kept a tight grip on her arms, as though holding a captured bird by its outspread wings. The security captain was a stocky fellow, his hair cut real short. He stepped out in front and stood beside Boris. Anastasia's face showed no sign of fear, but she was no longer looking at us. Her head was slightly inclined towards the ground. Her eyelids were lowered, hiding her gaze, and she began to speak without raising her eyes, with the same calm and gentle in her voice as before. Please do not force us. It is dangerous. For whom? The security captain inquired in a raspy voice. For you. It would be unpleasant for me. Boris tried to restrain what may have been either his fear or his excitement. He asked Anastasia, "Can you cause us physical pain using supernatural abilities?" "I am a man like anybody else, but I am worried. Worry may allow undesirable things to happen." "Such as?" "Matter, cells, atoms, nuclear particles in chaotic movement. You know about them. If one visualizes them vividly and in full detail, perceives and understands them properly, and then uses the full powers of his own imagination to extract from the nucleus even a single chaotically moving particle, then the matter begins to..." Anastasia turned her head to one side, lifting her eyelids just slightly, and fixed her gaze on a stone lying on the ground. The stone began to break apart into small particles, and before long was transformed into a pile of sand. Then she raised her gaze to the security captain, squinting her eyes into a concentrated stare. Steam began to escape from the tip of the security captain's left ear. The tendon slowly, millimeter by millimeter, began to disappear, and suddenly the young guard standing beside him went white with fear and drew his pistol from his holster. He did it automatically, like a professional soldier, without thinking. He aimed the pistol directly at Anastasia and discharged the whole cartridge. No doubt the thoughts of each one of us at that moment were racing at top speed, and something happened which you occasionally hear about with soldiers in wartime when, in extreme conditions, they see a grenade or a bullet in motion. And even though the grenade or bullet is flying at its unusual speed, the acceleration of one's thinking and perceived faculties causes it to be seen as in slow motion. I watched as the bullets from the frightened security guard gun flew at Anastasia, one after another. The first bullet grazed her temple. The rest of the bullets never touched her. They dissolved into dust while still in flight, just like the stone which she had trained her gaze upon earlier. We all stood there, stupefied. We stood and watched as a stream of blood flowed down Anastasia's cheek from under her kerchief. The guards holding Anastasia by the arm stepped back from her when they heard the gunshots, but didn't let go of her. They had got her in the depth grip and were pulling her in the opposite direction. All at once a pale bluish glow flooded the ground around us. It came from somewhere up above and quickly intensified. It dazzled us, making us incapable of moving or speaking. In the usual quiet that followed, we said, "Please, let go of my arms. I may be able to let go, please." But the petrified guards did not let go their death grip. Now I realized why she raised her arms in a characteristic gesture when she was talking with you. It was this gesture that indicated to someone up above that everything was in order and that she did not need help. But this time they wouldn't let her raise her arm. The bluish glow continued to intensify. Then something seemed to sparkle, and we saw a fiery spear hanging over us, pulsating with a pale blue light. It was like a huge ball of lightning, and inside it were sparkling networks of hundreds of lightning discharges. Occasionally they would spark out beyond the blue membrane like hull and reach the tops of the nearby trees or even the flowers beneath our feet, but caused them no harm. One of the thin lightning bolts momentarily made contact with an obstruction with rocks and a fallen tree had made in the creek. It transformed the obstruction into a cloud of dust which instantly vaporized. The bolts that sparked out beyond the blue hull of the fiery spear no doubt possessed tremendous power of an energy we know nothing about. It seemed as though it was being controlled by some kind of intelligence. We had the impression of being in the presence of an intelligent being which possessed unimaginable power, but the most incredible and unusual thing about what was taking place was the sensation we felt from its presence. We had no sense of fear or suspicion. On the contrary, you can just imagine, right there in the situation like that, we began to feel a sense of calm and grace, as though something very close to us, something related to us, had suddenly appeared. At that point, the pulsating blue sphere soared over our heads and seemed to be studying us, sizing up the situation. All at once, it made a circle in the air and landed at Anastasia's feet. The bluish glow intensified and, like a pleasing languor, relaxed us to the point where we simply didn't feel like moving or even hearing or saying anything. The blue hole of the sphere then emitted several fiery bolts at once. They swept over to Anastasia, began touching her, as though stroking the toes of her bare feet. Anastasia managed to free her arms from the languishing security guards. She stretched out her arms toward the sphere. Immediately it rose to the level of her face, and the lightning bolts, which we had seen with our own eyes, turned to dust. The stone piled up to the creek began to fondle her arms, while doing them no harm. Anastasia began talking with the sphere. We couldn't distinguish any words, but judging by her gesture and facial expressions, she was trying to explain something to it, to prove or persuade it of the way she was seeing something, but without success. The sphere gave no response to her, but it was nevertheless clear that it was not agreeing with her. This much was evident. Since Anastasia went on trying to persuade it with considerable excitement, it was the excitement that no doubt caused her cheek to flush. Still talking away and removed her handkerchief, golden wheat-colored braids of hair hung about Anastasia's shoulders and covered the stream of dried blood on her face. We saw how perfectly beautiful her facial features were. The fiery sphere made several revolutions like a comet around Anastasia's head, then stopped once more in front of her face, and 1,000 delicate lightning bolts swept through her golden hair, neatly touching each individual strand, lifting and stroking them. One of the bolts lifted the whole bunch of strands at once and opened the bullet wound in her temple, while another bolt began gliding along the traces of the dried blood. It was as though the sphere was using the actions of its lightning bolt in place of words, to remind Anastasia about what had happened and to contradict her arguments. Finally, all the little bolts drew back inside the sphere. Anastasia lowered her head and fell silent. The sphere made one more revolution around her and then rose into the air. The bluish glow decreased in intensity, and we felt things gradually return towards the way they were before. But instead of the bluish light, a brown smoke now began rising from the earth. The smoke filled the whole space around us, and only Anastasia remained in a little circle of blue. And when this brownish smoke completely enveloped us, that was when we began to discover what hell really is. Chapter 8. What Hell Is. Old Bible pictures showing the beastly tortures of sinners over hot coals, and even the most extreme portrayals of horror film monsters, pale like children's innocent fairy tales in comparison to the hell we went through there on the riverbank. Alexander exclaimed, "Since the beginning of time, mankind has never managed to dream up anything that can compare with it. All the Bible images and horror films stop at depicting all the different ways fleshy bodies can be torn apart and dismembered, which is nothing by comparison with the real hell. But what could be more frightful than the acute torturing of the flesh? I queried. What kind of hell did you see? Once the blue glow had weakened sufficiently to allow the brownish smoke to rise from the earth, it had enveloped us completely. From head to toe, we found ourselves split into two halves. What two halves? Just imagine. I suddenly found myself comprised of two parts. The first was my body, enveloped in a transparent skin through which I could see all my internal organs, my heart, stomach, intestines, the blood rushing through my veins, along with various other organs. The other part, invisible, consisted of my feelings, my emotions, my mind, my desires, my pain, sensibility. In other words, everything about man that we can't see. What's the difference whether the parts are together or separate, as long as it's still you? What happened to you that was so awful, aside from seeing your skin transparent? The difference turned out to be incredibly significant. The thing is, our bodies began to act on their own, independent of our minds, wills, aspiration, or desires. We could observe the actions of our bodies from an external viewpoint, yet our feelings and pains, sensibilities remained with our invisible selves, and we were deprived of any ability to influence the actions of our own bodies, like hallucinogenic trips. Like someone who's terribly drunk? I asked. Drunks don't see themselves external, at least not while they're drunk, whereas we saw and felt everything. Our clarity of consciousness was extraordinarily acute. I could see how beautiful the grass, the flowers, the rivers looked. I could hear the birds singing and the creek bubbling away. I could feel the cleanliness of the air around me, along with the warmth of the sunbeams. But those bodies, all the transparent bodies standing in our group, suddenly trotted down like a herd of sheep to a pond formed by the creek. The pond resembled a little lake. The water in it was clear and transparent. The bottom was covered with soft sand and beautiful stones. Tiny fish were swimming in it. Our bodies ran down the splendid little lake and started splashing around in it. They started urinating and defecating in it. The water became dirty and clouded, yet our bodies began drinking from it. I saw the dirty, stinking liquid flow through my intestines and into my stomach. I was overcome with a sensation of nausea and revulsion. Then under one of the trees by the pond all at once appeared the naked bodies of two women. Their skin was just as transparent as that of our bodies. The women's bodies lay down on the grass under the tree, lolling about and stretching out in the warm sunshine. My body and that of security captain ran over to the women's bodies. My body began stroking one of the women's bodies. It felt a responding caress and entered into sexual intercourse with the women's bodies. The security captain's approach was not reciprocated, and his body started raping the woman. Then one of the guards came running over and started hitting first my spine and then my head with a rock. But it was I and not my body that felt excruciating pain. The guard dragged my body away from the woman and started raping her himself. Our bodies soon began to grow old and decrepit. It was as though time was accelerating. Everything. The woman that had been raped now became pregnant, and through her transparent skin we could see the embryo taking form and enlarging itself in the womb. The body of the scientist, Boris, went over to the pregnant woman and spent some time peering attentively through her transparent skin at the developing embryo. Then all of a sudden he slipped his hands into the woman's vagina and began wrenching out the fetus. In the meantime, Stanislav's body was quickly collecting rocks into a pile, then wildly breaking off small trees and using them, along with any other material he found handy, to construct something resembling a cabin. My body went over to help. When the cabin was just about finished, my body tried to kick Stanislav's body out of the cabin. He resisted, and our bodies started fighting with each other. Even though I myself was invisible, I could still feel terrible pain when he started hitting the legs and head of my body. Our fight caught the attention of other bodies, and they shoved us both out of the cabin, and then started fighting for it amongst themselves. My body became terribly frail, and began decomposing before my very eyes. It could no longer walk, and just lay there under a bush, wasting away with a nauseating stench. Worms appeared on my body, and I could feel them crawling all over me, creeping into my internal organs, and eating away at them. I acutely felt them gnawing away at my insides, and waited the final decomposition of my body to escape from this excruciating torture. Then all at once a fetus emerged from the second woman that had been raped. It began to grow right before my eyes. Soon the little fellow stood up, and took his first timid step. Then another, and then it staggered and fell on its bottom. I could feel a painful sensation as it landed, and I realized to my horror that this was my new body, and it was doomed to survive, to exist among these abominable brainless bodies which were desecrating themselves and everything around. I realized that I was invisible, would never die, and that I was condemned to eternal contemplation and an acute awareness of the nastiness of everything that was going on, experiencing physical and even more terrible pain. The same thing was happening with the other bodies. The decaying decomposed, and we were born again, and with each new birth our bodies simply switched roles. There was hardly any vegetation left around. In its place, ugly structures had appeared, and the once pristine pond had been transformed into a stinking cesspool. Alexander fell silent. I too felt a sense of revulsion from what he had said, but not pity. Indeed, I said, you all went through a horrible experience, but you vermin had it coming to you. How come you had to latch on to Anastasia? She lives all alone in the taiga. She doesn't touch anybody, doesn't ask for housing. She doesn't require a pension of any kind of amenities. So why go interfering with her? Alexander didn't give any sign of offense to my verbal attack on him. He simply sighed and responded, You said we went through the experience, but you see, it may seem hard to believe, but the thing is, I'm not completely out of it. I think those who were in our group, too, haven't fully come out of it. What do you mean, haven't fully? Here you are sitting calmly beside me, poking the ashes in the fire. Yeah, sure, I'm sitting here poking the ashes, but that acute awareness of something terrible has stayed with me. It still frightens me. This terrible thing is not just in the past. It is still going with us today, right now, with all of us. Maybe something's happening with you, but everything's okay with me and everyone else. But doesn't it seem to you, Vladimir, that the situation we are in this exact copy of what mankind is doing today, what we are shown in the microcosm and at an accelerated speed, only reflects what's going on today in the world? It doesn't seem that way to me, since our skin is not transparent and our bodies obey our commands. Maybe someone just taking pity on us, not letting us become fully aware of what we have done and are continuing to do. After all, if we were aware of it, if we could see our lives from an external viewpoint, we'd see them exposed, along with all the false teachings which we've used through the ages to justify what we are doing. We wouldn't last. We'd go out of our minds. We'd try to put on a decent front. We try to justify the evil we do by our own so-called insurmountable weakness. We couldn't resist temptation. We started smoking and drinking, committing murder. Then we started going to war to defend some sort of ideals. We started setting off bombs. We were weak. That's the way we see ourselves today. We say there are higher powers. They can do everything. They decide everything. But as for us, we hide behind dogmas like that and feel we can get away with any kind of filth we like. And let's face it, what we do is filth. We all do it, every one of us, only we justify it to ourselves in different ways. But now it is absolutely clear that as long as my consciousness has not lost its control over my body, I and I alone must take personal responsibility for all its actions. And Anastasia is right when she says, as long as man is in the flesh. Don't go citing Anastasia, smartass. She is right, but you yourself practically had her in the grave. Too bad she didn't go just a little further, and then you would all have lost your marbles completely. I was really growing more and more angry at the whole bunch of them, but since Alexander was the only one in front of me, he had to bear the brunt of my anger. Just look at your own self, Alexander replied. Wasn't it thanks to you that we were able to get through to Anastasia? And not just us. You think attempts like ours won't be repeated? Whatever possessed you to specify the exact name of your ship, even the name of your captain? Don't play the documentarian. You could even have changed the name of the river, but you didn't do it, and you didn't think of it in time, and here you expect others to always know the right thing to do? I got what is coming to me, sure. Now my whole life I will have to keep making sense of that nightmare I witnessed. Tell me, how did it end, that nightmare of yours? How did you get out of it? We would never be able to come out of it all on our own. It was something we were to go on reliving forever. At least that was the impression each of us had. Anastasia appeared amidst our decomposing and still active bodies. Her skin wasn't transparent. She was still wearing her old cardigan and long skirt. She tried speaking to our bodies, but they wouldn't listen. They seemed to be programmed to die and be born again, repeating their actions over and over, with only a change of roles. At that point, Anastasia started quickly picking up the garbage near one of the structures our bodies had built. She quickly gathered the scattered stones and brushed into a pile with her hands, loosening the earth a little with a stick touched and fluffy up the grass where we had trampled it. And the little green blades began popping up again. Not all, but those that still could. Anastasia carefully straightened the broken trunk of the small tree, about a meter tall. She mashed up some earth in her hands to soften it, and then dabbed it in the broken part of the tree. She squeezed the tree between her hands and held it tight for a while. Then, when she carefully took her hands away, the tree remained upright. Anastasia nimbly went on doing what she had to do. She created a small oasis on the ground our bodies had trampled, which had been left almost devoid of vegetation. Boris's body ran over to it, leapt onto the grass, and rolled around on it, then jumped up and ran off. A little while later, and returned with the body of one of the guards. Together they uprooted the small tree and began dragging stones and sticks to the oasis, where they attempted to put together yet another ugly-looking plain structure. Anastasia threw up her hands in frustration. She tried talking to them, but as she met no response, she apparently abandoned her effort at persuasion. After standing for a while in a dither about what to do next, she dropped to her knees, covered her face with her hands, and you could see the hair trembling on her shoulders. Anastasia was crying just like a baby, and almost immediately the bluish glow reappeared, at first barely noticeable. It drove the brownish smoke of our hell into the ground, and reunited our bodies and our minds. Only we still weren't able to move about, but this time it wasn't from horror, but from a sweet and pleasant languor emanating from the blue glow. The fiery sphere was again circling overhead. Anastasia stretched out her hands toward it. The sphere instantly changed location to within a meter of her face. She began talking with it, and at this time I could distinguish words. Anastasia told the sphere, "Thank you, you are kind. Thank you for your mercy and your love. The people will understand. They will most certainly understand everything. They will understand it in their hearts. Do not ever take your beautiful blue light from the earth. Your light of love." Anastasia smiled, and a tiny tear rolled down her cheek. From the sphere's pale blue membrane hull, fiery lightning bolts flew into her face. Carefully and dexterously, they picked up the tear on her cheek, glistening in the sun, and ever so delicately, as though it were a priceless gem, held the tear on their fiery tips as they placed it inside the sphere. The sphere gave a shudder, executing a circle around Anastasia, landed momentarily at her feet, then swept upward and dissolved into the blue sky above, leaving everything on the ground the way it was before. And there we were, standing where we had been before. The sun was shining, the river was flowing, as it had always done. The forest could be seen rising in the distance. And there was Anastasia standing in front of us right where she had been earlier. We stood there silently, taking in everything around us. I was overjoyed by what I saw, and I think the others were too. Only we weren't talking, perhaps because of what we had experienced and the natural surroundings, which had suddenly become so beautiful to our gaze. Alexander fell silent as though he had quite withdrawn into himself. I tried speaking to him. Listen, Alexander, maybe everything you told me really didn't happen that way at all. Maybe Anastasia simply able to use some sort of powerful hypnosis. I've read that there are many recluses who can do that. So maybe she's hypnotized you and showed you a vision. Hypnosis, you say? Did you notice the gray streaks in my hair? Yeah, I did. Those gray streaks appeared after this all happened. But you could have got a huge fright under hypnosis, and that caused the gray streaks. Well, if you assume it was hypnosis, then there's another mystery you'll have to explain. And what's that? The stone and the log obstruction in the creek. It's completely disappeared. The creek runs freely now, but the obstruction was there before our vision. Everybody saw it. It was there. Okay, that's something to think about. Anyway, what difference does it make what happened to us? There's something more important than that. I'm not the same person I was before. I don't know how to live now, what I should be studying, or where. After I got home, I burnt a lot of my books, written by different so-called sages, wise men, teachers from various parts of the world. I had quite a decent-sized personal library. What did you go and do that for? You should have sold them if you no longer needed them. I couldn't sell them. I didn't even think of selling them. Now I have some accounts to settle with those teachers and sages. And where do you think, Alexander? Is it dangerous to communicate with Anastasia? What do you think, Alexander? Maybe she really is some kind of anomaly. After all, some of the letters I've got say that she represents another civilization. If that's true, then it'd be dangerous to communicate with her, because you never know what this other civilization might have in mind. I think just the opposite is true, Alexander replied. She has such a feeling and love for the earth, for everything living and growing on it, that compared to Anastasia, we look pretty much like vagrant aliens. Then who is she? Can scientists say for sure, once and for all? How did she manage to acquire such a huge mass of information? Where does she have room to store it in her head? Where did she get her mystifying abilities? What about her ray? I think we simply have to go by her words here. She said, I am man, I am woman. As for all that information, I don't think she stores any of it in her head. I think rather that the purity of her thoughts allow her access to the database of the entire universe, Akashic Records, and that her talent derived from this total access of information. The universe loves her, but is wary of us, and that's why it won't open itself to us completely. Our thoughts, the thoughts of any man raised in today's society, are blocked by stereotypes and conventions in contrast to her thoughts, which is completely open and free. That is why it's hard for us to explain her mysterious abilities simply by her assertion that she is man. Of course, she can perform incredible feats, miracles in our perceptions. I know that from personal experience. During our visit, other incidents happened which can only be described as a miracle. It's even more mystifying than what had happened with our group, and much grander. Alexander uttered these last few words with a certain degree of excitement in his voice. He got up and walked away from the fire into the night. In the twinkling light of the stars and the dusky glow from the smoldering fire, I could see the young Siberian lad pacing back and forth. I could hear his brief, exciting phrases. Alexander was saying something incomprehensible about science and psychologists and some sort of teachings. I got tired of sitting there and listening to his fragmentary utterance. I was dying to hear what kind of grand miracle he had seen Anastasia perform. I tried to calm him down. Relax, Alexander, sit down. Tell me more specifically what grand thing you witnessed. Alexander tossed some dry branches onto the fire and sat down again beside it. But I could see he had not fully regained his composure. Out of nervousness, no doubt, he had stirred the smoldering coals so forcefully that the sparks flew up, upward and landed on him and on me, causing us to jump up and away from the fire. When things had quieted down, I began listening to his emotional tale. In the space of some 20 minutes, he began, Anastasia managed to change right before our eyes. The physical condition of a little village girl. She did this before our very eyes. And over this period of time, she changed not only the little girl's destiny, but her mother's too, and even had an effect on the whole outward appearance of this remote Siberian village. And it will all happen within the space of 20 minutes or so. And it all happened. The main thing was how she did it, the simplicity itself. How can anyone believe in horoscopes after that? Alexander wondered. I saw it happen. That's why I burnt my books with all that wise men nonsense and all that religious stuff. See, I countered. You yourself admit that she performs superhuman miracles, mystical wonders, even if she smashes horoscopes in the process. She makes these things happen all by herself, and then expects to be called a normal human being. If only she tried to act halfway normal, but no. I spoke to her about that too. I said she should just act like everyone else, then everything will be normal. But it seems she's not capable of acting like everyone else. Pity, she's such a kind and beautiful woman, so smart. She can heal people, and she's borne me a son. But to live with her the way I'd live with another woman, well, that's simply impossible. I can't imagine anybody being able to sleep with her after everything you've told me. Nobody could. Everybody needs a woman, plain and simple. Not a far-out eccentric like that, but she herself is to blame for that. What with her mysticism and all. Hold on, Vladimir. Now it's my turn to tell you something. Just think carefully about what I'm going to say. It may seem incredible, but try to understand. Everybody has to understand it. Everybody. Perhaps together we can make some sense out of it. Perhaps. You see, Vladimir, Anastasia performed this incredible miracle with the little girl, but there was no mysticism or magic involved. No sorcery, no shamanistic gimmicks or mystery. If you can imagine, Anastasia, did this miracle using just a simple human words known to everyone. Simple everyday words only spoken in the right place at the right time. If psychologists were to analyze Anastasia's conversation with this little village girl, they would realize how psychologically ineffective it is. Anyone uttering these same words could have achieved a similar effect. But to have these words come to mind at the right time, the sincerity and purity of thought Anastasia spoke of are an absolute requirement. So it's not just good enough to memorize the words. We've all known them for a long time. That's not the point. The real question is, what lies behind each of the words we say? Somehow you're losing me. You'd better tell me the rest of what happened with you there. What words could change people's physical condition and their whole destinies? All right, of course. I should explain. Listen. End of the chapter. Stop. I read for 2 hours straight? Wow. Chapter 9. When Words Change Destinies. By the way, I read 2.5 hours straight, that last one. Because I also included read the end of the last book. Okay. After what we experienced, Alexander began, our group took a while to regain a sense of normalcy. Nobody spoke with anyone else. We stood there right in the same spot, and it was only after some time had passed that we began to look to either side of us and take in the surrounding world in a different way from before, as though we were sensing it for the first time. And now we noticed a group of residents approaching us from the direction of the village. The local population was quite small. Only about a dozen people lived in the 6 houses of the remote Siberian settlement, and they were nearly all oldsters, some of them quite frail. One woman was bent over double. She walked with a limp, carried a cane, but she still came out with the others. Those who did not require a walking stick were armed with various tools. One carried a crossbeam, another an oar. They had evidently came to defend Anastasia. These old and frail people were advancing against youth healthy, stalwart fellows, carrying weapons. They advanced without fear, determined to come to Anastasia's defense, no matter who might be standing in their way. Their resolve was terrifying. When they drew near to us, the old fellow carrying the oar and wearing rubber boots, who was walking slightly ahead of the others, stopped, which brought a halt to the group of villagers as a whole. They paid no attention to us, treating our group as empty space. With a ascetic stroke of his beard, he looked right at Anastasia and greeted her respectfully. Sorry, guys, I'll get it in a second. Reading. I wish you good health, my dear Anastasia, on behalf of all of us. Good day to you, kind people, Anastasia responded, clapping her hand to her bust and bowing to the elderly villagers. The water in the river is dropping early this year, the old fellow went on. The summer hasn't been too rainy. Not so rainy just now, Anastasia confirmed, but more rain will come. The water level will rise, and the river will return to its former strength. As they continued talking that way, out from the group of elderly villagers emerged a frail little girl, about 6 years old, with pale yellow skin. She was wearing an old jacket pieced together from fragments of some old garment. Her thin legs were covered by patched pantyhose, and she had little old boots on her feet. Later I found out the girl's name was Anita. She was a sickly child with a congenital heart disease. Her mother had brought her from the city when she was just 6 months old and left her with the oldsters, not coming back even once to see her daughter. They say she works somewhere as a painter for a construction firm. Anita went up to Anastasia and started tugging on the hem of her skirt, pleading with her. Bend down, Auntie Anastasia. Bend down to me. Anastasia looked at the little girl and squatted down in front of her. The little girl quickly took off the old white handkerchief she was wearing on her head. She salivated on one edge of it and began to carefully wipe the blood which had already dried on Anastasia's face and temples, saying, You don't come any more, Auntie Anastasia, to sit on your little log by the shore. Grandpa said that earlier you used to come more often. You would sit on a log and watch the river. Now you don't come. Grandpa showed me the little log where you used to sit. Grandpa showed me. I started coming to your log myself. I sat there all alone, waiting for you to come, Auntie Anastasia. I really wanted to see you. I have a secret to tell you. But you wouldn't come to sit on your log and watch the river. Maybe because the log is quite old. I kept asking Grandpa, and he brought a new little log for you. There it is, lying right beside the old one. The little girl took Anastasia by the hand and started pulling her over to the log. Let's go, Auntie Anastasia, let's go sit on the new log. Grandpa hewed out two seats on it. Grandpa hewed out 2 seats on it with his axe. I was the one who asked him to do that, so that when you came, we could sit together. Anastasia at once responded to the little girl's request, and they sat down together on the log. They just sat there silently for a while, not paying any attention to anyone. It was as though there had been no one else around, and everyone stood silently without budging. Then the little girl started talking. Grandma told me a lot about you, Auntie Anastasia, and when my grandma died, I began asking Grandpa, and he told me about you too. Whenever Grandpa talks about you, I think about my little secret I have to tell you. Grandpa told me that when I was little, my heart wasn't working right. It wasn't ticking evenly. One time its tick was way off. Then they brought in Auntie Doctor in a boat. Auntie Doctor said that there was nothing they could do with such a bad heart. There was no one it would obey, and that it would die before long. Grandpa told me how you, Auntie Anastasia, were sitting at the time on your old little log and watching the river. Then you got up and came into our hut. You took me in your arms and put me on the grass outside the house. Then you lay down beside me and put your hand on my chest. You put your hand here, where you could hear my heart ticking, right here." And the girl clasped her hand to the left side of her thin little chest. "Grandpa said that you too, Auntie Anastasia, started lying next to me as if you were breathless, since your own heart had started ticking ever so faintly, just like mine. Then your heart started beating faster and called out to mine to catch up. My heart obeyed yours, and together they started ticking the way they ought to. This is what Grandpa told me. Did he tell me everything correct? Right, Auntie Anastasia?" "Yes, Anita, your grandpa told you right. Your heart will always be good now." "That means your heart called to mine and mine obeyed. It obeyed, did it?" "Yes, Anita dear, your heart obeyed. Now I shall tell you my secret." Oh, I want to do it with a kid's voice. "Now I shall tell you my secret, Auntie Anastasia. It is very, very important." "Tell me your important secret, Anita." Anita got up from the log and stood in front of Anastasia, clasping her thin little hands to her chest. Then all of a sudden little Anita fell on her knees before Anastasia. She barely managed to restrain the excitement in her voice when she said, "Auntie Anastasia, dear Auntie Anastasia, ask your heart again, ask it. Ask your heart to call to my mama's heart. Have my mama come see me, even just for a day, to see me. That's my secret. Have your heart, mama's heart, here." Anita choked from emotion, then fell silent, her eyes fixed on Anastasia. Anastasia squinted her eyes and looked off into the distance past the little girl kneeling in front of her. Then she looked at the girl once more and quietly stated a fact that must have been horrifying for the child. She answered her as she would have an adult. "Anita dear, my heart is unable to call your mama. Your mama is far away in the city. She tried to find happiness but did not find it. She does not have a home of her own. She does not have any money to buy you gifts, and unless she can bring your gifts, she does not want to come and see you. It's hard for her in the city, but if she should come and see you, it will be even harder for her. A visit with you would become a sad and tormenting experience. It would be more difficult and frightening for her to see you so sickly and so poorly clothed. She would see how the houses in your village are falling apart, and how dirty and shabby the house you live in is. It would be all the more difficult since your mamma no longer believes she can do anything good for you. She simply does not believe it. She feels she has tried everything, and this is what fate has determined for her. She's given into the very hopelessness she has imagined for herself." Little Anita listened to the terrible truth, and her wee body trembled. It seemed to me awfully cruel to talk to a child that way. I thought a white lie would have been more appropriate here, like stroking the poor little girl's head and promising her mother would arrive soon, and saying they would have a happy meeting. But that is not what Anastasia did. She told this helpless, defenseless little girl the whole bitter truth. Then, after spending some time watching her body shake all over, she began talking to her again. I know, Anita dear, you do love your mama. I love my poor mamachkikin," the girl replied, her child's voice on the point of breaking into tears. "Then you make your mamachka happy. You are the only one in all the world who can make her happy. It is very simple. You become healthy and strong, and learn how to sing. You will be a singer. Your marvelous pure voice will sing together with your heart. Your mamma may meet you in 20 years, and seeing you will make her very happy. Or your mamma may come to see you next summer. By that time you should already be healthy and strong to welcome her. Get some presents ready for your mamachka. Show her how strong and beautiful you are, and you will make your mamachka very happy, and your meeting with her will be a joyful one indeed. But I will never be able to be healthy or strong." "Why not?" "You know, Auntie Doctor, she wears a white coat. Auntie Doctor told Grandma. I heard her say, I'll always be a weakling because I was a bottle baby. My mamma wasn't able to give me any mother's milk. My mamma had no milk in her breast, and children when they are small always drink milk from their mamma's breast. I saw it once when a lady came to the village with a little baby. I went over to the house she had come to. I really wanted to see how babies drink milk, and their mother's teats. I tried to sit there ever so quietly, but they kept chasing me out. The mamma lady wondered why I was sitting there without blinking. I was afraid to blink my eyes in case I missed something. Do not you think, Anita, that Auntie Doctor might have been mistaken when she said you would never be healthy and strong? How could she have been mistaken? She wears a white coat. Everybody listens to her. The grandfathers and grandmother, she knows everything. She knows that I was a bottle baby. And why did you go to see how babies are breastfed? I thought I would see how good the baby felt when he got fed from his mother's teat. I thought I would see how good he felt, and then I would feel better too. You will feel better, Anita dear. You will be healthy and strong, Anastasia said quietly and confidently. And then Anastasia gradually unbuttoned her cardigan and exposed her breasts. Anita stared at the exposed breasts in amazement, quite overwhelmed by the unexpected action. From the ends of the nipples, tiny drops of breast milk emerged. Mother's milk. Auntie Anastasia, are you feeding a baby too? Are you a mama? This milk is to feed my little son. Drops of breast milk kept coming out of the drops, fluttering in a passing breeze. The breeze tore the drop from Anastasia's breast. Like a frightened, fast steel spring, Anita dashed after the little drop of breast milk, and she, imagine this, thin, sickly little girl, was nimble enough to catch the drop. She fell to the ground, but as she was falling, she put out the palms of her hands and caught the little drop of breast milk. She caught it just as it reached the ground. Getting up on her knees, she lifted her cupped hands to her face and opened them, examining the tiny wet spot they were holding. Then she went out and held her hands to Anastasia. Here, I caught it. Here it is. Your son's milk is not lost. You saved the little drop, Anita. Now it belongs to you. To me? Yes, just to you. Anita raised her cupped hands to her face and touched the drop with her lips. The frail little girl closed her eyes and held her hands pressed against her lips for a long time. Then she dropped her hands, looked at Anastasia, and with a voice full of gratitude whispered, "Thank you. Come close to me, Anita girl." Anastasia took hold of the little girl by her shoulders. She stroked her hair, then sat her on her lap. She gently inclined the little one's head to her breast, as she would an infant, and began singing quietly. Anita's lips were now very close to one of Anastasia's nipples, almost in a half-sleep. Anita slowly drew her lips closer and closer to Anastasia's breast, felt the moist nipple, gave a tiny shudder, and began greedily sucking on Anastasia's milk-filled breast. Judging by the tape recording, she awakened about 9 minutes later. She raised her head and jumped down from Anastasia's lap. "Oh, what have I done? I've drunk up your son's milk." "Not to worry, Anita. There isn't more than enough left for him. You only drank the milk from one of my breasts, and there is still milk left in the other one. There is enough for him. My son can also eat pollen from the flowers if he wants to. And now you have been provided with all you need, so you will have no fear about being strong and beautiful and happy. Now go and draw your happiness from life, from each day it brings. I shall be strong and healthy. I shall think about how to greet Mamachka, so that she will not find it difficult to see me, but she will be extremely happy. Only I shan't be able to sing. I used to sing with Grandma, then Grandma died. I kept asking Grandpa, but he doesn't sing. Only when he drinks vodka will he sing me a song, and then I sing along with him. But it is hard for me to sing along with him, 'cause his voice croaks. I also tried to sing along the radio, but your old receiver crackles so much I couldn't get the words." "Anita, dear, just try singing without words. Try to imitate the birds when you hear them sing, or the water when it burbles, or the rustling of the leaves and the wind when it is strong and whistles through the branches. And there are a lot of sounds in the grass. You will hear many pure sounds around you if you are willing to listen. Try imitating them with your voice. They will be your best teachers. I am going now, Anita. Goodbye. It's time for me to go. Anastasia got up from the log. Anita remained sitting, listening to the world of sound around her. Anastasia went up to the young guard who had shot at her. The guard was still very pale in the face, and his hands were shaking. His pistol was lying nearby on the ground. Anastasia told the guard, "Do not blame yourself. Do not torture your soul. It was not a partner in what you did. You acted out of instinct. You were trained to protect whoever you were ordered to, without thinking about the situation, and your instinct took its course. It's not good for instinct to gain supremacy in man. When instinct takes first place, then man takes second place. The result is something less than a man. Think about it. Perhaps it would be better to return to yourself, to the man that you are." When the guard heard the calming tones of Anastasia's voice, his hands stopped shaking, and the paleness disappeared from his face. And by the time she had finished speaking, his face was flushed with a reddish color right to the tips of his ears. Then Anastasia said goodbye to the elderly villagers and headed off to the direction of the taiga. For a long time we watched her as she drew further and further away. Then all at once we heard an extraordinarily pure child's voice singing. Anita was still sitting on the log, singing a beautiful old-time song, probably one that she had learned from her grandmother. And how she sang! Her pure voice hit unusually high notes, filling the space around and enchanting the heart. And the lyrics were, "Sprinkling raindrops glisten. Brother rocks his sister. Brother rocks his sister. Sing to her, she listens." Anita finishes her song and began staring at Anita finished her song and began staring at her group, still standing there motionless. Then she got up, picked up a thin stick from the ground, and said, "You chaps are bad. You're so big, but you're still bad." After saying this, she started coming at us, armed with a little stick. The group of elderly villagers shuffled silently along behind her, and all of us, to a man, began withdrawing. Also the writing's strange. And all of us, to a man, began withdrawing before them. We retreated right back to our ship, which was docked by the riverbank, then scrambled up the gangplank, not without some pushing and shoving. We were on the point of pulling up the gangplank when the captain suddenly noticed the 2 helicopter pilots were also on board. "How come you're here?" he shouted from the bridge. "Who's looking after the chopper?" The pilots jumped down from the ship and ran over to the copter. We left, abandoning the barrel of fuel and tents remaining on the shore. Nobody even thought of collecting them. Chapter 10. Work out your own happiness. When Alexander finished his story, I couldn't help expressing my animosity towards him. "I see only too well what you are up to. So you left the tents there, and the barrels too, eh? Too bad you got away with just some gray hair. She's a holy person, Anastasia. It was so clear straight off. Any normal person would have seen you, would have twigged what was going on right off the bat. They would have known who was standing in front of them and what they were getting at. And yet she started pouring her soul out to you. She was aware of everything," Alexander observed. "She was aware of why we came and what we wanted of her. She understood, but she was not talking with the dark side of our human selves. She ignored the dark side, communicating only with what was bright in each one's heart. And that way she changed all of us. After all, I'm an academic. I've done a lot of work in psychology. So another academic, eh? So what good is all your study if your thoughts are so slow to catch up? Well, you see, life often happens to deal out its events to us faster and more accurately than we handle them. Besides, Anastasia turned out to be, no, I'm afraid to put her into a category any more than that other experience." What other experience?" "How can I put it? You know, the old people from the remote Tayega village. Well, they are still coming at us, together with that frail little girl out in front of them carrying the thin stick." "What? Where?" They're coming at us. They're coming at all of us who were there and saw them. I thought that this was happening just with me. As soon as I close my eyes, I see them straight off, and sometimes they appear whenever I do anything which, in their opinion, is probably unwarranted. I thought this was happening just with me, but I've been talking with others in the group. Similar things have been happening with the ones who were there. But that's all just in your mind, in your imagination. What's the difference? We still have to retreat before they advance, even in our minds. What could be so frightening about helpless and unarmed oldsters? What are you afraid of? I really don't know what there is to be afraid of. Maybe our own. Maybe we've overstepped some line of permissiveness. What kind of line would that be? That sort of fantasizing can drive one crazy. Maybe you just have to think things through as you're doing them before it's too late. Maybe think things through in time. We all have to think things through. And where did you get the notion that after her conversation with Anastasia, the little girl's destiny changed, and her mother's too, and the destiny of the other villagers? I told you, I'm into psychology. As an academic, I can say this. Anastasia completely changed Anita's whole internal program. After being abandoned to the care of her grandparents, the little girl had been spending her time sitting sick and helpless in a corner of a dirty hut, waiting for her mother to come. They kept assuring her that her mamachka would come and play with her and bring her presents. They did this, thinking they were doing a good deed by lying. In the meantime, her mother in the city went on drinking to relieve her feeling of hopelessness. The false assurance had condemned the girl to a state of fruitless expectancy. We too sometimes sit around waiting for a dispensation from above. Someone is supposed to come along and make us happy and change our destiny. Maybe that's why we act so lethargically or don't act at all. We don't reflect on the fact that we already have more than enough, and that maybe we should be greeting the one coming with gifts of our own. Anastasia changed destinies in the future with her simplicity and sincerity. Just think, the simplest human words can change destiny. I've listened to the recording of Anastasia's conversation with Anita many times. I have an idea if anyone else spoke that way to the girl, it would have had the same effect. It doesn't actually take much to speak the way she did. The main thing is not to lie. One need only have the sincere desire to help, and helping doesn't just mean sympathizing. You have to be free of doctrines or karma, of predestination, or rather rise above them. Of course, one can do a lot of talking about karma, the hopelessness of an inevitable predestination, and what it means for a sick little girl. But Anastasia rose above this sense of inevitability. She simply didn't pay any attention to it, and any other person could do the same. After all, everything was done with words, simple words we use every day, only they need to be spoken at the right time and in the right place and in the proper order. It is quite possible that the purity of thought Anastasia talks about causing these words to automatically fall into place in the right sequence, and that is why they are so powerful. Well, Alexander, those are all theories of yours, assumptions. You still have to look at real life and see whether any destinies will change on account of a bunch of words or not. On account of a branch, sure, why not? Anyway, what could possibly change in life for that little girl unless some sort of miracle happened? A miracle has happened. It turns out that all miracles we need are within ourselves. What kind of miracle happened? Little Anita's whole mind and life got reprogrammed. She broke all the bonds of karma for herself and those around her. What do you mean, broke? How do you know this? I know it. Sometime afterward I went back to the village. I decided to offer Anita my radio receiver, since hers was too crackly, and set up an antenna for her on the roof. So I'm walking along to Anita's house, and I notice that the boards on the wooden sidewalks have been fixed. Before they were quite decaying. And now all the rotting boards have been replaced with new ones. Wow, I thought, what's all this renovation going on here? I saw Anita's granddad sitting on the porch, washing his boots in a pail of water. I said hello to him and explained why I'd come. Well, fine, said the grandfather. Come on in, if you like. Only you have to take off those shoes of yours. You see, we've got new rules around the place. I took off my shoes and left them on the porch and accompanied the grandfather into the hut. Everything was simple inside, as you'd expect in a small village, only extremely clean and cozy. You see, our granddaughter got this new order set up for us. The grandfather told me she worked at it for a long time. She cleaned the floor and then washed everything, spick and span. She was at it from morning till night for over a week, like a wound-up spring. She would have a rest and then start cleaning again. She persuaded me to paint the walls a fresh coat of white, and now, when I come into the hut with my boots on and leave tracks, right away she gets out the rag and starts cleaning away the tracks. So I guess it's better not to leave any tracks. We don't have any slippers. Instead of slippers, she adapted some old galoshes. Here, we can put these on. Make yourself comfortable. I sat down at the table. It was covered with an old but clean tablecloth. The cloth was torn in one place, and the tear was patched as neatly as a child's hand could make it, with a piece of colored cloth cut in the shape of a bunny rabbit. In the middle of the tablecloth stood a cut glass tumbler, out of which corner cut from notepad sheets neatly produced instead of serviettes. I see they've started improving your village, too, I said to the grandfather, and it looks like the authorities have been paying attention, seeing they fixed the wooden sidewalks, and he replied, It's got nothing to do with the authorities. They don't pay any attention to us. It's my granddaughter, Anita. She just can't keep still. What do you mean, Anita? She's still a wee one, much too little to repair sidewalks. Those are heavy boards there. Heavy boards, yeah. You see, one day I was about to set out hunting, and I asked a neighbor if she would look in on Anita, and Anita says to me, Go on, Grandpa, go on about your business. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything myself. Just let me take a saw to that board that's standing again, and the wall on the barn. Standing against the wall in the barn. I was surprised, but I thought, why not let the child play, if that's the way she likes to play? So I put the board on the wood block, handed her a couple of saws, and set off to do some hunting. Later, my neighbor told me that what happened while I was gone. Anita pulled out the old rotten pieces of board from the sidewalk. She measured the hole with a string and began sawing the board I had given her according to the measurement. The neighbor says she spent half the day sawing the board, but she managed to do it somehow. Then she lugged the new board right up to the sidewalk and put it in place of the rotten one. She's so thin and frail. How on earth could she have lugged such a heavy board, I asked. She found herself a helper. Back a couple months ago, she made friends with an orphan dog, a Siberian Laika. An old lady died who lived on the other end of our village, leaving a large dog. Back at the funeral, Anita kept stroking him, and then she started taking him something to eat. At first, the dog wouldn't leave his own yard, even though there was nobody left living in the hut. The old lady had been living alone. Anita fed the dog for several days. He started following the girl around, and now he never leaves her side. Sorry guys, I'm extra emotional, so I'm trying not to cry again. Now this old dog helps carry out whatever our granddaughter fancies. So he helped her lug the board over. Anita tied a string around one end and started in dragging it herself when the huge dog grasped hold of the other end with his teeth, and between the two of them they managed to drag it to the sidewalk. Then Anita asked a neighbor lady for some nails and borrowed my hammer, and here she was trying to nail the board into place with the hammer, but nothing happened. The neighbor saw Anita sitting on the sidewalk trying to hammer in the nail. She hit her hand on the process, and blood started oozing out. The dog was sitting right beside her, watching and whimpering. The neighbor came over, took the hammer, and nailed the board in place. The next evening she saw Anita and the dog dragged another board over, which meant there was another hole in the sidewalk to patch up. The neighbor asked Anita if she were going to patch up all the holes this way. Couldn't she think up some other little girl's thing to do? And my granddaughter replied, It's very important, Anita. It's very important, Auntie, for all the sidewalks outside the house to be new and free from holes. You see, otherwise someone might decide to come visiting, walking along the boards, and there's holes in them, and that would spoil the visitor's good mood. And my mamachka, when she comes, might get upset if she saw such a shoddy sidewalk. So the neighbor hammered down the second board for her, and she raised a hue and cried throughout the village. Shouting out to everyone, Get busy fixing the sidewalks in front of your house. I'm not going to let a child do drudgery on account of your disorderliness. She's working her hands to the bone. So you can see everyone's fixing up the sidewalk in front of their house, so they wouldn't have to hear the neighbor lady rail at them any more. And where is your grandfather now? I asked the old fellow. Where is your granddaughter? She's lugging a tin of paint over to the house in the far end. She's probably spent the night there with the old Lewison couple. Yeah, she may spend the night there. What kind of paint, and what's it for? Just ordinary oil-based paint, bright orange. She got it from the steamship in exchange for fish. That's her latest fancy. And what kind of fancy might that be? She's decided that all the huts need freshening up, needs to look more cheerful. So when the ships come, that's the ships that collect fish that's been caught around here, she goes and offers them a whole catch of fish in exchange for paint. And then she lugs the tin of paint to one of the huts. She asks them to paint the napkins, and the old people start painting. Soon it'll be my turn. What do you know? I'll do the painting. Why not? Maybe it'll be better if the painting gets done. If the huts are going to look more cheerful on the outside. That's why it's too dark. I can't read fully. And where does she get the fish from? She catches them herself. Every morning she brings home 2 or 3 connies. Sometimes more, if only once she'd come home empty-handed, but no, the fish just seem to land on her hook. Though all by themselves, and here I am lying in bed with my back problems, and she says to me, Get up, and keeps to me, Get up, Grandpa, you've got to salt the fish, so it doesn't go bad. Every morning it's the same, the old fellow muttered, but with no trace of annoyance in his voice. So I asked him how Anita managed to cope with the fishing tackle all by herself. See, I told you, he replied, Anita's got a helper. This dog may help. He may be old, but he's smart and obedient. He helps her carry out all her fancies. Anita takes my throw line and with its 5 hooks neatly arranges the bait on the hooks and goes down to her treasured spot on the riverbank every evening with her dog. She'll tie on one end of the line to a post on the shore, then attach the other end to a stick. The dog then takes a stick in his mouth and swims out into the river. He keeps on swimming as long as Anita's standing on the shore, and she keeps encouraging him. Swim, swim, swim. The dog keeps pulling the line until Anita changes the tone in her voice as she calls, Come here, come here. Then the dog releases the stick from his jaws and swims back to shore. Well, that's enough for now. Let's get some sleep. With that, the old fellow climbed onto the stove, and I lay down on the wooden sofa. When I woke up at dawn, I went outside and saw Anita down by the river, tugging on the iron ring to which the fishing line was attached. A huge Siberian dog was helping her. The dog had grasped hold of the ring with his teeth and braced himself with his legs as he backed up. Together they were dragging the line with quite a decent catch on the end of it. Anita was wearing rubber boots 3 sizes too big for her bare feet. Once the catch was almost at the shore, she took hold of a scoop net and ran down to collect the fish. The dog was standing on his hind legs, holding the ring in his teeth. Anita went into the water, deeper than her boots allowed, and the water started pouring over the top of her boots. She drew the catch into the riverbank and unhooked 3 splendid fish. which she put into a bag. Then she and the dog together took hold of the rope attached to the piece of plywood carrying the bag and dragged it home. The water was sloshing around in Anita's boots, interfering with her walking. She stopped and took off her boots, first one, then the other, and stood barefoot on the cold ground while she emptied out the water. Then she put on her wet boots again and continued on her way. As the two of them lugged their morning catch to the porch, I got a good look at Anita's face and was amazed. Her cheeks were a rosy red and her little eyes were sparkling with determination. These, together with the hint of a smile on her face, made her virtually unrecognizable by comparison with the sickly, sallow-skinned little girl I had met earlier. Anita set about rousing her grandfather. With a rather loud wheeze, he climbed down from the stove and put on a jacket. Then he took a knife and salt and proceeded to cut up the fish. In the meantime, Anita served me tea, and I asked her why she got up so early every morning to bring home the fish. "Those fellows on the steamship on the river, they come and collect our fish," she said. "They give me money, and I ask them to bring me paint for the house in our village. They brought me the paint in exchange for the fish, along with some lovely material for a dress. For what I gave them all the fish I had caught that week, and when they said that, she went and fetched a huge piece of magnificent silk fabric. 'Well, and Anya,' I observed, 'I see there's enough here for more than one dress. How come so much?' 'This isn't for me. I've got it ready as a present for my mamachka when my mamachka comes to see me, and I'm also going to give her a beautiful shawl and a long beaded necklace.'" Then Anita opened an old worn suitcase and pulled out a pair of imported women's pantyhose, a pearl necklace, and a magnificent bright-colored shawl. "I don't want mamachka to be upset that she can't give me any presents. I can buy everything for her now myself. I don't want her to think she's been wasting her life." Sorry. I'll try to keep reading. It's not for me. I watched as she joyfully showed me the gifts she had prepared for her mother. She was so happily admiring them, and I realized what had happened here. Anita had transformed herself from an utterly helpless, pitiful little girl, waiting for somebody else to help her, into an active, self-confident individual, and happy that she has known such great success, or maybe her happiness stems from an entirely different source. Sorry. Where am I? Okay. "Now I believe that each one's happiness lies within themselves, within each one of us, if it is there at a particular level of awareness. The only question is, how do we reach that level? Anastasia helped little Anita reach it. Will she be able to help everyone else do that? Or maybe we ourselves need to learn in some way how to figure things out ourselves." Alexander fell silent, and we each became absorbed in our own thoughts. I wrapped myself in a short, thick coat and laid my head against a log. I began looking up at the bright northern stars, and it seemed they were quite low overhead, and were also being warmed by the flames of the fire. I tried to go to sleep. Sorry, I have to stop it. After about 3 hours asleep at dawn, Alexander and I headed for the motorboat, but before casting off, Alexander suddenly announced, "I've been thinking. Now I'm certain it's not worth your while going into the Taiga. You won't find Anastasia there now. Nobody can find her, including you." "Why not?" "Anastasia's gone. She's gone deep into the Taiga. She couldn't help leaving. If you try to go after her, you might get killed. You're not suited for the Taiga. Besides, you've got to write some more to fulfill your promises to her. In order to write more, I've got to hear her answers to the many questions from my readers, questions about children, about different religions. Nobody will find her now." "Why do you keep parroting? She can't be found. She can't be found. I know where her glade is. I'll find her." "I tell you, you won't. Anastasia can't help but realize that there are people out to hunt her down." "What do you mean they're out to hunt her down? Is somebody bribing the local hunters just like they pay you and Urog? Me and Urog go no way. We try to persuade people not to interfere with her, not to alarm her, and if that doesn't work, we take them and let them off on the opposite shore. The local hunters can't be bribed. They got laws and values of their own. They knew about Anastasia long before you came along. They've always treated her with great respect. They've been careful even when speaking about her amongst themselves. They don't like it when strangers show up in the taiga, and they're pretty good shots. Then who could possibly hunt her down? I think whoever has led us into the condition we find ourselves in at this moment, and it is still leading us. Can you be more specific? Each one of us has to work out more specifically on their own, but still, who do you have in mind? Someone like Boris? He's just a tool. There's something we can't see that's playing with us, and Boris is starting to realize that now, and maybe the ones who hired him has realized it too. Cabal. Chapter 11. Who are we? A month ago, Boris returned to these parts, Alexander told me. This time he had no assistants or guards with him. He looked me up. He was quiet and pensive. He and I talked for a whole day. It wasn't so much a conversation as a confession on his part. It wasn't me who was confessing to, of course. It wasn't me he was confessing to, of course, but to himself. He gave me a copy of his report on his contact with Anastasia. I copied out some excerpts for you. Would you like me to read them? Who commissioned the report? I don't know. Even Boris doesn't know. He had a meeting with whoever it was in an opulent salon with a fireplace. His sponsor identified himself as a representative of the International Academy, but so many academies have sprouted up recently, it's hard to tell which of them are the really serious ones. Now people have begun judging the seriousness of an organization by the amount of funding it gets. The sponsors hadn't scrimped on the finances. He'd paid for the whole trip right off in cash and promised not only a substantial bonus but also the future involvement of the whole unit. Boris headed in a serious scientific project connected with Anastasia. When Boris met with him upon his return to Moscow and presented his report, the sponsor took only a curious look at it. No doubt he had already been informed of its contents. He threw the report into a fireplace and said to Boris, he didn't look at it curiously, he looked at it cursorily, and threw it in the fireplace, and he said, "You were supposed to establish contact with Object X, as you yourself referred to Anastasia. In carrying out the project, you employed not only your own scientific method and techniques of persuasion, but also violence. The violence was your own initiative. We have decided to double your fee for organizing the expedition, and at the same time cancel our agreements with you for any future activity. Here, take your money," he said, pointing to a briefcase standing beside his chair, and forgot about the whole thing. Boris tried to explain that the violence had erupted spontaneously and that he himself found the whole episode quite distasteful, and he realized what harm his group's inexpertness had inflicted on future contacts with Anastasia, and for that reason he would not take any fee at all. At that point the man sitting by the fireplace got up from his chair, and in a tone that brooked no contradiction articulated, "You will take it, and you will leave. You didn't care about the cause, only the money, so here, take it. We don't need you anymore." Boris took the briefcase with the money and left the spacious office salon. He tried to share the money in equal amounts among the members of the expedition, but not all of them accepted it. It only seemed to emphasize the tremendous feeling of unpleasantness at what had been brought by the participants. "How come you only copied out excerpts of the report for me?" I asked Alexander. "Judging by your book, you don't really fancy reading documents filled with terms you don't understand. I tried to copy out only the important points and place where there wasn't too much specialized terminology." "So what do they say about Anastasia?" Alexander pulled some printed pages out of his pocket and began reading them to me. "Object X cannot be studied by traditional scientific research methods known to us today. The evaluation criteria currently accepted in scientific circles inevitably post particular frameworks which automatically exclude properties hitherto unknown and the possibilities of encountering phenomena arising out of and connecting with isolated situations and the changing psychological state of object X. As an information source in various areas of scientific research, the object may prove to have no equal among the sources currently known to science. The object is most likely not an information carrier in itself. It is not interested in simply receiving and analyzing information. However, should there arise a particular goal and consequently a desire which it deems significant, information accrues to it in form of selected by an unknown entity and in the requited amount, for which object X may instantly find a practical application. I don't like that they call her an object. Our group was able to offer only a few hypotheses, but we did confirm experimentally a number of object X's sayings regarding plants. We were able to establish the existence of the ray, the scientific term toroidal field, and radio wave emissions are not really suitable here. If they are used at all, it is only because there are no other more suitable terms. The most incredible and doubtful hypothesis in our view was the possibility of infusing the text of the book with the hidden combinations and signs according to Object X terminology on the depth of eternity and infinity of the cosmos. The objects affirm that these signs may have beneficial effect on people. We were recommending conducting a series of experiments compared to the parameter of the psychological changes in human beings before and after reading the book with the help of a measuring device used in medical practice. This does not make much sense anymore. Already we were compelled to confirm that the fact of their existence is indisputable. These charges are not affected through the material psychological organs of the body, but at some intangible non-material level of society as a whole. One has the impression that within the milieu of the community of people living on the earth, a reaction is beginning to take place which we are not in position to arrest, or, for that matter, not even control. The basic evidence of such a reaction is the psychic response observed in those who have come in contact with the book. Questioners, along with the examination and analysis of readers' correspondence, attest to the fact that a majority of readers have experienced a creative urge expressing in the form of poetic compositions, sketches, drawings, along with the writing and performing of songs. Many readers have felt the impulse to make contact with the cultivate plants, or to change their profession. In certain cases, the reading of the books is followed by a significant improvement in one's sense of well-being and the disappearance of symptoms of disease. We conducted an experiment on 30 people having various ailments. In a psychotherapy sleep therapy unit, they asked to read the text of the book. In the case of 27 of them, an emotional concentration was observed along with a lack of sleep and an increased hemoglobin count in the blood. If we assume that the reaction on the part of these readers is due to the vividness of the image of literary art, one can confirm that in terms of psychological effect, this particular image far surpasses by several degrees all those hitherto unknown, including classical and biblical images. The indisputability of such a conclusion is confirmed by a percentage of readers who have expressed their relationships to the book in poetic and other creative forms. According to our statistical survey, this has happened with as many as 1 in every 19 readers. Moreover, it should be noted that the author's expository style is primitive to the extreme. It does not follow any established norm of the literary arts, and the text is replete with grammatical errors. Sounds like my writing. But a computer analysis of the book's readability shows that it has a readability rating of 80% or higher. In our direct contact with Object X, we noticed a phenomenon encountered nowhere else before and with no counterpart in any data observed or recorded by ufologists. We observed a spheroid energy mass resembling large ball lightning, its energy potential far surpassing existence scientific concept of the power of natural energies. Its ability to change the Earth's gravitational field in a specific location affords it the possibility of instantaneously transforming anything not rooted in the ground into cosmic dust. During the period of our contact, the Earth's gravitation was changed slightly, but with any increase in its power output, we and all material objects might have simply found out themselves somewhere out in space. By contrast, the gravitational field around object X was not changed, which attests to the possibility of selective influence. It was evident that the change in the Earth's gravitational attraction was preceded by a reduction in the blue spectrum of natural light. One could hypothesize that the so-called gravitational attraction of the Earth is not dependent on the Earth itself, but the pressure of light emanating from certain celestial bodies and objects, energies, or the Earth's atmosphere as created by an intelligent being. Despite its ability to acquire large quantities of information, Object X does not attempt to subject it to analysis. It processes the information it receives on the level of feeling and intuition, from which rises an impression of naivety. The interrelationships between Object X and the energy mass are simple and commonplace, established on the basis of feeling, with no trace of servility or idolization. They are characterized by full freedom of action in the context of mutual respect. The luminous energy mass we observe possessing an intelligence and even more incredibly feelings, something with ufologists have not noted in connection with a single UFO. This is evident by the fact that during contact with Object X, the rays of the energy mass stroked its feet and hair, and that the mass itself, through its movements, reacted to Object X's emotional state. Along with the capability of exerting a psychological effect on matter, the phenomenon perceived by us also has the capacity to produce a psychological effect. It may be hypothesized that Object X may represent an earthly human being who is periodically contacted by representatives of extraterrestrial civilization, or that it is in communication with some kind of natural phenomena, which does not lend itself to scientific investigation. It may be further hypothesized that Object X itself represents an extraterrestrial civilization. However, the object's own declaration, "I am man, I am woman," contradicts this hypothesis. Such a declaration places us in an unresolvable dilemma, as the question inevitably arises, who then are we? Or, to put it another way, has mankind been treading a path of progress or regression? Chapter 12. Man-Made Mutants. Okay, that's enough, I interrupted Alexander. For me, Anastasia is just a recluse. Maybe she's got some unusual abilities, but I would say she's human. She's man. Let's hope so. Anyway, if I think about everything too much, I could go nuts. So, start up that old rattle-trap motor of yours and let's go. It took us about 4 hours to get to the remote settlement. After I had set foot on the familiar stretch of shoreline, Alexander also got out of the boat and once again tried to persuade me. Anastasia's gone, Vladimir. Really, give it some thought. You can still change your mind about trying to reach her glade. You won't make it. I am going. I was hoisting my backpack to sling it over my shoulder when I suddenly noticed Alexander unsheathing a large hunting knife. I threw the backpack down and rifled about on the ground for something I had to defend myself with. But Alexander, having barred his right arm on the elbow, suddenly slashed his own arm with the knife and covered the gushing blood with a white linen scarf he had. Then he asked me to fetch the first aid kit from the motorboat and bind his wounded arm. I did this. Still in a state of bewilderment, he handed me the blood-soaked scarf, saying, "Tie this around your head." "What for?" "At least, that way the hunters won't touch you. They will not fire at a wounded man." "You think those hunters of yours are dumb or something? They only have to come close and they'll see right off it's a prop." "They won't come close. Why take the chances? They all got their own territories and pathways. If someone needs to go into the taiga for a good reason, he'll talk to the hunters first, tell them about himself and what he intends to do, and coordinate his route with them. If they think he has a good reason, they'll help him, give him advance, and may even provide an escort. But they know nothing about you. They may shoot first and ask questions later, but they won't fire at a wounded man. I took the blood-soaked scarf and tied it around my head. I guess I'm supposed to say thank you, but somehow I don't feel like thanking you. No need to. I didn't do it for thanks. I just wanted to do it, at least something for you. When you get back, light a fire on the riverbank. I'll be passing close by from time to time, and if I see the smoke, I'll come and pick you up. If that is you manage to get back. As I walked along, I noticed a couple of dogs about 100 meters away, probably from the settlement, I thought. I wished they would come closer, as dogs had a quietening effect on me. I even tried to attract their attention, but they didn't approach, only kept a parallel course into mine, and so we went deeper into the taiga. It was pointless for Alexander to try and scare me. I thought the taiga didn't seem hostile to me at all. Maybe it was because I knew at the back of my mind that there, amidst the trees and moss-covered logs, lived Anastasia, and even if she was strange, she was still a kind person. I held to the notion that here in the taiga, with all its tangled undergrowth, its sounds and airs so familiar to city dwellers, lived my very own son. This thought made the taiga feel just a bit more like home to me. The 25 kilometers from the riverbank to the glade represented much more of a challenge than walking along an ordinary road, since there were fallen trees to climb over and thickets to go around. The time I had been walking with Anastasia, I hadn't noticed all these barriers immersed as we were in conversation. The main thing now was not to lose my sense of direction on account of them, and I began checking my compass more often, all the while thinking, how did Anastasia find her glade with no compass? It certainly didn't look as though there is any kind of pathway. Stopping to rest after every hour, by noon I got to a shallow stream about 2 meters wide. Anastasia and I had also forded a stream, I remember. I decided to go across and stop for some time in a glade. Just on the other side, I made my way along the trunk of a partially rotted tree which had fallen into the stream. The tree didn't extend all the way across, so after tossing my backpack, I made a jump for the shore. But something happened. My leg fell on some kind of protruding snag and got twisted or sprained somehow. I felt a searing pain through my whole leg, and it even spread to my head. I lay there a few minutes and then tried to get up. I realized I couldn't walk, so I lay there, reflecting on what to do next. I tried to remember what you're supposed to do when you twist or sprain your leg, but I had a hard time remembering, probably because the pain was so intense. Then I decided I would lie still for a while, have a bite to eat, and maybe the pain would go away. If need be, I would light a fire and spend the night there. Maybe by morning my leg would even be better. After all, everything with man heals itself eventually. It was at this point that I caught sight of the dogs again. There were 4 of them now, and 2 more on the other side, and they weren't going anywhere. They took up their position on either flank, about 10 meters from me. The dogs were of various breed. One was an Airedale, another was a Boxer, the remainder were mongrels. And there was a little lapdog among them. Their coats were ragged. They were terribly thin. The Airedale's eyes were festering. I remembered hearing my captain first mate telling me about dogs like this, and my sudden awareness of the precariousness of my situation made even the pain in my leg disappear temporarily. The first mate of my headquarters ship told how people who didn't want their pets around anymore would take them off somewhere and abandon them. If they dropped them off within the city limits, the cats and the dogs would hang around the various scrap heaps and at least get a little something to keep them going. When dogs were taken out in the remote area, they outside of town would group together in gangs and get their food by attacking a living creature, including people, especially people all by themselves. These dogs are actually more frightening than wolves. They'll lie in wait for a wounded or exhausted victim and then attack their prey simultaneously. Another thing that makes these gangs of homeless, mad dogs more frightening than wolves is their superior knowledge of human habits and their hatred for human beings. They have it in for people. They have no experience hunting for wild game, but people are their prey. It's especially frightening when the gang includes at least one dog who's been trained to attack human beings. I once had a dog which I took to a private obedience school. The training program included attacking a person on command. The instructor's assistants would put on a padded coat with long sleeves, and the dog would be taught to attack him viciously. If the dog carried out the command properly, he would be awarded with a treat. They sure went through their paces, these smart asses. I wonder if there is any other creature on earth apart from man that finds it necessary to teach another species to attack one of the teacher's own kind. The dogs around me began to tighten their circles. I needed to show them, I thought, that I was still alive, that I could move about and defend myself. I picked up a short stick and chucked it at the closest mangy bitch. I managed to dodge the stick. It managed to dodge the stick and take up a new position. There weren't any other sticks within reach. Then I got a couple of tins of preserves out of my backpack. As I was getting them, the smallest of the gang, the lap dog, stole up from behind, tore a piece out of my trouser leg with his teeth, and then jumped back. The other dogs watched, probably to see my reaction. I took one of the tins and chucked it at the nearest large pooch. The other I threw at the lapdog. There was nothing else to throw. My consciousness was overwhelmed with a sense of hopelessness. I began imagining how the dogs would tear apart my body and eat it in pieces, and how I would still be conscious for some time and witness it all, and writhe in pain, since the dogs would be able to finish me off all at once, and I had nothing with me to bring on a quick death and escape extended torture. One thing I felt especially bad about was that I wouldn't be able to deliver my backpack containing the gifts for Anastasia for my readers, along with various kitty items a young child would need. Half my backpack was taken up with reader letters, full of questions and requests. A lot of letters, most unusual letters. They wrote from the heart. They wrote about their lives, and there were lots of poems, maybe not too professionally crafted, not always rhyming, but still there was something good about them, and now they would all be lost, rotting away here in the taiga. And then a thought struck me out of the blue. I decided to write a note and place it on the plastic bag with the letters. A note. If anyone found my backpack, they would take all this content and the money too, and they could send in the readers' letters back to my daughter Paulina. I told her in the note to publish them once there was enough royalties from my book to cover the expense. It would be a crime for so many soul-inspired poems to be lost forever. Many of their authors were likely writing the first poem in their life, something that came straight out of their heart, and now the only poem they ever wrote in their life would be lost. It was quite a challenge writing the note. My hands were trembling from fear, most probably. And just why does man cling so tight to life, even in a situation where it is absolutely clear that it's all over? But I managed to finish the note and put it in a plastic bag with the letter. I tied the bag tight so moisture wouldn't get in. And then all at once I noticed that the dogs, which had already come quite close to me, were beginning to execute a rather strange maneuver. One by one they started crawling away from me. Some of them were sitting up on their hunches looking in the other direction, away from me, and then lay down again, as though in ambush. I managed to get up on one leg to take a look and see what had distracted them. And then I saw how along the stream with leaps and bounds came running none other than Anastasia. Her magnificent golden hair trailed in the breeze, and her sweeping stride was so utterly beautiful that I completely forgot about my own danger in admiring the scene. And all of a sudden it hit me. The dogs. They were no doubt under the impression that their prey might now be taken from them, and they were getting set to attack the newcomer running so determinedly towards them. These starving dogs, brutalized by the wild, would viciously fight for their prey to the end. Anastasia would not be able to do anything about them all by herself. The dogs would tear her apart, and I cried out as loud as I could, "Stop, Anastasia, stop! Dogs! Wild dogs here! Don't come this way!" Anastasia stopped. Anastasia heard me, but didn't let up her bounding stride for a moment. But while she ran, she waved her hand in the air. What has she done now? I thought. The extraordinary phenomena she could call upon wouldn't be able to help her now. As quickly as I could, I pulled out my backpack, the little glass jars of baby food. I started throwing them at the dogs, trying to attract their attention to myself and away from Anastasia. One of the jars hit its mark, but the dogs paid no attention to my effort. No doubt they realized who their real threat was. No sooner had Anastasia entered their circle than the dogs attacked her from all sides at once. And then, oh, what a sight it was. You'd have to see it to believe it. Anastasia transformed all the energy of her run into a spin. All at once she broke her stride and spun about sharply like a top, or a ballerina twirling on stage, only faster. Upon striking Anastasia, rotating body, the dogs flew off in different directions, without causing any harm. But then, once she had stopped spinning, they got ready to launch a new attack. I crawled over towards Anastasia. She was wearing her short, lightweight dress. If only she'd been wearing her quilted jacket. It would have been harder for the dog to bite through. Anastasia got down on one knee. As she knelt there in the circle of the vicious dogs, they were half crazed by hunger. Her face betrayed no fear. She looked at me and said briskly, "Hello, Vladimir. Only do not be afraid, just relax a little. Let go, don't worry. They will not do anything to me, these starving little dogs. Not to worry." Two huge mutts once more launched an attack on Anastasia from either side. Without getting up and without ceasing her talking, a lightning-fast movement of her hands caught each dog in midair by its front paw and spun it around. Moving her body slightly to one side, she left the two dogs crashed into each other and dropped to the ground. The other dogs had once more taken up a position, no doubt getting ready for a new attack, but this time they stayed put. Anastasia stood up and swept her hand up into the air. Lowering it, she slapped herself twice on the thigh. From behind the nearby thickets there suddenly sprang of 4 mature wolves. There was such determination in their headlong dash that it seemed they would not think to take account of the numbers of strength of the foe before them. They were spoiling for a fight. Okay. The dogs put their tails between their legs and headed off lickety-split. The wolves ran right past me, practically spraying me with their hot breath. Right on the heel, a young wolf cub breezed past in a flickering, trying with all his might, in spite of his short stride, not to fall behind the pack. When he reached the spot where Anastasia was standing, he suddenly braked with all 4 paws and even did a somersault. Then he jumped up and gave 2 licks into the fresh scratch on Anastasia's bare foot. Anastasia abruptly grabbed the cub by his torso and hoisted him up in the air. "Where are you off to?" she said. "It's not your time yet. You're still too little." The cub began squirming all over on Anastasia's arm and whining like a puppy. He managed to escape, or rather she herself let him go. Once more on the ground, the cub gave one more quick lick to Anastasia's scratch and set off to catch up with the pack. Just a moment. Okay. "But why?" I began, questioning Anastasia as she headed over to me. "Why didn't you call in the wolves right off? Why?" Anastasia smiled and proceeded at once to feel my arms and legs. With her pure, calming voice, she said, "Please don't worry. I need to show the dogs that man is always superior to them. The wolves will fear in any case, but the dogs have begun making attacks on man. Now they will no longer attack man. Not to worry. I felt your presence and could tell you were coming. I ran to meet you. Why did you take such a risk in coming into the taiga all by yourself? At first I could not find you, and then I guessed you must have set out on your own. Anastasia ran off to one side and plucked up some kind of grass. Then she looked in a different place and did the same. She rubbed the grass between her hands and carefully soothed my sore leg with moist palms, and she kept talking non-stop. It will go away. It will pass quickly before you can say Jack Robinson. I noticed Anastasia frequently used proverbs and sayings and I asked, where did you pick up these sayings? I sometimes listen to how various people speak, to learn how to express a greater meaning in just a few words that displeases you? Well, sometimes they're not quite apropos, and sometimes they are well proposed, if it's good when they are proposed. How do you mean propose? That was your word. I was just repeating it. Tell me, Anastasia, is it still a long way to your glade? You have come halfway. Together we shall get there quickly. It probably won't be very quick as long as my leg hurts like this. Yes, it may still hurt a bit longer. Let your leg rest and I will help you walk. Anastasia hoisted the heavy backpack onto her shoulders, then turned her back to me, squatted down on one knee, and invited me to climb on. Take hold of me and climb onto my back, she said. She said this with such briskness and determination that I immediately obeyed. Clasping my arms around her neck, Anastasia promptly rose to her feet and skipped off at a sprightly gait, and throughout our journey she kept talking on the run. Not too heavy for you? Not too heavy for you, I asked after some time. One's own burdens are light, replied Anastasia, adding with a laugh. I'm a horse, I'm an ox, I'm a wench, and I'm a jock. Stop, let me down, I'll try it at walking on my own. But you're not too heavy for me. Why do you want to try on your own? What's that about a jock? I'm a wench, I'm a jock, you said? Just another saying. It was not apropos, eh? Did it offend you? It's okay, I simply want to try walking on my own. If you could just carry my backpack a little while longer. If you want to walk on your own, you will have to rest your leg at least another hour, she advised as she gently lowered me to the ground. You sit there for a bit, I shall return before long. At that Anastasia ran off a little while on her own. She presently returned with a bundle of various grass and once more began rubbing them onto my leg near my ankle. Then she sat down beside me and smiled as she slyly eyed my backpack. All at once she asked, Vladimir, please tell me, what is in your backpack? Some letters from readers, also gifts they sent me to give. To you, and I brought a little something for the baby. Could you show me the gifts now while we are resting? And will you show me the baby, our son? You're not going to tell me that he can't see me until I cleanse myself. Fine, I'll show you your son, only not right away. Tomorrow I shall show you. The first thing you need to do is learn a bit about how to converse with him. You will learn quickly once you see him. Tomorrow's okay. I undid the backpack and began to take out its contents. First the gifts for Anastasia. She took each item carefully in her hands and looked at it with interest, caressing it. She started playing with the Volata a present from Olga, and when I handed her a beautiful, large, colorful shawl, a gift from another very kind woman, Valentina, I realized right off women are women, and they all have a lot in common. Anastasia took the shawl and turned it over in her hands. Then she performed a whole series of manipulation with it. She tied the shawl around her head, just like the picture of a chocolate bar on the chocolate bar, and then on other variations as well. Then with a laugh she tied the shawl around her waist in gypsy fashion before throwing it over her shoulders and parading before me in some kind of folk dance. Then she neatly folded the shawl and placed it over the presents spreading out on the grass and said, "Please, Vladimir, say thank you for them. To each person, thank these women for the warmth of their heart that they sent along with each of these things. I'll thank everyone I see, but I have nothing more to show you. The remaining things aren't for you. They're for our son. All the things he needs. You can't use these things. I'll show them to you on the spot when we get there." Why do you not want to do this now? We are just sitting here resting. I would be most interested to see what you have." I didn't want to show Anastasia right off what I had brought for our son, since I remembered what she had said back at the first time we met. "You will want to get our son all sorts of senseless toys, but he will not need them at all. You're the one who needs them for your own self-satisfaction, so you can say, 'Oh, look at me, I'm so good and caring.'" But then I still decided to show them to her, since I myself was interested in how she would react to the achievements of our civilization on matter of childcare. I started showing Anastasia the diapers I had brought, explaining how effective they absorb moisture when the baby wets them, so he doesn't perspire. I told her everything I had seen on the TV commercial. I showed her the baby food. "You see, Anastasia, this baby food is simply a marvel. It contains all the substance a baby needs. Vitamins, supplements too. The main thing is, it's so easy to prepare. Just dissolve in warm water and the food's ready. Got it?" I got it. "Well, now you see the factory chimneys of our technocratic world aren't just blowing smoke for nothing. We've got some factories producing baby food like this, and the packaging for it. You see that beautiful baby picture on the package? All smiley and rosy-cheeked?" "I see." Finally, I showed Anastasia my last gift and commented, "This is a children's construction set. A construction set not like a senseless noisemaker. It says here it's especially designed to help the child develop. He can build a car with it, like in the picture, or a steam engine, or an airplane, or a house. Well, maybe it'll suit our son a little later. Right now, of course, it's still early for him to make sense of what moves and flies and how." "How early?" "He can make sense of it all right now," replied Anastasia. "You see, the construction set will help him in this," I observed. "Do you think so? Are you certain about that?" "I'm not the only one who's certain, Anastasia. There's a whole bunch of scientists and psychologists who study children's mental development. You see, their endorsements are printed right here on the box." "Fine, Vladimir, fine. Not to worry. We'll do everything the way you feel you should. Only I would ask you to take a look first. Observe how our son lives. Then you will be able to determine what his first priorities are." "Right. Whatever you say." I was glad that Anastasia did not argue with the need for the things I had brought. I would be able to have to look for myself and decide. "In the meantime, let us hide your backpack here," she said. "Then once you determine what things is needed first, I shall run and fetch it, or I shall fetch the whole backpack if necessary. Right now it's too heavy to carry. Your legs still hurt after all, and you do not wish me to carry you." "Well, okay, let's hide it for the time being," I agreed. "Only I'll take the letters with us. There are a lot of questions in them for you. I didn't memorize them all." "Fine, we shall bring the letters," Anastasia agreed, taking the packages. Once she had hid my backpack in a safe place, I leaned my arm on her shoulder, and the two of us headed off in the direction of her glade. It was late at night by the time we arrived. As before, the glade was empty, no structures, not even a lean-to, but somehow I got the feeling that I had come home. Even my mood was uplifted, and a sense of calm had set in. I felt like going to sleep, probably because I had been talking all the previous night with Alexander. Wow, I thought, there's absolutely nothing in this glade, and yet I get the feeling I'm home. Evidently, one's sense of home is not the size of one's living space or even a castle, but in something else. Anastasia once took me to her lake and recommended I bathe. I really didn't feel like bathing, but I thought I should be obedient to her in everything, at least for now, so I get to see my son sooner. When I came out onto the shore after bathing, it was colder than in the water. Anastasia dried me off with the palm of her hands, wiped me with some kind of grasses, and my body began to feel warm, even hot. Then she handed me her dress and said with a laugh, Please put it on, Vladimir. It'll be like a nightshirt for you. I shall soak and wash your clothes, which has a strong odor coming out of it. I put on Anastasia's dress. I knew the odor must be eliminated, and that was that. So our son won't be scared off. For him too, Anastasia replied. But it'll be cold for me, and to sleep in nothing but a dress. Not to worry, I've already arranged everything. You will have a good night's sleep, and you'll not be cold. You can put the packet with the letter under your head for a pillow, and I have thought of everything. You will have a good night's sleep, and you will not freeze. With the bear to keep me warm again, eh? I will not sleep with the bear. I'll manage somehow on my own. I have made up your bed so that you will not be cold or too hot. I went to the dugout where I had slept before. Anastasia pushed aside branches hanging over the entrance. I caught the pleasant aroma from the dried grasses and crawled into a dugout, lay down amidst the grass, and felt the sleep of the sweet languor and enveloped me all around. You can cover yourself with my cardigan, but even without it you will still not be cold. If you wish, I shall also lie down beside you and keep you warm. I heard Anastasia's words through a half-sleep and responded, No need. You'd better go to our son. Keep him warm. Not to worry, Vladimir. Our son is already capable of handling a great deal on his own. How can he do things on his own? He's still too young. But that has all I could say. I was already immersed in a deep and calm, blissful sleep. We'll stop there at chapter 13. As soon as I figure out where it is. Okay, for this recording you might hear cat purring, because the cat is purring right beside me. Anyway, it's a nice background noise. Chapter 13. A New Morning, a New Life. I woke up in the morning and I felt such an extraordinary good mood that I just lay there thinking I'd better not budge for the time being, lest the good mood suddenly vanish. What kind of night did I have anyway? And why did I get the impression in the morning that over the past night my whole body and consciousness were literally bathed in love? By the light of the day it became clear to me why I had felt neither too cold nor too hot during the night. I was lying immersed in dry grass and flowers which gave off a pleasant warmth and aroma. Readers often ask how Anastasia keeps from freezing in the wintertime during the cruel Siberian winter frost, but it's really all so simple. If you bury yourself in a haystack, there are no frosts to fear. Granted, she has some sort of alternative source of warmth, given that she can walk about semi-nude even when it's about 5 degrees out and doesn't get cold. She even goes swimming then and doesn't give so much as a shiver when she comes out of the water. I continued to lie there in the bliss of my dried grasses and thought about how the morning breaking meant a new day had come, and I got the impression as though a new life were beginning. I thought if only this were the way it could be every morning. Then in one lifetime one could live 1,000 ages, as it were, and each age would be as magnificent as this morning. But how does one make each day turn out as magnificent as this morning? I didn't get up until I heard Anastasia's cheerful voice calling out to me. God surely gives to him who rises early. I crawled out of my splendid night-time lodgings. Anastasia was already standing right up there in the entrance. Her golden hair was woven into a braid which was tied with grasses at the end, like a bow. Her new hairdo looked very nice on her. Let's go to the lake. You can wash yourself and get dressed, Anastasia proposed, tossing her braided coquettishly to the front. Well, now women are women after all, I thought, and said to her out loud, That's a very pretty braid you have, Anastasia. Pretty, huh? Very, very pretty. She laughed as she twirled around. We ran to the lake. There on the shore, over some branches, were hanging my shirt, trousers, and undershirt. In some, everything I had taken off the night before. I felt them, and they were dry already. How did you manage to dry them so quickly? I gave them some help, Anastasia replied. I put them on myself and I ran about a little wearing your clothes, and they dried out very quickly. Now you will be able to put them on after your dip in the lake. And are you going to be taking a dip too? I have already done everything I need to greet the day. Before I went into the water, Anastasia rubbed my body down with some sort of paste made from grass. And when I plunged in, the water all around me began to sizzle and my body smarted a little bit. Smarted. Okay. But when I came out, I felt really refreshed, as though the pores of my skin were starting to breathe, and with great intensity, all by themselves, each one taking in air individually. My overall breathing was free and easy. Can't do that today with the masks. Just as she had done the night before, Anastasia ever so cheerfully and playfully began once more to rub the moisture off my body with her hands. As she was rubbing my back, I suddenly felt something hot unexpectedly spurt down my spine. It happened once, then again. I turned about sharply, and there she was, squeezing her breast with both hands, aiming a stream of warm breast milk right into my face. Then from the other breast, a stream of milk spurted onto my chest, and then she let loose with a fast rub up and down my body, accompanied by a roar of laughter. What are you doing that for? I asked, when I had recovered from my surprise. Because, guffed Anastasia as she handed off my shirt and trousers. They too did not smell the way they did before, and I noticed this as soon as I put them on. Then I said to Anastasia in a serious tone, Okay, I've done everything as you wished. Now let me see our son. Fine, we shall go. Only please, Vladimir, do not try to approach him right off. Watch him for a while at first. Try to understand him. Fine, okay, I'll watch. And I'll understand. We went back to the glade, which was now so familiar to me. When we reached the bushes at the edge of the glade, Anastasia said, Let us sit here quietly and watch. He will be waking up now, and you will see him. Beside a tree at the edge of the glade, the bear was lying on her side, but I couldn't see any baby. I was getting more and more excited, and my heart started beating strangely. Where is he? I asked Anastasia with bated breath. Look more closely, she replied. Look, and you can see his little head and feet sticking out from under the bear's paw. That is where he sleeps, in her groin. It is so soft and warm there, and she keeps her paw on top of him, not pressing down, but just to provide a little covering. And I saw the scene. The boy's tiny body was resting in a cradle of thick bear fur in the huge breast beast's groin, under her slightly raised front paw. The bear was lying on her side, without stirring, turning only her head from side to side as she looked around, and the wee little legs wiggled in the thick fur, at which point the bear raised her paw a little more. The baby was waking up. When he moved his arm, the bear raised her paw. When his arm dropped back to his side, she lowered her paw a little. Only her paw and head moved. There was not a stir from the rest of her body. How can she lie like that without stirring? Isn't it uncomfortable to maintain that one position the whole time? I asked. She can lie like that without stirring for a long, long time, and it's not hard for her at all. She is just so thrilled when he crawls into his little bed, and now she has started to take herself very seriously. She has a sense of responsibility. When the time approaches to start a family, she did not even let her intended mate come near her. That's not too good, but when our son grows a little, she will allow her mate to approach her again. As I listened to Anastasia, I couldn't take my eyes off my son. I watched as the little feet once again wiggled beneath the bear's huge paw. Then the paw went up in the air. The baby moved his arms and legs, stretching himself, raised his head, and then all at once stopped moving. Why did he stop moving? Is he going to go back to sleep? I asked Anastasia. Look more closely. He is going piddle. The bear did not manage to let him down to the ground on time, or perhaps she did not want to. She really spoils him, you know. The little fountain kept trickling out onto the bear's fur, like the boy. She too had stopped moving, even her head and her paw, until the fountain had ceased its trickle. Then the bear began to turn over onto her other side, and the baby slid down to the ground. All right, you see, she thinks you will go on to do his number 2. Our little man, Anastasia said cheerfully. The tiny human body lay on the grass, tensing its abdominal muscles in preparation for his number 2, while above it hovered the enormous bear. It seemed as though the bear was helping the baby along with her rumbling sounds, as if going through the similar preparation herself. The boy turned over on his stomach, started moving his arms and crawling across the grass on all fours. His little bottom had got dirty from his pooping. The bear went over to him and lapped his tiny bottom with her enormous tongue, wiping off the poop, just like a nanny. She gave the boy a push with her tongue, and he plopped on his tummy, but got up again on all fours and went on crawling. The bear followed him and gave his bottom still another lapping, even though it was already clean by now. What do you think, Vladimir? Do you think she would be able to take off his dirty diapers or underpants and put new ones on? Anastasia asked quietly. Okay, I responded also in a whisper. I get it. The little boy turned over onto his back, and when the bear persisted in lapping his thighs, he made a nimble move, and his little hand latched onto the fur on the bear's muzzle. In response to what looked to be an insignificant movements by the boy's hand, the bear proceeded to rest her huge head on the ground at his feet. He grabbed hold of her muzzle, reached up with his other hand, and started climbing up the bear's head. Where on earth is he going? I queried. To the bear's eyes, responded Anastasia. Her eyes sparkle. They fascinate him, and he always wants to touch them. The boy lay on his tummy on the bear's muzzle and looked at one of her eyes. He then tried touching it with his fingers, but all at once her eyes snapped shut. The boy's fingers poked at her eyelid. After waiting a little while longer and still not seeing any sparkling eye, the boy began climbing down from the bear's muzzle, then crawled a little way across the grass and stopped to look at something on the ground. The bear got up and roared twice. She's calling the wolf. She needs to clean herself up and have something to eat. Now you will see how they have a friendly conversation again amongst themselves, Anastasia commented. A few moments later, the she-wolf appeared at the edge of the glade. The bear did not show any signs of welcoming her presence, but greeted her with a threatening roar. The wolf's own behavior was far from friendly. She surveyed the whole glade. She pranced a bit around the edge, lay down, then took a big leap and lay down again, as though ready to pounce. What kind of friendly conversation do you call that? I asked. Why did the bear call her and then roar at her like that? And the wolf seems pretty threatening herself. That's the way they talk with each other. The bear stopped the wolf with her roar, and to make sure everything was in order with her, to check that she was not sick with anything, and that was not dangerous to let her approach a child of man, that she was strong enough to defend him. The wolf showed that she was completely prepared. She showed it by her actions, not with words. You saw how she walked past and jumped pretty high? Indeed, the bear often observed the wolf calmly shuffled out of the glade. The wolf lay down on the grass, not far from the little one. The baby kept staring at something for a while longer, feeling the grass. Then he noticed the wolf and crawled toward her. As he approached, he began feeling her muzzle with his hands, stroking her teeth with his fingers, patting her tongue. The wolf lapped his face at each point. Little Vladimir crawled onto his stomach, felt the wolf's nipples, sucked his hands all over, and screwed his face into a frown. Time for our son to eat. Anastasia began speaking again, but he is not yet so hungry that he will drink the wolf's milk. I am going to leave you for a little bit while you sit here at the edge of the glade. If he sees you and is interested, he will crawl over to you. Only do not pick him up by yourself. He is already a man, even if small in appearance. He will not understand meaningless cooing sounds. Besides, violence may result if you try to pick him up against his will. He will not understand that, even if you do it with good intentions, but without his permission, you will make a bad impression on him. Right, I said, right. I shall not try to pick him up. I will just sit here like this, but the wolf, she won't touch me. With the scent you have now, she will not touch you. Anastasia clapped her thigh twice. The wolf got up, turned her head in Anastasia's direction. Then, after a glance at the baby, who had started playing again with some kind of bug, she ran over to Anastasia. Anastasia came up very near to me. She summoned the wolf to approach closer, then gestured her to lie down. Can I stroke her? To finally make friends with her, I suggested. She will not appreciate any condescending familiarity on your part. She understands everything and will not touch you, but she will not tolerate any display of superiority, Anastasia replied. She sent the wolf back out into the glade and ran off to tend to some affairs of her own, promising to return shortly. I emerged from behind the bushes where Anastasia and I hid ourselves to observe the scene taking place in the glade. I came out and sat down on the grass about 10 meters from little Vladimir. I sat there that way for about 15 minutes. He didn't pay the slightest attention to me. I thought that as long as I continued sitting quietly, he would never pay any attention to me, and so I gave a couple of clicks from my tongue. The little one turned his head and looked at me. My son! My very own son, who had his eyes fixed on me with fascination, and I was excitedly looking at him. I could even feel a flush fall all over my body with excitement. I had the urge to run and take his little body into my arms, squeeze him and press him against my chest, but Anastasia requested, and more significantly, the presence of the wolf held me back. And then my little son began slowly crawling toward me. He kept his eyes fixed on me all the while he was crawling. My heart started beating so loud in my chest that I could hear it. What was it beating like that for? Maybe it would frighten the little one away. It was pounding so, but he kept crawling, and again something in the grass caught his eye, and he began poking around after a little bug. Then he began to examine something crawling along his arm. At this point, he was 3 meters away. My little son had stopped short in his crawling, only 3 meters away from me. All over some bug. And what kind of world was out there in the grass? What kind of life had taken his fancy so? What kind of order or rules do they have in the forest anyway? Here's this little boy with his very own father right in front of him, and he's more interested in some kind of a bug. That's not the way it should be. The child should know that his father is more important than a bug. All at once the little one looked up again in my direction, showed me a toothless smile, and quickly started crawling again, more nimbly than before. I was all prepared to pick him up, but then noticed that he kept on crawling right past me, not paying any attention to me. I looked around and saw Anastasia standing all smiles behind me. A little to one side, she sat down and put up her hand on the ground, palm upturned. The boy smiled and climbed up to his mother's breast. Anastasia didn't pick him up, but ever so gently helped him climb up, ever so gently helped him reach her breast. And now he was ready in her arms, clapping his tiny hands against the exposed breast and smiling at Anastasia. Then, after feeling and stroking her nipple, he closed his lips tight about it and began sucking on the supple breast. Anastasia, in the meantime, just gave one look at me, putting her fingers on her lips to let me know I should keep quiet. I sat there the whole time without uttering a word while she fed our son. It seemed as though All during the feeding, Anastasia was totally oblivious to my presence. Indeed, she did not seem to be aware of the world around at all. The whole time she concentrated her gaze on our son, and it also seemed as though they were somehow communicating with each other. This impression came from the fact that after sucking for quite a while, the baby would suddenly stop, turn away from the nipple, and look into Anastasia's face. Sometimes he would be smiling, at other times his face would have a serious expression. Then he became very still and slept for a while in his mother's arms. When he awoke, his face once again broke into a smile, and Anastasia sat him in the palm of her hand, supporting his back. Their faces were very close together, and the baby would feel Anastasia's face with his hands and press his cheek against hers. Then he spied me once again, and once more he fell still for a while, staring at me in fascination. All at once he reached out his little hand toward me, inched his body forward in my direction, and uttered the sound "eh." Involuntarily I reached out my hand up to him, and at that point Anastasia handed him over to me. Here I was holding in my arms the tiny body of my very own son, the son I had so greatly desired. Everything else in the world vanished into oblivion, and I had the strong urge to do something for him. The baby felt my face, pressed his lips against it. Then he recoiled with a frown, apparently feeling the prickles on my unshaven face. After that, I did not know how it happened, but I got an uncontrollable urge to kiss his warm little cheek, and I resolved to kiss him. But instead of a kiss, I somehow ended up giving his cheek 2 quick laps, the way the wolf did. The boy recoiled from me and began batting his eyelids in an amazement. Anastasia's loud trills of laughter filled the glade. The baby at once reached out his little hands toward her and started laughing too, squirming in my arms. I realized he was asking to be released. My son was leaving me. Obedient to his will and the established rules of communication here, I carefully put him down on the grass. He immediately crawled over to Anastasia. She jumped up with a laugh, ran around me, and sat down on the other side of me, very close, whereupon the little one turned around and with a big smile crawled over to the 2 of us. He climbed into Anastasia's arms and once more began to feel my face. This is how I first communicated with my son. Chapter 14. A Father's Role. My son, my little Vladimir, finally fell asleep. After his feeding, he played for a while with something in the grass, probably another bug. He felt a cedar cone which had fallen to the ground and tried to lap it up. He looked up at the clouds floating by in the sky. He listened to the birds sing, then climbed up a little hill where the grass was thicker, curled up closer and closed his eyes, smiled at something, and fell asleep. Anastasia ran off to take care of some sort of tasks of her own. I set out for a walk in the forest alone, immersing myself in thought to the exclusion of everything around me. At the same time, I couldn't get rid of the alternating feeling of joy and disappointment. I sat down under a cedar tree at the edge of the lake and decided to just sit there without moving until I thought of some way that I, as a parent, could contribute to my child's upbringing. I had to think of something to make him feel his father was the most important thing in his life. When Anastasia approached, I didn't feel like talking with her at first. It was her laughter, in fact, that had distracted my son from me. Anastasia sat quietly by my side, her hands clutching her knees, thoughtfully contemplating the calm waters of the lake. She was the first to speak. "Please do not be offended to me. Your communication struck me as so funny. I could not restrain myself." "That's not what I'm bothered about. What is it then?" "Many readers' letters ask about how to bring up children. They want me to ask you everything about your system of raising children and to describe it in my books. But what is there here to describe? There is no system. Quite the opposite. What you have here is some kind of anti-system. For example, what should fathers do under such circumstances?" a reader might ask. "You used a most appropriate word, anti-system. You can describe that. But who could be interested in that? People are looking for practical guides where it tells them what they should do with their baby when he said when he says when he's say 1 month old, and then when he's 2 months old, and so on. An hourly schedule, books that offer a dietary program, a complete timetable of bringing up the child according to his age. But here you have only a complete indulgence of the child's whims, an all permissive attitude. Tell me, Vladimir, what do you want our son to be like when he grows up? What do you mean? What do I want him to be like? Of course I want him to be happy, normal, successful, individual. And are there many happy people amongst your acquaintances? Happy? Well, if you're talking about completely happy people, I'd have to say probably not very many. Everybody's got something not quite right with their lives. Either there's not enough money, or they're plagued by illness or family squabbles. But I want my son to avoid any kind of unpleasant experiences. Then think about it. How can he avoid them if you deliberately squeeze him into the system everyone is brought up in? And think, might there not be a certain pattern in the fact that all parents want to see their children happy, and yet they grow up and turn out just like everyone else? Not very happy? A pattern, I queried. What kind of pattern? If you know, tell me yourself. Let us ponder this question, Vladimir. This is something people have been thinking about for ages. All kinds of scholars, I went on, all kinds of scholars and specialists are pondering it. For this, they have invented all sorts of systems of child rearing, worked out schedules, trying to find the most efficient system. Take a more careful look around you, Vladimir. See the trees, grasses, and flowers growing? How could one possibly draw up an advanced schedule of the day and hours when they should be watered? You would not be watering flowers when they were being washed and with water from heaven simply because someone worked out a detailed schedule for watering them. Now you're going too far. That's just nonsense. That's not an example of raising children. It's not something that can happen in life. But you know, Vladimir, this is exactly what does happen in life. No matter what the system is, it's still only a system. It is always calculated to wean the heart and soul away from man when he is still small, and to subject him to the system, so that he grows up like everyone else in a way that will fit the system, and so it goes on for ages on end, so as to prevent the human soul from experiencing clarity of vision, to prevent man from discovering himself in his beauty as a whole, with a God-given soul. Yes, man, the ruler of all the universe. Hold on a moment. Don't get carried away beyond my reach. Speak calmly. Use everyday speech. What do parents need to do to make it so? So that children will grow up, as you say, with a soul that is free, to be rulers of the universe and happy as God himself has wished. He must not interfere. They need to see their children clearly in their own thinking, the way God himself has wished. It is this aspiration of all the forces of light in the universe that each newborn child be endowed with the very best of creation. It is the parent's duty not to hide the creative light under the irradiation of invented dogmas. For ages upon the earth debate have arisen as to which system might be the wisest. But think about it yourself, Vladimir. Debates arise with truth, where truth is hid from sight. Fruitless debates can go on forever, so as what might be found within and behind the closed door. But one has only to open the door, and it will be clear to all, and there will be nothing to debate, since everything will be able to see the truth for himself. But in the final analysis, who will open this door? Is it already open? All that remains is for the eyes of the soul. It is already open. All that remains is for the eyes of the soul to be open to see and gain awareness. Gain awareness for what? You were asking about my system. You were mentioning the schedules and everyday regimes and how someone set them forth for people in books. But think about it, who can tell more clearly about creation than the Creator himself? But the Creator doesn't tell anything up to now. He has said hardly a word. Nobody hears his words. Words thought up by man have many meanings. The Creator patiently and lovingly speaks with each one of us through splendid, imperishable acts. The rising of the sun and the silvery sheen of the moon, the soft mist and tender dew, playing in the sun's ray and drinking in the heavenly blue. The universe is filled with so many clear examples like that. Just look around you. They touch you and everyone else too. Again, if everything Anastasia said about what child rearing were to be laid out, the result would probably be the complete opposite of how we handle this matter today. I have already said that Anastasia, along with all her forebears through the ages, treats newborn as a deity or an immaculate angel. They consider it totally unacceptable to interfere with the child's thought process. Anastasia's grandfather and great-grandfather were able to observe for long periods at a time how their little granddaughter would be fascinated by a bug or a flower, or the contemplation of something. They tried their best not to distract her with their presence. They would converse with her only when she herself paid attention to them and showed a desire to communicate. Anastasia maintained that at the very moment I was observing little Vladimir contemplating something in the grass, he was becoming aware not only of the bugs but of all creation. According to her, a bug is a more perfect mechanism than any manufactured product, let alone a primitive construction set. A child provided with the opportunity to communicate with these perfect beings will himself become more perfect. Then through the communication and primitive lifeless objects. Besides, as she maintains, every blade of grass, every bug is interrelated with the whole of creation, and subsequently aids the child in becoming aware of the essence of the universe and of himself as part of it, to become aware of his innate purpose. Artificially created objects have no such connection and do not arrange priorities and values in the child's brain in the right way. To my observation that the condition in which she and our son were being brought up were totally different from those in which children of our civilized world are to be raised. She responded as follows. Even in the mother's womb, and especially when a helpless infant is given birth in the world, the forces of light in the universe rejoice. They rejoice in the trembling hope that the newly arrived immaculate godlike man will become their kind ruler and intensify the light of love from the earth. Everything has already been provided for him by the Creator, through a bug, a tree, a blade of grass, a seemingly ferocious beast. The universe is prepared to be a good nurse for him. Even in a man outwardly small, we see the great work of the Creator of all. In a burst of bright inspiration, man has been co-created by the Creator, and with his birth has been created for him a paradise on earth. Nothing and no one has the power over the Creator's supreme co-creation. His burst of love and bright inspiration are already comprehended in each engendered moment of the world and for the world. Of all the beings in the unfathomable universe, only one is capable of influencing his destiny by coming between God, paradise, a star of happiness, and man. So I queried, does that mean that there is a being in the world more powerful than God? There is nothing more powerful than divine inspiration, replied Anastasia. But there is a being equal to in power, capable of coming between God, the most tender educator, and the angelic child, man. And who is that? How is he called? That being is man the parent. What? But how can it happen that parents can wish unhappiness for their children? Everyone wants happiness, but they have forgotten the path to happiness. That is why they are perpetuating violence out of good intentions. Can you offer proof, even just a little, for what you say? I asked. You spoke of various systems of raising children, Anastasia. Think about it. There are many systems, but there is only one truth, and this one alone means that the many are leading in the wrong direction. How can one tell the true system and the false one? Try and look at life and with an open heart, purity thought from vain and fruitless art, and then you will see the world, the Creator, and the universe, and yourself. Where are the eyes of the heart in place of ordinary eyes? Who is capable of discerning all this? Couldn't you talk about... sorry. It's Vladimir again. Where are the eyes of the heart is in a place of ordinary eyes? Who is capable of discerning all this? Couldn't you talk about things in more specific terms? I should know that's Vladimir. That's what he always says. And in simple conversational phrases. You said that your language would be similar to mine, but you are talking differently and you are making me talk like you. I can sense how you are talking differently. Okay, I think this is Anastasia. Only a wee bit different, and you will be able to remember the gist of what I say, and my speech will mix with your words. And do not worry, do not feel shy about the combinations of words you use. Your language will be understandable to many people. It will reveal to many hearts the essence concealed in those very hearts. Let the poetry of the universe express itself in the way you write. What's going on here? I don't want anyone to change the way I write. But yet you were offered when a journalist called out your language stilted. You were offended. Is that it? Yeah. I, along with your readers, can make it so your language may leap from stilted into the best sounding of all time. Well, okay, let's have it that way down the road, but for now I just want to hear simple language as it is. The issue is so complex, it is incomprehensible. How does it all happen, and how come parents are closing off the path to happiness for their children? And is that in fact what is really happening? First of all, I have to be convinced that that's really the case. Fine, if you want to be convinced, try recalling scenes from your own childhood. But that's hard to do. Not everyone can recall things that happened in their infancy. And why might it be? Is it not because memory attempts to spare our feelings and exercise what is empty and fruitless? It tries to erase any suggestions of hopelessness, to rub out what you experience in your mother's womb when you sense the world verbal abuse through the suffering of your mother? Do you want me to help you recall the other things? Well, you can give it a try. What other things were there that have gone from my memory? Some people do remember being in the womb. I know a few. Very fascinated with memory. The other things are not things you wish to remember. You are reluctant to remember how you, the ruler of the universe, lay all by yourself, helpless in your crib. You were so tightly wrapped up, it was like being bound in a cocoon, and smiling people decided when you should eat and when you should sleep. You wanted to think everything through for yourself to make sense of what was going on, but so often they would simply make cooing sounds and toss you up towards the ceiling. But what for? You never got a chance to think about that. After growing a little, you began to see a great many things around you that had no voice and no heart. But you were not allowed to touch them. You could touch only those things which people handed you, and you resigned yourself to trying to figure out where was the perfection in any of the joy toys you were offered. But there was no way you could have found in this absurd primitive object what you have never been there in the first place, and you never could. But still you kept searching, and you did not completely give up. You felt things with your hands, you tried to bite them, but to no avail. You did not find any explanation. That was when you first wavered. You who were born to be ruler of the universe, you decided that you were unable to decide anything for yourself. You were betrayed by those who gave you birth. and you betrayed yourself. You talk about the event of my life. Was there anything in which I was different from other kids? I am talking specifically about you and about those who are listening to me at the moment. So that must mean there are many rulers of the universe, if each one of us is born to be one. But how can that be? What sense does it make being a ruler if there are many ruling over the same thing? Or does that mean there are many universes? There is only one universe, just one, invisible, but in that one universe each one has his own space and is responsible for the whole. Each one is responsible. So where is it? My space, I mean. It has been lost, but you will find it. When did I manage to lose it? When you gave up. What do you mean I gave up? I was just like all the other kids. Like all the other children, you believed in the kindness of people around you. You believed in your parents. You began more and more to repress your own desires, and you accepted their belief that you were nothing but an ignorant, insignificant youngster. And the sensation inoculated in you by the abuse of your childhood keep on haunting you throughout your life, even to the point of attempting to reproduce themselves in your offspring. You went to school like everyone else. There you were told how man was nothing but a monkey, how he was a primitive creature, how foolish he was to believe in God. You were told about how there was just one leader who knew everything, a leader chosen by the people, a leader who alone was more worthy and more intelligent than anyone else. And you got carried away with poems about that leader. You began glorifying him without a second thought. It wasn't just that I extolled the reader verse as I was told. I actually believed it back then. Yes, many people read verse. There were even competitions who could extol him better than anyone else, and you tried to be the best. So did everyone else back then. Yes, the whole system demanded that everyone have the same aspirations, and thereby perpetuating violence on everyone. It tried to break people to preserve itself. But then all at once, part way through your life, you discovered that there were a lot of systems out there and that they were all different. Then you discovered that man, quite possibly, was never a monkey. And the very wise leader turned out to be a very stupid tyrant. And it turned out that your generation had been living life all wrong. Now there was a new system to live by. Communism to religion. And then you became a parent, and unthinkably you handed over your daughter to a new system, as though you were doing her a favor. You were not thinking as you did before. You used to wonder when your toys made noise, but you don't wonder anymore. Having accepted abuse yourself as normal state of affairs, you began abusing your own child. Century after century, various systems have come and gone, one after the other, but all the while with a single goal: to kill you, a ruler and wise creator, and transform you into a soulless slave. The system always operates through parents and through those who proclaim themselves to be wise teachers. They will come up with new teachings, thereby engendering a whole new system, and it does not take much investigation to see clearly that they are motivated by the age-old ambition to separate you from God, to come between you and make both you and God try to live and work only for them. This is the core of any system, and you, Vladimir, started asking me to create yet another system. I shall not be able to fulfill your request. You must look around you, try to make sense of the things through your heart alone. Tell me, Anastasia, what about our son? Do you mean to say that living out here in the dense taiga among all the wild beasts, he has not known violence even in the least? He knows neither violence nor fear. He has ever more confidence that everything here is subject to man and that man is answerable for everything. But wasn't it violent, at least in a small degree, when the bear lapped his dirty bottom after he woke up? When he fell on his stomach after the bear lapped him? And she did the second time after he began crawling again? And the second time he fell down? The way I saw it, he really didn't like the bear lapping him like that. And that was why he grabbed the bear by her muzzle, so she would stop pushing him with her tongue. And right at that point, the bear stopped lapping him. A little later, he will realize the significance of this procedure, but right now he sees it as a game. He himself plays with the bear and wants her to chase him. You say man is the wisest creature in the universe? Anastasia, but here is our son. He's being raised by wild animals. That's not quite normal. I saw one time on a TV show how a person who already was grown up, as a young lad, he had landed among wolves, and when he was grown up, people caught him, and it was a long time before he could talk anything like a human being. He seemed quite backward mentally. As far as our son is concerned, Anastasia replied, all the wild animals around do not serve as child raisers, but rather as good, capable nannies who sincerely love our little boy, and there is no doubt they would be ready at any moment to give their lives for their little fellow. Have you been giving them this kind of training for a long time? Did your grandfather and great-grandfather help you? What need is there for training? Everything was done ages ago by the Creator. But how could he have foreseen everything in advance and be able to teach each creature what to do at any given instant? Back there in the glade, as I was watching, our son was looking at the squirrels, and one particular caught his fancy. He held out his little hand to it, smiled, uttered a drawn-out sound, and the squirrel dashed right over to him. Same squirrel that had caught his eye, the little one then played with it, took it by its paw, and stroked its tail. Now, how could the Creator have foreseen this particular situation and taught the squirrel to do that? The Creator is wise. He made everything more simple and to perfection. But how? From a man who is free from aggression, selfishness, fear, and many other dark feelings which came along later, emanates the light of love. Even though it is invisible to the eye, it is stronger than light of the sun. Its energy is life-giving, the way the Creator arranged things. Only man is endowed with such a tremendous ability. Only man, he alone, is capable of bringing warmth to all living creatures. That is why all living creatures are drawn to him. As Vladimir, our little son, was paying attention to squirrels, he fixed his gaze on one of them in particular, concentrating his attention on it, and his warmth went out to that little squirrel. In this warmth the creature felt a sense of grace, rushed toward the source and was delighted to play with him. Our son can summon any animal that way. Thanks to the Creator, all newborns have such an ability when they are still in the space of love, and nothing has yet erased this magnificent element within them. The space of love begins with the mother's womb, and then only spreads a space. Only man is endowed with the power to wreck or perfect this space. I do know of kids that have these connections with animals, like Tippy from Australia. My grandfather did not train the eagle, you remember that, and thereby introduced a new element into the space of love. That is what my forebears, my forefathers and foremothers have been doing from time immemorable. Oh my gosh. Now tomorrow will be a special day, and you will see what happens. Tomorrow will be an important day for the future. One more, even though I'm losing my voice. Okay. Chapter 15. A bird for discovering one's soul. Quiet stomach. The next day we went to the glade, and as before watched from concealed vantage point as our little son was engrossed in his play. The wolf lay on the edge of the glade, following everything with a keen eye. Her cubs played by her side. I noticed little Vladimir from time to time sticking his finger in his mouth and sucking on it, as all children that age do, for some reason. I knew parents are supposed to dissuade their offspring from this habit by some means or other, either by binding the child's hand with cloth or by giving him a soother. I mentioned this to Anastasia, and she replied, "Not to worry, this is extremely beneficial. Our son is licking pollen from his fingers." Pollen? What kind of pollen? Pollen from the flowers and the grass. He touches the flowers and grass with his hands. Sometimes bugs will crawl across his hands, and they carry pollen too. On their legs. See, he is frowning and taking his finger out of his mouth. That means he did not like the taste of some kind of grass pollen. Now he is bending down and trying to put a flower into his mouth to see how it tastes. Let him do that. Let him taste the universe. The universe and a little flower. What's the connection? Or is it simply a figure of speech? Everything alive in the world has a connection with the universe. But how? Where? Where can one see the connection? What instrument is capable of measuring it? Oh, Vladimir, you're so annoying. But necessary for this story. One does not need an instrument. One needs only one's soul. Then you will be able to see and understand what is visible around us every day, many times over. What can be seen and then understood with the soul? Give me an example. Take the sun, for example. It is far away from us, a planet of the universe. Yet as soon as it rises, it touches the flower with its ray, and the flower opens in delight. It seems as though they are so far apart from each other, the great huge orb of day and the tiny wee flower, but they are linked together. One cannot exist without the other. Anastasia unexpectedly fell silent and began looking up. I looked up too. I saw a large eagle circling over the glade. I had seen eagles something like that at the zoo. It kept circling lower and lower, and all at once it touched down with its talons about 2 meters from the boy. The inertia of its flight kept it moving along the ground for a while. Then, after shaking its feathers all over, it stood forth proud in the glade. The wolf perked up her ears, her fur was standing on end, but she made no move to attack the eagle, which was now strutting proudly across the glade. The little one got all excited. He sat down on his little bare bottom and, without any awareness of danger, stretched out his hand towards the fearsome bird. Strutting slowly on his talons, the eagle came right up close to the boy. Its hooked beak hung right over his little head. The boy apparently felt himself in no danger whatsoever. He began to feel the eagle's feathers and touched his talons-tipped legs. He clapped his little hand against the eagle's chest and smiled. And all at once its huge beak touched the boy's head. Then a second time, as if looking for something on it. Then the eagle went off to one side and spread its wings. With a beat of its wings it rose higher off the ground, and again touched down and stood still. The boy stretched out his arms in the direction of the huge, threatening bird and began uttering sounds. Eh! Eh! And all at once the eagle went behind the boy's back, and all of a sudden started running, and then it took flight. It circled low over the glade, dived down, and without landing picked up the boy in its enormous talons. But the talons did not pierce his flesh. The eagle thrust its sharp claws under the boy's armpits and began circling low over the glade, beating its wings and trying to lift the little one off the ground. The boy jerked his trailing feet along the grass, sometime ever so slightly lifting them into the air. The boy's eyes were bulging, sparkling with the fire of excitement, and then all at once they rose into the air. They had risen a meter above the ground. Then they achieved synchronicity, when the push of the little feet against the ground coincided with the beat of the eagle's wings. The eagles kept circling, lifting the two of them gradually higher, but the boy didn't cry out. They simply flew, rising together into the deep blue. By this time the eagle had lifted the boy above the tops of the tall cedars and was continuing to climb. Overcome with shock and still speechless, I seized Anastasia's arm. Her eyes remained fixed on the sky as she whispered to herself, "You are still the strong one. Bravo! And you may indeed be old, but you are still strong. Your wings are still mighty. Fly, fly even higher." And the eagle, bearing in its talons and the wee child's little body, kept circling and climbing higher and higher into the heavenly blue. What's the point of subjecting the child to an execution like this? Why expose him to such danger? I yelled at Anastasia as soon as I had recovered from shock. "Oh, please do not worry, Vladimir. The eagle's ascent is not nearly as dangerous as the aeroplane on which you yourself have flown." "But what if he drops the boy from way up there?" "He would never even think of such a thing. You just relax. Do not allow either fear or doubt into your thoughts. The eagle's flight is making an extremely significant contribution to our sun's conscious awareness. Note that the eagle has lifted the child above our earth." "What significance can there be?" I countered. Except for superstition, it is quite true that man should not interfere." Oh, wait. I guess it's Anastasia. "It is quite true that man should not interfere in great works of creation. With that I agree, but an ascent like this was not provided by the Creator. You yourself, along with your grandfather, taught the bird to do this. Out of some kind of superstition, most likely. What else could it be? There is no point in taking such a risk." "When I was little," came Anastasia's reply, "I too flew up high with this same eagle. I did not have a great deal of understanding back then, but it was so interesting, so extraordinary. The glade seemed so small from up high, and the earth seemed to be so broad and unfathomable. Everything was so bright, and this extraordinary experience stayed with me for a long time, forever. When I had grown some, by this time I was 3 years old, great-grandfather asked me a question. Tell me, Anastasia, do all the creatures like it when you stroke and caress them with your hand?" "Yes, they all do. They keep wagging their tails to show how much they like my caressing. The grass and the flowers and the trees like it too, but not all of them have tails to wag to show how good it feels to be stroked." "So everything's desire to feel the embrace of your hand?" "Yes, everything living and growing, small or large." "And the wide earth also wants to be caressed?" "You have seen the earth, how wide it is." At this point I recalled the vivid experience I had with the eagles as a baby. The size of the earth was not something I knew just from hearsay, and so I answered great-grandfather without hesitation. "The earth is wide and you cannot see its edge, but if everyone wants to be caressed, that means the earth must want it, too. But who would be able to embrace the whole earth? It is so great that even your arms, great-grandfather, would not be able to embrace the whole of the earth." Great-grandfather stretched out his arms to either side, looking at them and nodding in agreement. "You are right, even my arms are not long enough to embrace the whole earth, but you said that the earth, like everyone else, wishes to be caressed." "Yes, it does. Everybody wants to be caressed by man, so you, Anastasia, should embrace the whole earth as well. Think about how you could do this," great-grandfather said, and walked away. I began thinking a lot at the time about how to embrace the whole earth, and I could not think of anything, and I knew what great-grandfather He would not speak to me. He would not ask me any more questions until I had solved this problem. And so I kept trying. More than a month had passed and the problem had not been solved. And then one day I found myself looking tenderly at the wolf from a distance. She was standing on the other side of the glade. And all at once, sensing my gaze, the wolf started wagging her tail. Then I began to notice how all the creatures were so delighted when I looked at them with joy and tenderness. How big they were or how far away they were was not important. They were delighted just from my looking at them or thinking about them with love. I realized they were just as happy as they had been earlier when I was stroking them with my hand. Then I became aware of something. Here I with my hands and my feet, and yet there was also this other me, a larger than could be shown by someone's hand, and this larger invisible entity was also me. That meant that every man was set up just like me, and this larger me was indeed capable of embracing the whole earth. When great-grandfather showed up, I was all bubbling with joy, and I said to him, "Look, Grandpakins, see how happy all the creatures are, not just when I touch them with my hand, but also when I look upon them from a distance. It is invisible, but something of me is embracing them, and it can embrace the whole earth too. I shall embrace the whole earth with my invisible self. I am Anastasia. There is the little me, and there is the greater me. But how this other me is called, I do not yet know, but I shall think about how to call it properly, and I shall say its name and give you the whole answer, Grandpakins. Then will you begin talking with me again?" Great-grandfather began talking with me right away and said, "Call your second self, dear granddaughter, your soul, and cherish it, and act in accord with its limitless soul of yours." "Tell me, Vladimir," Anastasia said, addressing me, "how old were you when you first became aware of your soul, when you felt it for the first time?" "I don't remember exactly," I replied, and wondered whether I had ever really discovered my soul or whether others discovered it too, and at what age, and to what degree. Maybe we simply talk about our soul, not really feeling it at one with it, not really thinking about our second invisible self and how important it is to feel all that and what for. The tiny dot moved overhead quickly began enlarging. The eagle kept circling lower and lower over the glade. When it reached the height of the treetops, I could see the little one flushed face and his eyes sparkling with excitement. The little fingers at the tip of his outstretched arms were moving in time with the wing beats of the extraordinary bird. When the little one's legs touched the ground and started tailing across the grass, the eagle loosened its talons. The little one fell, rolled over in the grass, and quickly got up on all fours. Then he sat up and started turning his head around like looking for this new-found friend. The eagle staggered off a little ways, but then fell on its side. It lay awkwardly on the grass about 10 meters distant, with one wing sticking out at an angle. It was having a hard time breathing, and its head was resting on the ground. The little one saw it, broke into a smile, and crawled over to it. The eagle attempted to get up and greet the boy, but once again rolled over on its side. Maliciously baring her teeth, the wolf took 2 leaps and landed between the eagle and the boy. Anastasia whispered, her voice trembling, "How perfect and strict are your laws. You gave everything to man right from the beginning, Creator. The wolf is following your laws, but I feel sorry, very sorry for the eagle." "What is going on? Why is the wolf acting so aggressive and malicious?" I asked Anastasia. "Now the wolf will not let the eagle come to Vladimir," she replied. "She thinks it has fallen ill, since it has rolled over on its side. She could attack it to chase it out of the glade. Vladimir must not see the attack. He will not understand it at the present time. Oh, what to do? What can we possibly do?" At this point the eagle shook his feathers, got up firmly on his feet, proudly threw back his head, and clicked his fearsome beak twice. With proud and sure step the eagle began strutting towards the boy. The wolf appeared to calm down, went off to one side, but not far. She was ready at any moment to make her leap, and followed the proceedings like a hawk. The little one first touched the enormous bird's beak, then began tugging at its wings feathers, ruffling them and demanding or asking something, repeating all the while, "Eh, eh, ah!" The bird's hooked beak touched the crown of the boy's head, along with his shoulders, which all bore the marks of the eagle's talons. When the eagle bent its head to the ground and using its beak to tear off a little flower, put it on the little boy's mouth as though it were feeding its young. The little one all the while kept making the same vowel sounds. After performing this parental duty, the eagle began staggering again. The malicious wolf crouched for a leap, and then suddenly it started into a run. Then there was a beating of the wings and take off. Time after time it would rise higher and higher, then make a sudden dive for the glade, about 1.5 meters from the ground, and it would level out and ascend once more. The little one waved at it, stretching his arms out to it, called it, laughing with a toothless grin. Anastasia kept her eyes fixed on the eagle and whispered with concern, "You do not have to do that. You did everything just right. You are healthy. I know you are not sick. Relax, my dear eagle, relax. Thank you. I believe you are well. You are just a little old. Relax." Once again the eagle executed his complex pirouette in such a way as to touch the grass with his talons. Still it did not land or push off from the ground. Instead, with a powerful thrust of its wings, it managed to rise in the air, snatching a clump of grass along the way. It circled, showered the little one with the grass, and began rising higher and higher into the sky. As before, Anastasia followed the eagle like a hawk, not taking her eyes away, even when it became nothing but a dot in the blue. For some reason I found myself following it too, as the dot grew ever more distant from the glade. At first it went straight up, and then veered sharply off to the side, away from the glade. Suddenly the dot headed for the ground, and it wasn't long before we could see that first one wing and then the other were spreading themselves, but simply from the wind, and not as a deliberate action by the bird. It was not flapping its wings or soaring, it was simply falling. Its wings were ruffling in the wind. It was the wind that had opened them. Anastasia exclaimed, "You died in the sky, way up high, and there you remain. You did all that you could possibly do for man. Thank you for showing us your heights, my old teacher." The eagle continued to fall, while 2 young eagles circled overhead. "Those are your offspring. They are strong already. You did everything for their future, too," whispered Anastasia to the old eagle, which had fallen somewhere beyond the glade, as though in death it could still hear her. By this time the 2 young eagles were circling low over the glade. I knew they were its offspring, and the little one waved on to them. "Of all things," I exclaimed to Anastasia, "why this senseless sacrifice? Why did he do that? What did he do that for? And do it all for man? Why do they try like that, Anastasia? Why do they sacrifice themselves like that?" "For the light emanating from man, for the grace which man can give them, and for the feeling of hope of their offspring. Now its offspring will see and sense the light of life-giving love from man. Look, Vladimir, our son smiled at the young eagle, and now you are flying over to him. And now they are flying over to him." Knew I read something wrong there. "Perhaps the old eagle has realized that this light, this grace-filled light emanating from man, will also include a particle of itself. Are they ready to sacrifice themselves for the light? emanating from everyone who is capable of emitting this grace-filled light. Okay, I'll stop there. Chapter 16, The System. Anastasia went off to get ready to feed our son, while I once again set out for a walk in the woods to do some thinking. Two things were bothering me, unpleasant things. The first was how I as a father was still unable to find myself a niche where I could participate in the raising of my son. It had become clear to me that I could not come up with any more interesting toys than those he already had, and there was no point in bringing food in either. Our son already has his mother's milk and fresh flower pollen, and then there will be nuts and berries. Naturally, packaged baby food is no substitute for living, growing sources of nourishment. Yet still I had a hard time mentally accepting this kind of situation. Hey, Belly, you come to purr for everyone? After all, I'm losing my voice. Sounds different, but froggy. After all, Hey, don't step on the keyboard. Anastasia has nothing, and yet at the same time she lacks nothing, and can even make liberal provisions for the baby. In the TV adverts, there is such hype about toys and other stuff for children that it almost seems a child won't survive without them. Here, however, they make no sense at all. More than that, they are actually harmful. A baby doesn't even need a crib here. With a crib like the one he has, namely a bear, of course, he is not going to freeze even when the temperature is minus 40. There's no need to wash sheets or diapers. The bear, can you believe it, is also a stickler for cleanliness. Each time she scrapes clean her growing area with her claws, just like a comb, she rubs her tummy on the grass and then bathes. When she comes out of the water, she shakes herself off with the spray flying in all directions, then lies down on her back with her tummy up and dries herself off, and then once again combs her growing area. Anastasia took me over to her and had me feel the place where our little one sleeps. It is soft there, clean and warm. But even if I'm not required to make any kind of material provisions, a father should still take part in raising his son, that's for certain. Only how? Maybe I should go to Anastasia and firmly demand a definitive answer. After all, I have fulfilled all her conditions. I have not picked up the baby, nor have I insisted on him making use of the presents I brought with me. My other disappointment was not being able to fulfill my readers' requests and lay out the specific system or timetables for raising children. There are a lot of questions in the letters about children, and they are always asking at readers' conferences. I promised that I would definitely question Anastasia about this, and in my next book, I would set forth the system her family has used from generation to generation to bring up their young. And there you have it. Not only does she reject systems in general, but she even declares any system to be harmful. Of course, that cannot be. Amidst all the harmful systems, there has not to be at least one that is right. And then it dawned on me, in all the readers' letters, there was not a single question about child raising addressed to me. Everyone was looking to Anastasia for an answer. And if people actually trust her more than the usual experts in our world, certainly more than they trust me, then it's up to her to answer the questions raised. She's the one who is obliged to do that. My part is simply to lay it out on paper. I've got enough on my plate just putting out the books. Anastasia finished her tasks and came running over in all her rosy-cheeked cheerfulness. Everything is done. Our son is asleep. You have not been too bored here all by yourself, have you? No, I've been thinking. About what? About how there was nothing more to write in my next book. I told you how people are waiting for answers to their specific questions. People are interested in child raising, but what can I write about that? Sure, I'll tell you about how you communicate with the baby, how he's going on, but what's the point? In the condition of our world, that kind of regime is simply not practicable. Practicable, as a strange word. Nobody's going to train a bear or a wolf or an eagle, and nobody has a glade with pure pollen on the flowers as you have here. But it's not the bear that is important, Vladimir, not the eagle, nor the eagle. They are merely effects. There is just one thing that is important, and it will find the right path under any conditions. And what's that? One's attitude to one's child, the thoughts surrounding the child. Believe me, and try to understand. Christ could be born only by a mother who believed that Christ would be born to her. And if the parents have the same attitude to their child as they would to Christ or Muhammad, their offspring will follow this thought. And he will become whoever he aspires to become. People will still explore nature, and those who are able to feel and become aware of what the Creator has created, its sense and purpose, they will be able to make a bright and happy world for their child. But how do they feel this? There has to be somehow a gradual process. There has to be a procedure. Sorry guys, I need to drink water. This can be felt only with the heart. Only the heart is capable of understanding it. And more specifically, you wrote more specifically when you told about the Dashniks, yet you took no notice yourself. What is the point? Of wasting more words? If the heart and the soul are not open, the words will simply vanish with the wind, barely noticeable. Yes, I did write a few words about that, but nothing has come up of them in real life. Young shoots are barely noticeable. They are not seen by everyone right off, all the more so in the case of young shoots growing in the soul. But if you can't see them, what's the point in writing? I write, I try, but still there are many who do not believe or understand what you are talking about, and there are some who even doubt your existence. Think about it, Vladimir. Perhaps you will be able to see some logic even in their doubts. What kind of logic can there be in their doubts? Doubts make counteractions less likely, and that's why I exist, only for whom I exist. They and I coexist together, side by side, in each other's hearts. If you think about it a bit longer, it will make sense to you. I exist because of them. They have the power to engender, to create, and yet to destroy. They will understand, and you support you, and will be mentally by your side. You can say what you like, but I'm tired of listening to insulting remarks. Dispelling the doubts of unbelievers. Come and show yourself on television. Show something of your extraordinary abilities, I implored Anastasia, and she replied, Believe me, Vladimir, my appearance in the flesh and any miracles performed in public will not pour the light of faith into the faithless. They will only exacerbate the feelings of irritation on the parts of those who do not like someone else's perception of the world, and you should not waste your energies on them. To everything there is a reason, a season. To everything there is a dawn, and if you wish, I shall come forth to people, and I shall appear in the flesh, but before that I must make it so women who have involuntarily concentrated their lives to the kitchen can experience joys of different order, and so that the light of love may shine upon young mothers who have been left alone with their children. And the children, you see, the children, their souls must be liberated from the tyranny of theories. See, there you go again with your dream. A lot of time has gone since you started the dream that way, but little has actually been done. We've got a book, there's pictures and poetry, but where are your global achievements for all people? Only don't talk of bright little shoots growing in people's souls. Show something tangible, something that can be felt in real life. You can't show anything, can you? Belle, why are you making noise for me? I can, then show it. If I show it, I shall be subjecting you to the temptation to open prematurely the little shoots which are just starting to come up, and then who will protect them from a damaging hailstorm? You will. In that case, I shall be obliged to do so to correct my mistake. Look. At that point, thanks to Anastasia, I was able to witness a phenomenon which was even more extraordinary and overwhelming than anything I had described in my books to date. Within the space of a single moment, either inside me or in front of me, I'm not sure which, there paraded a multitude of marvelous faces of people of different ages and from different parts of the earth. This was not just any series of flickering images, not just people's faces, but their splendid actions too appeared before my eyes. I could see the circumstances surrounding them, the events that were happening to them or because of them over their whole lifetime. They were. Well, what the heck? Come on! Sorry, guys, that must have been really loud for you. Okay, where was I? They were all drawn from their present reality, and from our present reality. It would have taken many years to view such a quantity of information on a cinema screen, yet there it took but a single moment that after Anastasia was standing once more before me in exactly the same position she was in before, she began speaking the moment I saw her. You were thinking, Vladimir, that what you saw was merely a kind of hypnosis. I ask you, please do not try to guess the means by which these people appeared before you. You were talking about children, about the most important thing. Did you see the children? Tell me. Yes, I saw the children. Their faces looked intelligent and kind. The children were building a house all by themselves, a very beautiful house, and so big. And they were singing while they worked, and I saw a gray-haired man amongst them. This man was a scholar, an academic, and he appeared to me right off to be very wise. Only he was talking in a peculiar fashion. He seemed to think the children could be wiser even than those whom we call professors. The children were talking with this academic as an equal, and yet at the same time with respect. Indeed, there was a lot about children in my vision, about how different their education was, the things they dreamt about. But that's only a vision, so what's the point in carrying on about it? In real life, things are not like that at all. What you saw was indeed a real life, Vladimir, and before long you will be persuaded of that yourself. And to my amazement, it all came about just as Anastasia promised. It happened, and I saw it. Belle! Stop! Chapter 17. Put your vision of happiness into practice. Soon after returning from the Taiga, I went once again to the city of Galjanek to attend a readers' conference on the Anastasia books. The governor's aide in charge of the Galjanek district of the Krasnor region took me to see the academic forest school. A narrow gravel road led from the main highway into the forest to a valley nestled amidst the mountain peaks. The road soon came to an end in front of a most unusual two-story mansion. It was still under construction from one of the still frames, windows opening, wafting the sound of children's voices singing a Russian folk song. This building was part of the vision Anastasia had shown me back in the Taiga forest, but now it was an altogether real experience. Without a word to anyone, I made my way through various construction materials to touch this mansion with my own hands. As I approached, I saw a little girl about 10 years old climbing deftly down a ladder. She went over to a pile of river pebbles and began selecting the dropping stones into an old herring tin. When she started back up the ladder, I climbed up after her in the direction of alluring music poured forth from above. There on the second floor, I watched as a group of kids, like her, some a little older, were taking smoothly pebbles out of box and attaching them with a cement mixture to the wall, making an amazing, beautiful pattern. Two little girls at once carefully washed off each newly attached stone with damp rags. They set about their task in earnest, singing as they worked. No adults were present. Later I found out that the whole foundation, indeed, each brick of this structure had been laid by child's hands. The children had come up with the whole design by themselves, including every corner of their building. And this is not the only such building on the little campus. In this amazing setting, children are constructing not only their building, their campus, but their whole future in the process. And they sing. Here, a 10-year-old girl is capable of building a house, doing splendid drawings and cooking meals, not to mention knowing ballroom dance steps and mastering the fundamentals of Russian martial arts. The children of this forest school are acquainted with Anastasia. They themselves told me about her. 300 pupils from different Russian cities study her. At this school, children take about a year to master the whole 10-year public school math syllabus, along with studying 3 foreign languages. They neither recruit nor produce child prodigies. They simply give the kids a chance to discover what already lies within. Academic Petrovac schools come under a Russian Federation Ministry of Education. It charges no tuition fees. Even though the school does not advertise itself, it has no vacancies. Indeed, there is already a waiting list of 2,500 hopefuls for an unexpected opening. It is hard to find words to describe the joy on these children's beaming faces. I went to visit the school directly after the readers' conference at Gelsenik. I went with a small group of readers who had heard about my intended visit. One of these readers was Natila, an actress and a film director who is also on board of the Rorish Society. A specialist in esoterics, she gave a presentation at the conference of the Rorish legacy and on esoterics in general. She talked about Anastasia far more intelligently than I. Come on, throat, clear. Just have something in it. I think it's this thick smoothie I had earlier. Natalia was accompanied by her 10-year-old daughter, Mashenka. After the conference, the two of them were to go to a festival in Apna, where Mashenka, beloved grandmother, the famous actress Ina Makarova, was already staying. Come on. But Mashenka's words came as a thunderous call to new enlightenment. Mamachka, please, just for 3 days, just 3. While you go to the festival, arrange me to stay here at this school. And the delicate little Mashenka stayed for 3 days at the school, to the great astonishment of her mother, who sadly said, "Apparently you don't give enough to our children. Even though we love them, we are inadvertently stealing from them." Natalia, once accompanied by a film cameraman, he began shooting as soon as the children school started talking about their communication with Anastasia and their understanding of life. I'd like to produce here some of our conversation with the children who were building this mansion. Natalia and I were the ones who asked the questions. One gets the impression that each brick of your building here is filled with bright energy of a great power. Yes, that's true, answered an older red-haired girl. So much depends on the people who touch them. We have done this all with love. We are trying with our mental attitude to bring only what is good and happy to our future. Who designed this building, the columns and paintings? This was the result of our united collective thinking. Does that mean that while each one is outwardly working on their own individual task, in actual fact, it represents a collective thought? That's right. Every evening we get together and plan out and visualize the day ahead. We come up with images we want to see expressed in the design of our mansion. Some of the pupils here take on the role of architect. They give specific forms to our common work, and we tie it all together. And then there's a bunch of images. It looks like the kids of the school, and they are all in this particular Russian uniform. And they're performing a dance at the auditorium that they designed themselves, and they built and decorated. Below the pupils, 10 to 15 years old, are building a new hall on their campus without adult supervision. There is also in this video a link to the actual book, so you can scroll if you want to see the images, because I can only describe them. And then there's an image of a main entrance to the school. What it looks like. There's a pupil decorating a wall of a new administrative office, and pupils at the left guided a learning session. Martial arts performance by Tickle's pupils. School's curriculum includes a wide variety of subjects ranging from traditional disciplines to folk dance, self-defense, and architecture. Pupils are fully involved in the life of the school, from cooking meals to construction and self-governance. Below is a decoration of the main entrance, where designed and executed by the pupils themselves. More pictures of the pupils in a choir performance in one of the school's regular concerts. And the teacher standing in front of their accordion. And then a bunch of kids are studying. Typical session learning without teachers. The school is not divided into age-based forms or grades, and students learn efficiently without adults' supervision. This is like a blank room, and it's details of the school's interior design. As with everything else on premise, the pupils are fully responsible for the design, construction, and decoration of all the buildings. It's quite nice. Very nice, wow. These are just pictures and there's no description. Okay, here we go. Here is a picture of the residents of Novisburg planting cedar trees in the spring. And then another picture of Vladimir arriving at the Ringing Cedars of Russia movement conference held at the city on June 5th, 2004. The conference brought together over 400 delegates from 150 eco-villages from all over Russia and beyond. I think they had that photo in the last one too. Last book I read. Here's a drawing someone did, reader's art inspired by Anastasia. This is not a dream, is what it's titled. It's a beautiful girl laying on a tree stump. Then some more. This looks like a bird. Yeah. This is more. This is not a dream art. Okay, back to the book. Of the children, they were asking questions to the children at the school. What image is expressed in the room we're standing in now? The image of Savarg, the primordial element of heavenly fire. You can see him here in the symbols in the pebble amulets. Does your group recognize one of its own as a principal or superior? We do not have a leader, but by and large it is the collective thought that is at work here. Lava, we call it. Say that again? Thought is lava? That's right, a state of mind, an image, a desire. Do you all work with such great delight, everybody smiling, everybody with such sparkling eyes, everybody so cheerful? Yes, our life is like that, since we are doing what we want to be doing, what we can, and doing what we love to do. You said each stone has its own pulse and rhythm. Yes, and this pulse beats once a day, just once. It is like that with all stones, or do some beat twice a day? Every stone pulse beats once a day. Doesn't it seem to you that your mansion is something like a temple? A temple is not a form, but a state of mind. For example, the cupolas, they simply help you access a particular state of mind. The form is molded by feeling, and it is not by chance that the form of the cupola or hipped roof came to us. They represent our aspirations for heaven and the descent of heavenly grace. This building, where every stone is laid with a good thought, is able to heal, of course. And does it heal? Yes, it does. I couldn't help looking at the girls attaching the river pebble ornamental designs on the walls of the upper room. The girls were dressed in very plain, unsophisticated attire. They were beautiful, only with an unusual kind of beauty, I thought to myself. Where do we go to meet our future wives? To dance halls? Where do they go? No, it's where do we go? Okay. To dance halls, parties, and resorts, eh? We see our future wives all made up of wearing the latest fashions, luring us with their slender legs and other charms of their figure. All this is what we marry, and then later, when the makeup is rubbed off, you look, and there you see sitting before you a kikamora, and, looking like a kikamora, grumbling away and demanding attention and love. What happiness is there in living your whole life with a kikamora? And there is more to talk about with her, and then she demands you support her financially too. And what is there to talk about with her? And of course she demands financially. Oh, what rotten luck. But just maybe we get what we deserve. Of course we get what we deserve. You have to be a complete idiot to marry makeup and long legs. But some of us are lucky. Some of us end up marrying well. These girls here, the ones sticking the ornamental stones on the wall, they will be able to build a beautiful house and to cook meals with love. They know all sorts of foreign languages. They're wise, smart, beautiful. And when they grow up, they'll become still more beautiful, even without cosmetics. Naturally, many will want to take them to wife, but who will they agree to marry? This was the question we put to these beautiful little girls wearing their plain clothing. Sorry, I need to adjust myself now. There's always something, eh? Just not comfortable where I am. Wow. Don't give me that look, pal. Okay. Tell me, who would you like to marry? What kind of husband would you like? What quality should he have? And right away, without hesitation, the first girl responded, kindness, patience, and he should be a man who loves his motherland, a man with honor and dignity. And what is honor in your view? For me, honor can be summed up in one saying, I have the honor of being Russian. And what constitutes a Russian man? It is a man who loves his motherland. First and foremost, it is one who stands up for her and never fails her. Not for a moment, not even the most difficult moment, he feels himself a part of Russia. And your children will live for the motherland? Yes. And that means your husband must share his view as well. Yes. The second girl answered the questions as follows. He should be a man capable of giving light and warmth to other people. If he radiates light and warmth, it will be good for those around him and our family too. A man rich in spirit, healthy in spirit, and this can't be compared with any other kind of riches. The littlest girl wasn't asking any questions while the camera was running, but later I put the same query to her and got the following response. Maybe all the best men will get married while I am growing up, but my husband will still be very good, kind, and happy. I shall make him that way. I shall help him the way Anastasia does. And I saw and realized that Anastasia was sharing her abilities with these children. Why with the children of Schnitten School? Because academic Mikhail is himself a great magician, one who has created and continued to create a big space of love, and it will continue to grow even bigger. Right now, these girls are little Anastasias with their light brown braids, but they will grow up. They will spread across the earth, creating oases like this one, until the whole earth is filled with them. As I was standing there in the upper room on the second story of this extraordinary mansion, examining the ornamental designs and drawings executed by the child's hands, through more reminiscent of the art of the old masters, I had the impression of being the greatest, brightest, and most welcoming temple on earth. This was probably because the amount of bright energy to this mansion, every millimeter of which had been lovingly caressed by child's hands, was infinitely greater than in many religious temples. And then I had another thought come to me. Here we'll continue to go about restoring ruined church and monasteries using modern technology and reinforced concrete construction. Not such a difficult thing to do, really. And then we'll come to these temples with the feeling that we have done our duty and begin asking, Lord, bless our work. But no blessings will be received, because during this time God will be concentrating his attention on the children's constructing this extraordinary temple building, and he will be concerned that they will run out of cement and not have enough bricks and boards for the floor, and God will lovingly bless all those who help them. And I couldn't resist the temptation to show the world these little shoots. I couldn't resist doing what Anastasia was afraid of, and this is how it happened. I was walking down the aisle between rows of kitchen tables, set up outdoors for children to work at, when I suddenly felt a soft warmth in my body, as though someone was training a heat reflection on me. The sensation of warmth was similar to that emitted by Anastasia when she concentrated her gaze on a person. Only this time it was considerably weaker. In any case, I stopped and looked in the direction of warmth appeared to be coming from. An 11-year-old girl, winnowed rice at a distant table, was looking at me and smiling. I went over and sat down beside her. Up close I could see her eyes sparkling with a fiery blue light, and I began to feel an even greater sensation of warmth. I asked her name. Hello, she replied. My name is Nastya. So, you have the ability to warm someone with your gaze like Anastasia. Did you feel it? Yes, I did. Little Nastya indeed had Anastasia's ability to warm a person's body with her gaze, although not to the same extent. Mathaila, the actress, came and sat down with us, and the cameraman began shooting. With no trace of embarrassment and without interrupting her work, Nastya started answering our questions. Where do you get your knowledge and abilities from? From the stars. And what have you learned through your communication with Anastasia in Siberia? I learned how very important it is to understand and love our motherland. Why is it so important? Because our motherland is what has been created by our forebears, both distant and close. Who are your parents? Where does your father work? My papa is a school teacher. It's nice in the school where he works too, but here it's better. Here you are all living as a single, friendly, happy family. Have you forgotten about your parents? On the contrary, we love our parents more and more. We send them good thoughts so they can live well too. The camera was running, and I very much wanted Nastya to show the skeptics her amazing gaze, and so I asked her, Nastya, can you show many people how to warm someone with your gaze? See the camera? Look straight into the lens and show your warmth with everyone. Share your warmth with everyone who will see this. To warm everybody at once, that's really hard. I might not be able to do it, but I did it one time. At the end of the Project Camelot interview. But I kept on insisting. I repeated my request, and exactly the same thing started happening with Nastya as happened with Anastasia back in the forest, when she tried to save with her ray at a distance a man and a woman from being tortured by bandits. I described the scene in my first book. Back then, Anastasia had initially expressed reservations. It was not within my power, she had said. Everything has been, so to speak, programmed in advance, but not by me. I cannot interfere directly. They have the upper hand right now. And yet, after my repeated request, she did what I asked her to do. She did it, knowing full well that she might die in the process. And after my persistent pleading, little Nastya attempted to do my bidding. Twice in a row, without exhaling, she inhaled air, closed her eyes for a few moments, and then began to calmly look straight into the camera lens. The astonished cameraman fell silent, and then all of a sudden Natalia tore off her kerchief and put it over Nastya's eyes. She was the first to notice how her body had begun to vibrate and her face had turned pale. I realized I should not have persisted with my request. There was no point in wasting energy on unbelievers. It would only intensify their anger and resistance. The grown-up visitors could not resist the impulse to touch the children. They touched them, hugged them, and patted them as though they were kittens. And why had I brought along a whole group of these grown-ups? After all, I was aware that this school receives visits of all sorts of committees and delegations, and even individuals come to have a look and satisfy their curiosity and tune into the grace emanating from its inhabitants. And they do not come and tune in and take away, but they do not make any contributions of their own. Perhaps Anastasia was right when she said, in trying to gain the grace of a holy place, think what you might offer in return, and if you have not learnt to emit light yourself, then why take it and bury it yourself, as though in a grave? I too had come to a school more out of curiosity than anything else. It was thanks to Anastasia that I had been so graciously received by academic Schnitten, and the children had prepared a feast for me and my whole entourage. And it was far more than food that we took away from the table. The sparkle in the children's bright eyes gave us an infinitely more, and what were we to give them in return? What were we to give them in return? Okay, why can't I read suddenly? Patronizing pat on the head. I was so angry with myself that I withdrew from the group and went off on my own to think. All of a sudden I became aware of the two girls whose acquaintances I had made, Lena and Nastya, standing at my side. Just relax, Nastya said quietly. Grown-ups are always that way. They want to pat our heads and give us a hug. They think hugging is the most important thing, and you've been on pins and needles the whole day. Come along with us to our glade, and we'll tell you about Anastasia. I know that space. She is right where she is right now. When we arrived at the glade, the cameraman who had joined us proposed, let's get another interview with the girls. We'll get some excellent shots here. Look what a splendid landscape there is, and no one's around to bother us. Maybe not, I hesitated. We're probably tiring them out and already with so much questioning. But still, they'll be delighted to talk with you. They don't really like visitors and journalists coming around here. We've had a golden opportunity under our noses. It's It'll be a shame to let it slip by. Please understand my professional interest. I grabbed the microphone and told the girls, "We have to do another interview with you. I'll be asking some questions and you answer them. Is that okay with you?" "If you need to, go ahead and ask," replied Lena, and Anastasia added, of course, we'll be happy to answer." The girls took up a position right beside us and straightened their long brown braids. They looked me straight in the eye, waiting for my first question. After two rather trite questions, I fell silent, suddenly realizing that these were the type of hackneyed, stereotyped questions they got from all the grown-up visitor committee joint members and journalists, whereas in fact they were capable of answering questions on themes most adults have never even had cross their minds in their whole lifetime. A Cossack hetman was right when he said, "My son's been studying here only 3 months, and I already feel there's a lot more I need to become aware of myself, and quickly, or I'm going to look positively stupid next to him." In any case, aren't we talking down to the children with our immature questions, inadvertently implying they're not capable of responding to anything more? I stood silently before these girls, holding the microphone in my hand, and I saw on their faces how concerned they were for me. They realized I had lost my train of thought and didn't know what I should talk about with and didn't know what I should talk with them about. I admitted as much to them. I really don't know what to talk to you about, or even what questions I should be asking." And then ensued an utterly comic situation. Here we were, the cameraman and I, stout grown-up fellows, and there in front of us were these two young girls, enthusiastically giving each other support without a second hesitation, explaining to us how to do an interview, how to make conversation with another human being. "Just relax," they insisted. "You've got to learn how to relax. The most important thing is to be sincere and talk about anything you're concerned about. Don't think about us. Of course you should think about any other person, right? The person you're talking with, but you don't need to think about us if you find that too hard. Just relax. Just ask your questions from the heart. We'll be able to answer. Don't worry about us. As long as you're having trouble, let us tell you something ourselves." The girls were walking around the meadow, smiling, feeling the blades of grass, and talking. The depth of their understanding of the universe, the purity emanated from their heart, their eyes sparkling with kindness, literally immersed us in a sense of peace and confidence. The cameraman shot from a distance, not bothering to attempt switching camera angles. Later, I would spend hours watching and re-watching the videotape. Natalia subsequently gave to me. I would be fascinated by these little charmers with their light brown braids walking down the glade. They will grow up. There are 300 of them at the school. I am writing about this school not to prove anything to anyone, but to gladden the hearts of those who have come to feel and understand Anastasia through my books. If anyone feels irritated by what I write and how I write, they need not read my books at all. I have already had my fill of criticism over my writing style, my grammatical mistakes, and the suggestion of a commercial ulterior motive. In any case, I'm still working on my next book. If you don't like my books, don't bother reading the next one. The events it's described are even more penetrating than the ones recorded in the volumes to date, and my style is getting better, but not by very much. Both the contents and the style could make you quite distraught. Chapter 18. Academian Schmedian. Academian Schmedian. Who is he? We are accustomed to describing a person through the biological outline, his record of service, the titles bestowed upon him, but in the present instance all that would be meaningless. In the Bible it says, "By their fruits ye shall know them." Academian Schmedian. Fruits are the happy, beaming faces of the children studying his school. Oh, wait. Wait, did I? Oh, I'm reading it wrong. Okay, it's not Academian Schmedian. It's Academian Scheeptinen. It's the name of the guy who created the school. Oh man, that is embarrassing. My brain just thinks it knows. or tries to read it phonetically. I don't know what's doing there. But anyway, so this academian fruits are happy, beaming faces of the children studying at his school along with those of their parents. Then, who is he? Natalia is not only an award-winning Russian actress, she's also a member of the board of International Robotic Foundation, a UN a UN non-governmental organization, she told me. Uh-oh. I have talked with many famous preachers and teachers in various countries of the world, but I have never been so impressed as here. We may well have come into contact with a great Vedun. I say Vedun not because of his acquaintance with the old Vedic scriptures, but because he knows what many of us don't. I should also like to record my impressions from my meetings with Mikhail, Mikhail Petrovich Schneeten. But I am not a specialist in the education field, hence my terminology may not be all that accurate, so I shall try to reproduce his own words as faithfully as possible. At one point, I was walking down the corridor of the school building along with Natalia, her cameraman, and Mikhail. We came to a spacious hall opening onto the corridor where a number of tables had been set up. At these sat children of various ages, all intensely engaged in some kind of mysterious project, from which neither our presence nor what at the video camera could distract them. From time to time, one or another of the children would get up and go off somewhere, and then come back again. Sometimes they would go over to examine numbers on bulletin board hanging on the wall. At other times they would thoughtfully pace around the room. Some of them were talking amongst themselves, arguing or explaining things to each other. Mikhail, what is going on? Asked Natalia. Another reason I read it wrong is because I try to skim over names and try to find the easiest way to say it, maybe just the first name, because he goes and uses sometimes 3 names for them, and I can't read these Russian names, so when I had to, I missed it. Anyway, they're discussing, here, you are basically witnessing attempts to establish contact. If the contact is successful, the children will be able to master the 10-year school math program in just 1 year. That is their assignment. It will happen when the children are able to make contact with those who possess similar knowledge, and the degree of openness in their relationship is important. The field elements will then be able to share information with each other. You're familiar with the observation made by simple folk, love at first sight, when people in love catch each other's meaning with hardly a word between them. You haven't even opened your mouth, and he's already got it. You can see the whole point here is to make the children feel free and unencumbered. This is a place where they can ask any questions, get up and come and go as they please. Maintaining relationships is the important thing. Working on a relationship is not only very important for the children, but also for the ones organizing the activities. So we take off the brakes, so to speak. We refrain from focusing on age. Over there, right next to 15-year-old Ivan, is sitting 10-year-old Masha. We also have a university student named Sergey, who's actually finishing university this year. And how old is he? He'll turn 18 this year. And he's finishing university at 17? 17 in this generation, but we generally try not to refer to the notion of age. That's a very important point. If you will notice here, the teachers tend to blend in with the pupils. True, it's rather a special group. The ones you see here are those that weren't able to participate in the construction, and they have quite a task ahead of them. Assimilating the 10-year school math course, so they in turn will be able to share their knowledge with those who are currently occupied in the construction, and it will all come about because what is germinating in them is a system of interdependent interrogation elements. Our collective ancestral memory has knowledge of the laws of the cosmos as well as techniques for living in cosmic space. So it's very important to reject any suggestion that there is something they don't know. If one of those doing the explaining entertains such a thought, his pupil will not know it. The explainer's basic task is to enter into a relationship with his pupils, focusing on solving problems. Then the learning process takes place all by itself, so as not to distract them with attention to the actual learning or memorization. The thought of somebody out there teaching has to be rejected, As they work together, the consciousness of a divided line between teacher and pupil is obliterated. The solving process brings with it the necessary knowledge and what actually takes place in the recalling of things forgotten. This is the reflex arc, as in the Pavlov stimulus reaction. When necessary, I decide. It's very important that what they do should have a direct effect on people around them, and now they are studying not for themselves. That is very important. They are concerned about how to share what they are learning with others. Marks aren't important to them. They know that in a few days they will have to explain it all to someone else. They have been entrusted with the beginning of the learning process. Each pupil you see here has been assigned a group. He observed how his designated pupils work in the construction and watches to see what members of his group do not fall behind their schoolmates. Considerable emphasis is laid on motivation, the idea of service to others, and if they learn anything, they learn to understand the soul, the aspiration, the thoughts of another individual. It's not the mathematics that's important here, but rather man's learning mathematics. Not math for its own sake, but math for the sake of progress towards truth. And the more powerful this for the sake of motive is, the more successful will be one's immersion into a field of knowledge. It is important to be in an atmosphere of sincerity with no feeling of being offended or irritated. That's wrong is a phrase we never use. In the old Russian language, there is no stoppage of motion and no bad words. In ancient times, people, no matter what their ethnic affiliation, never used a bad word in reference to anything. It simply doesn't exist, so why pay attention to it? What is bad does not exist. If you find yourself at a dead end, then the words you would use to get out of that dead end would be phrased like turn right, turn left, climb up, hinting at which way one should go, but not snapping. You're standing the wrong way. Today, Russophobes commit sacrilege by saying, speak Russian, when they actually mean cursing. That is not Russian at all. Cabez has a very succinct expression of this thought. From our Slav forebears, we have heard missed happenings of great dimension. They paid a language of phrase, word, a special homage and attention. That is true. So people who work with them should have a deep vocabulary range, which exclude through distracting incidental words. Words warmed by feeling have special significance. Truth, their legacy, is all spiritual. The child must be enrolled in a natural cosmic process, eternal self-reproduction. Then you have given the child eternity, the joy of life, real existence, not just illusionary forms like, see here, son, I brought you a shirt and trousers and shoes, now I can die. But what have you really given your son? Your gifts, after all, won't last more than a single season. If only you had given your son your good name, your honor, your work, your fields, your friends, a flourishing people. If you had given him an understanding of the truth of being and the life of wisdom, then you could say, son, I have given you the most important things. You will be happy. You will buy shirts and build houses. You know now how it is done. Listening to the academician Schnitten speak and observing his interactions with the children, I noticed that they were very much like what Anastasia had said about children, and I wondered how could a lonely Siberian recluse and this gray-haired academic think so much alike, almost identically, in fact. And come to think of it, why is he talking with me at all? Why did he receive me so warmly, even setting the table and offering me a meal? He's taken me around the school, shown me everything. Why? What kind of education expert am I? I'm nobody. One who used to get pretty poor marks in school, but of course Anastasia somehow been at it again. Of course it was only thanks to Anastasia that I ended up at Schnitten School in the first place, but he and I didn't talk about her. We talked about all sorts of other things, everyday things. Each time I visited, we would walk around and see how the construction of his usual temple buildings was progressing. As for my book, he said seriously, it's very accurate, and that was it. A few days after my first visit, after the day I had come with a group of conference participants and had shown them Anastasia, asking her to warm everybody with her gaze, The following incident occurred. Mikkel and I were walking along one of the school corridors, and I was keeping my eye peeled for her. I searched for her in the way people intuitively search for a source which emits light. Nastasia's light has gone out, Schnitten said, all of a sudden. Right now, I'm in the process of restoring her strength. It's coming along, but slowly. She'll need some time to fully recover. What do you mean? It's gone out. Why? She's so strong, lass. What happened? Yes, she is strong, but she had a powerful emotional outburst. I stood there in Schnitten's office, angry and irritated at myself. Why had I done such a thing? For just whose benefit was I trying to prove something? I had utterly failed to heed Anastasia's warning. Neither my appearance in the flesh nor any miracle performed in public will pour the light of faith into the faithless. They will only exacerbate the feelings of irritation on part of those who do not like someone else's perception of the world. That's enough, I thought to myself. I shall no longer try to show people I shan't write any more. That's it. Look what a mess I've made with my writing. I was thinking this to myself, but then Schnitten suddenly said out loud, You shouldn't stop writing, Vladimir. Then he came over to me, placing his hand on my shoulder and looking me straight in the eye, began vocalizing a tune. I could hear how easily he took the high notes, but even more amazing was the fact that the melody he was vocalizing was very similar to the one Anastasia had sung for me in the Tayega. As I made my way back to the main door, I passed the same hall where the pupils were still scurrying about. There was Nastia sitting on a chair. I went over to her. She got up, raised her head, and her rather weary-looking eyes brightened in a second, emitting light and warmth with her sparkle. I realized now that she was giving of her energy and warmth to others. She was giving her all, without reservation, to help that other Anastasia, the one in Siberia, fulfill her dream, for it had now become their shared dream. So what was going on here? What was the force behind the dream? Why were they, with complete self-sacrifice in the child's gaze, is it possible to become worthy, even partially worthy, of such a gaze during a single lifetime? I wondered aloud, and I said, Well, hello, Anastasia. And to myself, You don't have to. Nastia, thank you, forgive me. I'll see you out, the girl offed. Lena and I will go with you to your car. As we drove off, I kept looking behind me until the car rounded a corner, watching the little fingers standing there at the end of the road by the mansion under a lamp-post. As they got smaller and smaller, they weren't waving their arms in their usual sign of farewell. Each of them held one hand, raising in the air, palm outturned in the direction of departing vehicle. I knew that this meant, Schnitten had explained it to me earlier, it signified, We send you our rays of good. May they follow you wherever you go. And once more I felt fired up with the thought, What do I need to accomplish to become worthy of your rays? Chapter 19. Chapter 19. What to agree with and what to believe. My meeting with Mikkel and my acquaintances with his amazing school took place after my second visit to Anastasia. After seeing the school, I have virtually no lingering doubts about Anastasia's pronouncements on raising children, or about the way she communicated with our son. But back there in the Tayega, everything within me had rebelled against her. I didn't want to believe her, at least not everything she said. As I write these lines, I can hear many readers saying either aloud or to themselves, Come on, how can he possibly doubt? After all, there have been so many times he was obliged to concede that she was right, and still he carries on like an idiot, unable to perceive a new phenomenon. My daughter Polina sent me a videocassette from one of the readers' conferences. I watched as a scholar from Novosibirsk by the name of, we don't need to know the name, declared right from the podium, Megri is incapable of fully grasping what Anastasia says. He hasn't the brains for it. I do not feel offended by him. On the contrary, his whole talk was most interesting. The audience listened with bated breath. And thanks to him, I have been able to comprehend that Anastasia is an essence, a self-sufficient substance. I myself have no expertise in such matters. I've been involved in completely different lines of work, but what about all those who are into studying nature or children? Why have they been keeping so quiet, barely uttering a peep about what they know, and even children on their letters to me tell me I should be more attentive to what Anastasia says and does. But I can respectfully assure my readers that I have indeed become much more attentive to her. Nevertheless, I cannot refrain from arguing with her or from doubting. I cannot refrain, since I am unwilling to admit that I, or the whole society, are complete idiots, and I'm unwilling to believe that we are headed down a path of degeneration. Sorry, I spilt my drink and it distracted me, and a truck went by and made noise. And it should be okay now. And I am trying to find at least some justification for our actions, or some reason for saying her worldview is not applicable to our modern way of life, and I shall go on trying as long as I have the strength to do so. After all, if I didn't, I wouldn't have to own up to not only the fact that she is right, but also to the terrifying situation you and I find ourselves in today, and if we are going to admit the existence of a hell, then we ourselves are paving the road to that hell. Let's just take, for example, the matter of child raising. I'm speaking not just for myself, but for all others in the same boat, and I think there are quite a few of us. I was an average pupil in school. My father punished me every time I got a poor mark. It wasn't just a matter of keeping me from playing outdoors with other kids or buying some toy. It was more severe than that. And all this struck fear into me, a fear greater than the strap. I was always in fear of something bigger, and every time I stepped up to the chalkboard, it was like stepping up to a scaffold, and I used to tear pages out of my, school textbook. What to agree and what to believe. Marvelous scholars still ringing, the textbooks and notebooks are singing. So fast and fleeting alack, no one now can bring them back. Will they then vanish without any trace? No one can ever their memory erase. Marvelous school days. Remember the word that to those songs. They taught us to make us believe how marvelous our school days were. Brainwashing. But we also remember, especially us average age kids, and we're the majority after all, how glad we were that to chuck those hated school books aside just as soon as the summer holidays began. And just how marvelous can school days be for a child who has a psychological need to move around, when here he's required to sit a whole lot 45 minutes in a prescribed pose, arms neatly folded at his desk without hardly moving a muscle. Sure, the slow and sluggish types can take it, but what about the child who is agile, temperamental, and impulsive by nature? But under the one-size-fits-all approach, it's as though everybody were robbed, no individuality. Sit there or else, the child is told, and the little fellow sits there trying to endure the 45 minutes, and then after 10-minute break, another 45, then a month, a year, 10 years, and the only way out is to give in. Most importantly, to resign himself to the fact that he will have to keep resigning himself to things his whole life long. He will have to live the way society dictates, marry the way society dictates, and go to war directly the order is given. He must unfailingly believe in anything he is told. People who are willing to resign themselves are very easy to control. Only it's best if they're physically healthy and up to all sorts of tasks. But then they start drinking and taking drugs. But doesn't a man do this to escape, even for a moment? Doesn't he try to escape from his prison of utter subjugation to something his heart and soul cannot possibly comprehend? They don't, in fact, pass all that quickly, those school days. They drag out in torture periods of 45 minutes each. Our great-great-grandfather, and fathers believed. We today believe that that's how it should be, that the child is basically ignorant and that he must be forced into things for his own good. And so today our children, our Vanyas, Kolyas, Sashas, and Mashenkas attend school too. And we today, just like our forefathers centuries ago, believe that we are sending them there for their own good, for knowledge and the truth. This is where we must stop. Let's think seriously about it. Let us remember Russia in the pre-revolutionary days. Our great-grandfathers are sitting at their school desks, not yet grown-up children. They are taught religion history, and what kind of life they are supposed to lead. Those that don't learn by rote or are slow to grasp the proft world view the way they're told to get a sound drubbing on their hands or head from the teacher for their own good. But then the revolution comes along, and all of a sudden adults acknowledge that the schools have been teaching the children is rubbish and brainwashing. Everything old is thrown out of the classroom and the new indoctrination takes its place. Religion is sheer nonsense. Man is evolved from monkeys. Put on red scarves, form up lines, read poetry, and above all, glorify communism. And so the pioneers glorify communism, read poetry at the top of their lungs, and give honor to adults. For our happy children we thank you, our native land. And once more those who don't try hard enough are subjected to deprivations, beatings, and public condemnation. But then in our own era, before our very eyes, all of a sudden new directives are handed down. Take off the red scarves. The red plague overcame us. Communism, that's nothing but terror and hypocrisy. Man from monkeys, sheer rubbish. We have a different progenitor now. The market, democracy, trust. This is truth. Where the truth is and where false dogma is still by no means clear. But children once again are sitting at their desks without so much as a stir, and over by the chalkboard still stands a teacher as strict as can be. For ages children have been under the shadow of a spiritual sadism. Like a ferocious beast, invisible and frightening, it tries to chase each newborn child as quickly as possible into the kind of invisible cage. The beast has some faithful soldier allies. Who are they? Who is spiritually scoffing at our children, scoffing at every man that comes into this world? What is their name, their profession, what? Can we simply accept that their name is school teacher or parent? An educated parent, perhaps? There's no way I can accept that right off. What about you? Today in Russia, teachers are not being paid their wages in time. The teachers are on strike. They won't teach the children, they say. Tell me, is it good or bad when someone is not paid the wages owed to them? Of course it's bad. After all, people need something to live on. But what if there are actually spiritual sadists among those on strike? Now tell me, is it good or bad not to give money to those who scoff at your child? Anyway, the teacher strikes gave me pause for some rather interesting reflection. Right now, all the major cities have private schools whose organizers select the most talented teachers and pay them a decent wage, in the neighborhood of twice what they would get in regular schools. Not all parents manage to get their children into private school, even if they have enough to pay for the tuition, simply because there are not enough private schools to go around. And why aren't there enough? The answer is simple. Because there aren't enough good teachers. The founders of private schools can't find them. Another question, if they can't find teachers even at a good salary, who are all those people on strike? Now, there's a question for you, only please believe me, I am in no way wishing out of the whole cross-section of our society to point the finger at teachers alone. When I speak about them, I'm including myself too. After all, I'm one of them. I too, after all, as a parent, made my daughter study what she was taught in school, and when Petroska came along, I asked her, "What is your teacher telling you about in history now?" Only to hear in reply, "The teacher talks, but it's like he isn't saying anything." And what could I say to my daughter about that? So I simply advised her, well, don't go philosophizing about it, just get on with your studies. Today we have strikes, but it's only the teachers. Doctors are on strike, so are miners, so are academics, researchers. The strike write on their placard, "Down with the government. Down with the president." It's all quite logical according to the strikers. After all, if there's no pay, it means the authorities are not carrying out their duties. Everything on their demand seems logical to us today, but what about tomorrow? Again, a question to be answered. Perhaps it'll come out tomorrow about the government and the president have been standing on the bright side all along, saving the whole earth from invaders and vampires, perhaps against their will, unwittingly risking loss of power under a hail of malevolence by their refusal to give money to sadists and destroyers of people's souls and bodies, as well as the earth, and yet the latter have hysterically portrayed themselves as martyrs in the public eye. Today it's martyrs in the context of today's positions and dogma, but tomorrow there will be a different dogma, and who will be portrayed at what is not yet clear, Anastasia says. Everybody is choosing an unreliable path for themselves. They always get what is coming to them, not in the next life, but in this one. But with the dawn of each new day, each one of us is given the opportunity to determine whether their path is true or not, and the choice is up to you. You are free to choose which path to take. You are man. Become consciously aware of what you really are. You are man, born to be in paradise. I asked her, "Where is it? What paradise? Who's been leading us into some kind of swamp?" And she replied, "Man creates everything for himself. Just try to fathom what she said next. She was affirming that, after all, that the time has now come for the speeding up of some kind of process in the universe, and those whose way of life does not correspond to the natural laws of being will be subjected to trials, at first in the most ordinary way, clear and understandable, and these trials will serve as a good sign for becoming consciously aware of their actions and the path they are following. For those who don't manage to do this, more trouble will ensue, and then they will have to forsake life in order to be regenerated as healthy beings, but only after 9,000 years. And it turns out, according to her, that miners tearing open the veins of the earth, modern medical doctors thrusting themselves into genetic engineering, scientists inventing deadly products, all these have already been shown the first sign in the form of their rejection by society and their failures to achieve financial peace of mind. Those of them who possess material goods today suffer even more from lack of moral satisfaction, as they are subconsciously aware of how harmful their activity is and how it is bringing no real good to anyone. I tried to object, arguing that coal is needed for factories, but she countered. What factories? The ones that smoke and burn up the air, intended for man to breathe and to turn out steel to make machine guns and bullets? In other words, she maintains that the system we have created to provide artificial conditions for life is so imperfect that all its present achievements will result in terrible cataclysms. The ground that has been dug up beneath our large cities, where natural underground streams and pure springs welling up from the depth of the earth have been replaced by systems of pipes and taps, is unable to restore itself, and it's rotting away, bringing this rot along with the water into everyone's taps. Anastasia went on. The time will come when mankind will understand. The most important scientists will come and pay a visit to the grandmother in our plot of land. Famished, they will ask her to give them a tomato for something to eat. The scientists and their illusionary creations are not needed by that grandmother today. She knows nothing of them herself, nor does she want to know. She lives a quiet life without the scientists' help, while they cannot live without her. They inhabit a world of fruitless illusions, leading nowhere. She is with the natural earth and the whole universe. The universe needs her. It does not need them. I tried to object that, if we don't produce weapons but only take care of the land, we'll become weak and risk being easily conquered by technologically advanced powers that do not have weapons. They are having a problem protecting themselves from their own weapons. Ooh. They are having a problem protecting themselves from their own weapons, replied Anastasia, and from the social cataclysms those weapons engender. Sure, I said, they will abandon everything and come after our grandmothers on their plots of land, come after your Dashniks with their machine guns, and our grandmothers will have no machine guns of their own to fight back. But they won't get that far. What do you think? Will they not fight to the death among themselves over our grandmothers? So there you have it. If we're not going to argue with Anastasia and simply trust what she says, then we have to admit to ourselves that we are complete idiots. Nothing but fruit-hungry worms. That's not something we're willing to own up to. So, not understanding, perhaps everything in Anastasia, I am trying to find at least some sort of justification of what we have been creating in our world, and should I not be able to find any reasonable justification, should I be obliged to admit that the path we are following is completely unattainable, unattainable then? And what then? Let's think about it a bit. Perhaps we should give our children the freedom to grow up without our dogma, and then ask the children where and which we should go. Anastasia talks about how children whom we have not corrupted spiritually will find the way to winning salvation for both themselves and us, or rather to attain the paradise given us right from the beginning. It turns out everything in our world is simple, yet not so simple. Why? Tell me. Why not extend the experience of academician scholars to other places? Why not set up at least one such school in every major city? Well, it's not all that simple, it turns out. I asked this guy, which I'm not going to pronounce his name, to set up such a school in Novosburg, and he agreed. But who's going to provide this space? A good question, I asked him. And what if people can be found in other cities to set up a foundation? Would you be able to organize at least one such school in various cities? I would. I am. Shh. It's impossible to settle everything right away, Vladimir. Why? We shan't be able to find that many teachers for all the schools. You will now. And again the thought, what's this about there not being enough teachers? Who are all those people out on strike? Academician school is a regular government-supported institution. It's not a private school. It comes under the Ministry of Education in the Russian Federation and does not charge tuition fees. But why is it located far away in the mountains and in a ravine? Why? And why was there an attempt on Academician Shinton's life? And why was his brother killed? And why do the Cossacks help guard the school? And who doesn't like this school? Who is interfering with? Who is it interfering with? I was invited to a meeting with the Education Committee of the State of Duma. Officials there had read the first two books, Anastasia, The Ringing Cedars of Russia, and there were people on the Duma Education Committee who shared and understood Anastasia's views. Good people, I told them about Shinton, and they knew him very well and have great respect for him. Then what's the problem? I asked. Why is nothing changing in the education system in this country? Children are suffering as they did before. Every time they step up to the chalkboard, it's like going to the scaffold, and they still sit at their desks without stirring. I was saddened by their response, which unfortunately has tragic consequences for those who are still children today. Paradoxically, it is the teachers themselves who have turned out to be insurmountable barriers, as I heard and understood this gruesome reply. What would become, tell me, of the whole raft of academic titles and degrees, the countless dissertations on the subject of child raising? What would become of our research institutes? After all, they've worked out the whole system. The machinery has been set in motion, and its flywheel can't be stopped with the wave of a wand. Anyone who has defended a doctoral thesis, especially one who has achieved professional rank, is going to stick as hard as he can to his own views. I also learned how a woman member of the Duma laminated after visiting Shinton school. I don't understand anything. What's going on in that school? It's quite out of the ordinary, something like a sect. I wasn't aware of the specific meaning of the word sect. Later I looked up the definition in the dictionary, which reads as follows. It means, in Latin, secta, teaching, movement, school, or a religious community or group which has cut itself off from the prevailing church, or an isolated group of people absorbed in their own narrow group interests. It is not clear in what sense the Duma member was using the word, but I feel neither definition is really applicable to the Shinton school, and if it has indeed cut itself off, has it cut itself off from the good or the bad? I think if it has cut itself off at all, then it has detached itself from the sadistic treatment of children. As for the Duma, as long as its members make such statements, I have nothing to say. Let readers themselves consider whether, in what measure, the second definition quoted above applies to certain factions in the Duma. An isolated group of people absorbed in their own narrow group interests. Does this mean that they are a sect? Shinton was shot at, but he's a man. Now the Cossacks perhaps will help to some degree. And Anastasia promised to protect the new shoots. Now I realize it would be better for her not to come out of her taiga, at least for the time being. If she were just slightly more aggressive, she could easily zap dissertation, academic titles, and all sorts of rot with her ray. But no way. A gentler approach, she says, is needed. People's consciousness needs changing. Anyway, here I have gone and written down my thoughts about child raising in our modern schools, only they've come out rather chaotic, not very sincere. Not very sincere, since if I were to describe how I really feel about our schools, I'd have to resort to some pretty foul language. But my style of writing has somehow changed after my talks with Anastasia. There are a lot of words that simply wouldn't fit in. I would still like to say a word to all those teachers who have been able, in spite of the system, to impact to their children even a smidgen of good, and Snyton says, enroll them in the natural cosmic process. Thank you, along with my deepest respect. And there is another thing I have learned from what Anastasia says about child raising, namely that the first and foremost comes the conscious awareness of the child as an individual. By comparison with us adult youngsters are, of course, physically weaker, but at the same time immeasurably kinder than we are in sullied, not bound by dogma. And before we go filling children's heads with any kind of moralizing, we need to understand something about the world ourselves. We need to think things through ourselves, and to forget about somebody else's dogma, at least for a time. As for the entrepreneurs, we too have to somehow seek out teachers in each city, help create a foundation for the school where we shall be teaching our children and grandchildren. Chapter 20. Mediums. Day after day, my stay in the taiga goes by, and I can't find any particular activity for myself. Anastasia keeps running off, still tending to her own affairs. Our son, even though he is still quite little, splendidly copes with everything through the help of his nannies of the wild. It's a strange turn of events, as though humanity has thought up so many activities simply to give it the feeling that it is doing something. And out here, all you do is go for walks in the forest and think. So I take walks and I think. Now I've come once more to the lake and sat myself down in my favorite spot by the shore underneath the cedar tree, and I'm looking at the bag of readers' letters and thinking, I better not forget to have Anastasia answer all these questions. As soon as she approaches, I ask her, You see these letters from readers? I've sorted them all out according to the type of questions. There are questions on child raising, various suggestions, questions on different religions, on Russia, purpose, on war. There's poetry and greetings, letters from mediums, you see. Yes, I see. And the first thing I did was ask Anastasia about mediums. There are people who say, in fact, they write in their letters that they communicate with extraterrestrial civilizations, with certain individuals in the past, that they hear different voices, and some record what they hear. They say that they record various kinds of information communicated to them by the supreme mind of the universe. We have books published in huge prints run on channeling, contact through mediums. Blavatsky, for example. There's a woman writer by the name who has written quite a few weighty tomes along these lines. And then there's the Roish, known to a lot of people. They've written books and produced paintings, which have been exhibited in many different countries where their books are read. Ugh. Other people are afraid, terrified when they hear voices. Look, here's a letter from a little girl in a town of Quincy. She has a voice telling her he's a wise teacher and she should listen to him. And the girl is afraid and is asking for help. Are people like this really communicating with someone? And how does it happen? Tell me, Vladimir, what do you consider to be extraterrestrial civilization? Well, I would say the population of some other planet or star, or something invisible existing quite close by. If people can communicate with individuals who lived in the past, it must mean these individuals reside in some kind of invisible world. Every man, Vladimir, is so constructed that he has access to the whole universe, both invisible and visible. Every man may communicate with anything or anyone he wishes. It works pretty much the same as through your radio receiver. There are so many stations broadcasting all kinds of information, out of which the owner of the receiver must select what he is going to listen to. Man is both the receiver and its owner, and which source finds a reception in his thought depends on his conscious awareness, his feelings and purity. As a rule, a man receives directly information he is able to make sense of, understand, and use, and all this must take place calmly and quietly without intrusive attention drawn to greatness. When voices draw attention to their own greatness, they try to appeal to one's sense of self-importance. Look here, I am so great, yet I have chosen only you out of everyone. You shall be my pupil, and you too shall be greater than everyone else. As a rule, this is what you would hear from inferior soulless creatures. They are not granted a bodily existence, so they attempt to oppress the human soul and occupy another's body. They act on man's mind, his sense of self-importance, and his fear of the unknown. It's very important what she's saying. But how do we save ourselves from such creatures? Many readers are asking. These are humans and demons and all kinds of things. Some of them are ETs, like greys and reptilians. But she's going to say, it's very simple. They themselves are cowards, rather primitive cowards at that. You need to give them an ultimatum. Get out of here, and if you do not, I shall burn you with my thought. They know very well that man's thought is many times stronger than they are. Remember that. Another thing you can do is chew a caladine leaf, but first you should put the leaf in the palm of your hand and say to it mentally, "Save me, little leaf, from all impurities." But what if a whole lot of people want to talk with the same source? What happens then? See, a lot of people say in their letters that they talk with you. Is that true? And if so, how do you manage to answer everyone? After all, there are a lot of them, and they all claim that they talk directly with you, and you answer them. Telepathically, of course. Every individual produces their own thoughts, and everyone's thoughts still exist. They do not simply disappear into oblivion. What you and I think also exists in space. My dream is there too, and my thoughts, and everyone who wishes to can hear them. Many can hear them at the same time. It is only a question of the degree of distortion the receiver is capable of permitting. What do you mean by distortion? What determines that? It is determined by the purity of the receiver. Imagine, Vladimir, that you are hearing someone speak over an ordinary receiver, but instead of distinct words, you get interference and static, and you do not know what some of the words are, and the concepts behind them are unclear. What do you do then? Well, then I try to guess that what words might fit into the gaps, where I don't understand. Exactly. But a word you put in might change or detract from the original thought being conveyed by the sound, or could even turn it into the opposite direction. Only one's own purity is capable of hearing truth undistorted, and if they are insufficient, your tuning and your purity, that is, then you should not blame the source. In your material life, in your world, there are a multitude of sources of sound on all sides, all of them claiming to be truth and trying to control your mind and will to make your life suit their own purpose. But you are free to listen to them or not to listen. You are free to decide with nobody to blame but yourself. Let's say that's true, I observe, but what if there is some kind of question for which there is no answer in all the universe? Let's say you're asked a question, you don't have any thoughts out in space on that subject to respond to that question, and you yourself haven't produced any thoughts in response to that question. What then? Wow, Vladimir. A question for which there is no answer in the universe will immediately speed up the evolution of everything. Like a flashball, bright and clear as a bell, it will reach into all corners of the universe, and everything will be set in motion as well. There will be a rejoining of opposites, an answer will be born, and it will be heard. So that means right off you'll hear the question and glimpse the one who's asking it. Just like everyone else, I too shall hear it right off, but unfortunately for centuries people have been asking the same questions over and over again. There are answers to them, but not many people who hear those answers. But how can I tell what's what? How can I tell when the source is communicating truth, or rather than when truth is being perceived without interference? After all, there's no crackling sound in one's ear when we hear something externally, and you say that the answer is born, as it were, in the form of our own thoughts we produce ourselves. But what helps us tell whether the voice we hear is good voice or no? After all, everyone that hears voices thinks they are listening only to the Supreme Mind. It is when you hear more than just words, when suddenly there is a flash of feeling or emotion in the soul, and tears of joy in your eyes, and when sensations of warmth and fragrance and sounds are born in you, when you feel within yourself the impulse or urge to co-create and a thirst for purification, you may be sure that you are clearly hearing the thoughts of light. When it is simply cold information that comes in an order or a command, even one that talks about good, perhaps it seems wise, even very wise, and the originating source claims to be supreme and very powerful. Know this. It is not good that is hiding behind good, but an entity not accorded a place in perfection that is trying to persuade you to follow it for its own purpose. I'm going to drink a little bit for chapter 21. I think it's the last chapter. Or second last. Should we all go live in the forest? Anastasia, here's another issue. Some readers want to live the way you do in the taiga. Several are trying to come to see you and are asking directions. Others want to organize settlements in the taiga, and they are sending in their proposals to the Moscow Research Center as to how to do this. Besides, I've read that there are already settlements like this elsewhere in the world, where people leave their homes in the city and settle in communities in nature. This is happening in India, in America, and also here in Russia, in the Krasnoyarsk, region, for example, and people are asking you the best way to realize their dreams. But why go to another place to live? What do you mean, why? People are leaving the dirty cities where the air quality is poor, where there's a lot of noise and bustle. They are moving to places that are clean and ecologically pure so they can become pure themselves. But back there, where it has become dirty, who is to clean it up? Others? I don't know who, but it is so bad when man has the desire to come. Is it so bad when man has a desire to come and live in a clean place in nature? The desire is a good one. That is not the point. When a person who creates dirt around himself comes to a clean place, he pollutes that place with his very presence. You need to clean up the place you've been polluting first, thereby washing away your sins. So everything starts with a cleanup, eh? And how do you suppose that's all going to happen? Conscious awareness is the point of departure for any venture. The aspiration of one's thoughts finds the most efficient path, just like any stream in nature. It's all happening already in Russia today. Look closely, Vladimir. You will see that the factories that are with their smoking chimneys are not doing very well. That is not by chance. It did not simply happen that way all by itself. Another thing, there is less and less money for the nation's army force. But the main thing is that you have stopped treating as heroes people whom it would not be a sin to call vandals, people who have polluted the earth by their actions. There is no need to give life, to go live in the forest. The space of the forest will not be quick to accept newcomers, and will take a long time examining their motives, habits, and way of life. After all, the place where you were living, the place where you are living now, all that was once a forest too, planted by the Creator, and what has become of this beneficial oasis of paradise today? People who go live in the forest are no more significant indeed. They are less significant than the dashniks who plant gardens on desolate abandoned land with their own hands. They are known and loved by every blade of grass on their plot, which endeavors to give back to them the warmth of the universe, and the true feelings are to be found in those who themselves have set up this oasis of paradise, giving embodiment to the good in their souls amidst the bustle and the gloom of death. But what then will become of the cities? I queried. Who will maintain those in a state of normalcy? After all, everything in the cities will decompose into a void. Everything will decay and be destroyed. There should not be a sudden transition from one base to another. A gradual movement is needed, and it is already taking place. It is splendid. Obnoxious truck. It is splendid, and it will be even more splendid in the future. Well, Anastasia, you are true to form, just like before. All the dashniks are still your idols. The only thing is, they hardly ever talk about spiritual things, the way a lot of different religious organizations and communities do. Are words needed when their deeds are holy? Anastasia countered. Here are some more letters, I offered. One person has already sent me 5 letters. He claims that he hears voices, and that his dowsing rod tells him you are summoning him to the Taiga, and he is trying to get to you. He threatens me and goes to see Solnitz at the Moscow Research Center. He says we are concealing you from everyone, and demands that we organize a trip for him to come see you in the Taiga, and he's not the only one. How would you answer him? I think you know these people are in love with you. They think they should be with you, doing good deeds together and live together with you in the Taiga. I would respond to everyone who is sincere, thank you for your love, but I have not invited anyone to the Taiga. What would you do here? What could you contribute? If your intentions are good, let them be expressed right there where you are living. Let your love illuminate those living around you. And I was wrong, there's another chapter. Okay, so maybe second last. Chapter 22, the Anastasia Centers. In cities in Russia and even abroad, I told Anastasia, people have already started organizing centers named after you. Let me read to you just one example of the many letters my daughter Paulina has been receiving. She herself has answered a number of them and sent others to me, but I can't possibly reply to them all, and there are some letters I'm not completely sure how to respond to. After all, there are people out there who think these centers represent some kind of sect. Just listen to this letter from one of the centers. How would you respond? I took one of the letters Paulina had forwarded to me, and I read it to Anastasia in full, and here it is. Hi, Paulina. I'm a member of our school's Anastasia Ecological Creativity Center, Valerie whatever. Our center is still quite young. It was set up on the 4th of December, my birthday, but 1997. And it is now in the process of getting established. Its genesis was facilitated by your father's book, for which we are all very grateful to him. Anastasia, like a ray of light in the dark realm, is now bringing together the creative forces of us adults and children who have not lost our creative capacities with the aim of standing up for our honor and dignity. Such people as we aspire to bright ideals and believe that the happiness of Russia, our native land, is in our hands and our thoughts. We realize how right now the forces of darkness are pressing down upon her, and we're trying to help her as much as we are able. Teachers, school children, and their parents are all working together at our center. At the present time, we are introducing Anastasia and her ideas to kids and their parents with the help of classes and seminars, making use of your father's books and distributing them along with magazine articles. We are also trying to put together a collection of scientific accounts explaining Anastasia's abilities. We are aware of the challenges involved in the task of awakening man's conscious awareness in overcoming the inertia of human thinking, and so we are going about our activities with calmness and confidence. We have already made some interesting discoveries. Some people we have been in touch with look upon Anastasia as a beautiful fairy tale, while others tune into our work right from the very first reading of the book. There are also a few who are starting to spread rumors that Anastasia is just another sect, which makes us smile. But as it has been said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. The main thing is we are so happy that Anastasia has brought us together in this rural region with its dying agricultural industries and its decaying state-run farm, whose managers have completely forgotten about people's needs, especially young people's needs. And this has all happened on the very spot where Mikhail Kalema was born. And the hugely successful Vershenka something state-run farm once flourished. Here at the Anastasia Center, located in the M.I. Kalinin Rural School, our Redgu program was initiated. It is designed to work out and put into practice creative solutions for the development of our native land, work, education, and the moral upbringing of its rising generations, to set up a basis for the manufacturing of ecologically clean agricultural products. Radu also claims to set up a young people's culture and ecological manufacturing co-cooperative under the name RUS, which will include the Slavic Cultural Center known as LADA and an ecological manufacturing complex called ROD. This is the kind of program Anastasia helped us set up. Let unbelievers believe in their unbelief, but we shall work on bringing our program to fruition, no matter how unrealizable it may appear to some people. Our goal is to allow our young people to feel the practical results of their creative forces. One aspect of the Radu program involves getting to know our own country better, studying our native lands, ancient history, and the life and culture of our Slavic forebears. A long time ago, right near Vlshink, the town of Medev was built, but hardly anything is known about it. It has literally been wiped off the face of the earth. Along the banks of the Medev River may be found old Slavic burial mounds. We are wondering whether some of these have similar significance to that of the dolmens in Galzenik, since that was where the local Miltiev did battle with the Tatars and their Golden Horde. And I'm Russian and I can't even do this. Read these and pronounce it. We need this information as we don't want to be neglected for our past. We shall take steps to preserve whatever we can and do it at least a partial restoration. That is our request, Paulina, to Anastasia. In the spring we shall start setting up a nursery to cultivate cedar seedlings, and this will be possible thanks to one of our local residents, a forest warden by the name of Giorgio Shapringo, who gave us this amazing gift. Our children's theater, headed by Tatiana, who comes from Siberia, will be putting on a play based on the Anastasia books. The kids are really fired up with the project. We would very much like other centers and organizations Anastasia helped come into being to get in touch with us. May her divine lines of light join all our centers together throughout Russia. Mutual communication, even if just through letters, will increase our strength and enable us to find answers more quickly. Sincerely, someone. The following is a gift from our school to all for whom Anastasia exists. Hear your orders, dear brothers. To help with Anastasia's world-happifying ideas, to head off disaster for good and never repeat it, we should awaken at 6 a.m, so as not to find anything boring. And with smiles and sincere open hearts, we shall stretch out our arms to the stars and draw ourselves closer to her side, to our mother dear, as to our bride. Here I am, your own blood to embrace, and a sly smile creeps over our face. In an instant, not a moment beyond, to see mother's own face respond. To you, Mother Nature, good morn, who with God the Father have borne. Strong warrior, where would one find in the universe any more kind? O sister, O Slavic blood true, so long we have waited for you. We all have been touched by your ray, your orders we now will obey. Dear brothers, your orders now here, at 6 like the book says, dark fear. We'll flee from our fortnight attack, 15 minutes it takes there and back, so that no threat will vex our dear sister. We must give this child our assistance, we answer to them after all, then how can we not heed their call? We are quite used to lending our aid to break through the dark foe's blockade. I wish you success and all the best, Paulina. We at the center shall be happy to receive any information you can give us about Anastasia. Please give your best to your father. Happy New Year. Well, Anastasia, what do you have to say about this letter? I can say that it shows marvelous aspiration of the human soul, but neither you nor I can take credit for that. It is beauty and the strength of their soul that alone are responsible. Their name would make an even worthier choice for naming the center. I grew up in the cradle of the Creator, while their soul has strived to brave the tortures of hell and has survived. For years, a string of hardships, deprivations, temptations, and commotions have tried as hard as they could to distort their realization of good. Their souls have been able to overcome it all. They are stronger than those who have cut themselves off from the world behind a stone wall. They are in the world and have enriched the world with their presence. They should be remembered in their center's name. If people plan to name all the centers after me, it will result in the formation of a cult, and that must not be. A personality or image cult always distracts man from the essential thing, from himself. Then what will be the result? I queried. There's a Slavic center in Moscow and in Galzhanek, and already I've heard people speak of Anastasia division at the International Academy of Spiritual Development. How will people be able to find out with precision what these centers are all about? Intuition is a quality given the same to all, Vladimir, and a center's real essence and attraction is determined not by the name. It is the soul that should be able to feel one's actions. Now that's an interesting turn of things. Now I'll have to do some more thinking. Wait, maybe this is Vladimir. Now that's an interesting turn of things. Now I'll have to do some more thinking. You were quite an unconventional woman, Anastasia, and conversing with you makes thinking work not just for me, but for many others around too. And when is there time to relax? There is no more concrete question to ask. Of you. That kind of burial mounds are located there in the river. There is no need to excavate the mounds. They have fulfilled their task, and people were born there who were the first to ask the most important question. What question? Think about it yourself, Vladimir, please. But I shall tell you this for now. You go show people like these the ways to make better contact with each other. You can do your part by noting their address in your book. Let all the letters like bright rays help them warm each other's hearts. The St. Petersburg poet gave you hint a long time ago when he wrote, "This ray of love from heart to heart with thread divine will gleam and glisten. Make every soul from dust depart, and thirsting minds with heaven freshen." Okay, I've got it. I said I myself was going to publish both the letters and the poem readers have sent in. I wanted to keep them and release them in a volume of their own. I myself felt there was something deeper than usual in them, and I can make their address known through the Moscow Center so that people may end up helping each other. My daughter Paulina can also participate. She has been very good about taking care of the letters to date. You know, Anastasia, it might not be a bad idea if people from all over the world could carry on communications with each other. They will find people of like spirit and like mind. They can marry, or at least become friends. Come on. Oh, my goodness. I live on a road where people like to race, it seems. They can marry or at least become friends. They can start new common trends or spend their vacations together, right? That's it. That's great. I'll get a selection of letters together and put them out as a collection. You know how our newspapers now offer a dating service. People place advertisements, let's say they're looking to meet a potential marriage partner, and they give their height, their age, the color of their eyes, as though they were selecting a prize cow for breeding. But here, I wager, it will be much better than people meet in spirit and start helping each other. Of course, a union in spirit is better, more solid indeed. Yes, but there's just one problem. A problem? What is it? Okay, and then there's another. Chapter 23, Recreating Shambhala. Okay, I need to have a sip. For some reason, it all happened like that in Novosburg. It just happened that most people who are critical of me and my book come from there. Indeed, that's the only place people criticize me. My first book is already being published in 3 foreign countries, and in many other countries, and contracts are being drawn up. But in Novosburg, all they do is curse it. My daughter Paulina is there. I can only imagine what she's going through. And as for a collection of readers' letters, they'll only say, "What new things are you dangling in front of us now? Why don't you go back to your own business?" They did a program recently on Novosburg TV about the early entrepreneurs. I was included in the course of an interview with my daughter, and they asked her about my absence from my business. Paulina tried to explain something about my spiritual interest, but they cut her off. "Just a little more time will go by," Anastasia replied, just a little more time will go by, Anastasia replied, "and most residents of Novosburg will think highly of both you and the book. The best of the friends you had last year will come back, and new friends will appear. In one of the city centers, a short way from the eternal flame, your friends, both old and new, will plant a brand new avenue and name it Cedar Alley." "Sure they will. Come on now. You'd better think again. A cedar alley near the eternal flame? You're really quite the schemer, Anastasia. Dearest little dreamer of mine." She jumped up from the grass and stood on her knees, beaming all over, throwing up her hands, and all of a sudden whispering, Thank you for those words so fine. Dearest mine, this is me. You were talking about here, Vladimir, right? Have I indeed become dear to you?" "It's more just a figure of speech we use, but still your dream is very beautiful." "And it will come about, believe me, it will. Just as I dream, that is how it will turn out. But nothing comes about in the world all by itself. Now, if you could attempt to create some kind of miracle in Novosburg, no, not just any old miracle. What's the point of a miracle which leaves people neither hot nor cold? If only you could grant, say, that every resident in the city become just a little bit richer and healthier. In other words, so that not everyone in Novosburg could be happier. Now, for that, perhaps people might plant an alley, but I have an idea that all your forces of light, even all told, would still not be able to bring that about, Anastasia. That is not within the grasp of anyone's might." "You are right, Vladimir. Nobody has powers over man's will. Man must still work out his own plan, his own destiny, whether it be for joy or sorrow. Each one's conscious awareness will plant out the path to follow. But who then is toying with our awareness? Who is impeding us from choosing the path leading out to sorrow or joy? Why grope for cause outside your own self, Vladimir, in accusing others? What do you hope to change? A feeling so great has arisen within you to create something good for the citizens of your city. I find it appealing. It is as a thought I might myself must dream with." "Ah, great indeed, I have it. Yes, that's it. All the people of Novosburg will go down in history of our nation, for it is there that a generation of happy people will be born. Everyone living there today will become happier right away. Let us think together what we could say to the people of the whole city you are concerned about. How you can learn to break through to each one's heart and soul. And what do you want to say to each of them?" that together they will be able to recreate Shambhala. And just what might this Shambhala be? Elaborate some more precisely. People have been looking for aeons for a holy place on the earth. They think that it's called Shambhala, that anyone there can link with the wisdom of the universe, but no one has ever been able to find Shambhala. Though seekers have galloped through many foreign nations looking for it, and find it they will not. As long as they look for it therein forever, ever since time began, Shambhala has been recreated, both within each one and its outward manifestation by man. More specifically, I injected, what must be done to establish a link with the wise universe and to make one happier? Show me a step we can take here that lies not within ourselves. All that's within ourselves is somehow unclear. Show me some outward things we need to sow, build, or break. Let each resident of the big city obtain a little nut from the resinous cedar cone, place it in his mouth and hold it in there in his saliva. Let him plant in a little plot of earth in his home and water the earth every day. Before watering, he should put his fingers on the water and should be in a good humor. And the main thing, we should be wishing good for himself, his children and descendants, and the conscious awareness of God. This he should do every day. When the seeds sprout, one may share with it one's innermost thoughts. On summer days and frost-free nights, the little pot with the little sprout should be placed outdoors among with other plants growing in the ground, so that it can commune with the stars, the sun, and the moon, so that it may know the rain and the breeze and the spirit of the blades of grass all around, and then come back again to its friend, its parents. This may transpire many times now while the desire is there and time allows. And the seeds will grow and develop through ages. A cedar, after all, will live more than 500 years, beget offspring, and tell the young cedars about the soul of those that cultivated them. Then the sprout has grown in the home. In about 30 centimeters it may be planted in the earth in early spring. Have the city authorities allot at least 1 square meter of earth on their sprout to all those that have no plot on their own. No plot of their own. And these sprouts will be planted around the edge of the city, among the houses and the centers of busy squares. Let each person take care of his sprout and help each other in this. From the ends of the earth, people will come to this city to see and touch the sacred trees and exchange at least a word or two with these happy people. Why would people suddenly start coming here from all over the world, I asked. Now, if only you could discover some kind of new sacred site in Novosibirsk, dolmens, for example, as in Galzhanik. You told about the dolmens of Galzhanik, and now seekers from various Russian cities and other lands are flocking to them. I noticed that every day now there are tours to the dolmens, and every year in September readers from many places come together for a conference. Artists organize exhibits and they record things in video. And now, surprise of surprise, trees are growing in the city. Well, not actual trees yet, just cedar saplings. These will not be ordinary seedlings, Anastasia pointed out. They are like the ringing cedars, warmed by the kindness of human hearts, having touched the human soul. They will take in the best rays the universe has to offer and start giving back to them. And man and the earth together shall begin to shine once more in that place, now and forever. And there will come a new conscious awareness, and discoveries of universal importance will go forth from such people through the whole earth. Do you know what a sacred site is? Believe me, Vladimir, you will come to know one is in your own native city. That's all very tempting, of course, I said, but you know, Anastasia, there's hardly anyone that's going to take your word alone. There's no way this can be known from our history books, and it's not something our modern science is going to condone. Now, if there were just something a little more influential than you, someone better known with the proper credentials, who could show this. The Quran makes some wise statements on the significance of trees. Buddha, too, got his wisdom when he went off for a long time into the woods. Tell me, Vladimir, you have been reading the Bible, have you not? Yes, I have. What of it? The Old Testament notes that long before Jesus Christ's birth, the wisest of the earth's rulers, King Solomon, used cedar wood to build a temple to the glory of God and a house for himself. He hired a workforce of considerable size to cut down the cedars and bring them in from far-off places. King Solomon was very wise, as the Bible says in the Song of Songs he wrote has come down to us as an oasis of wisdom in the present day. The Old Testament also tells us that toward the end of his days, the wives of his harem from various lands and various faiths began leading Solomon away from his faith. He came to know a variety of faiths, and do you know which one satisfies him the most? Which one? The one where trees are not only cut down but also planted. And on his deathbed, this wise king comprehended that his temporal house and temple would be destroyed, that his descendants would not be able to maintain their power or greatness. It would mean that the might of his kingdom would lapse into a void, and it all came about exactly as he had foreseen. And to this day his soul is dismayed by the great mistake he had made, and the wise king realized that it is impossible to do a deed pleasing to God, and at the same time take the life of any house-owned creations. The torment that affected his soul and many human souls extend through the whole millennia, and as they watched one mistake making itself again and again over thousands of years. But the mistake can be corrected, and then a splendid dawn will once more rise over the world. News of your city will spread through all the channels of the earth and the universe. Of all the miracles on earth that have come to us today, nobody has ever heard of a city where every citizen thereof cultivated trees such as these this way, with extraordinary love and tenderness of soul, thereby transforming their own city of stones into a true living temple of the universe, into a space of love. For this, the whole conscious awareness is needed of the divine. So may it, may it rise up to so fine and good within each one's heart, and do its distant part to help the universe be understood. Perhaps, just perhaps, there's a gem of rationality in what you've said, Anastasia. I shall perhaps write about it, so that people may determine everything for themselves, but I must warn you that you're missing something here. You spend all your time carrying on about trees. But, well, how can I put this? You'll never be able to get married officially. You won't have the documents you need to take your turn at the civil registry office, and here you're talking with such earnest about trees as it is the church clerics consider you a heathen, and when I write these words of yours, they won't even let you in the nearest church, and certainly will not officially wed you to anyone. Vladimir, do write down my words. Let people read them and decide for themselves, and do not be ashamed of these words. Humble your pride. Not everyone, perhaps will understand the meaning of these words, and not right away, but in your city there are many scholars who will supplement in scientific words what I have begun to say, if you believe that people will understand them better than my own words. And then there are the journalists. Do not be angry over their criticism. Not all the journalists have had their turn, and if the time should ever come for me to wed, believe me, Vladimir, one will be found to hold the crown above my head. And what if people create something like that in another city other than Novosburg? And any city can be reborn for achievements like these to be fulfilled. But a different conscious awareness in people must be instilled, and then it appears the face of the cities will be changed for years to come. But among them there will be a first to perceive the grace. Blessed Anastasia, you are so naive. It seems you never have anything but bright dreams. Well, okay then. I shall write what to say so that people will know these things too. Thank you. I do not know how else to thank you. What for? That's not hard to write. You can add something more if you like. I ask you, people do not just read what I say as empty words. You need to make sense of what you have heard. Here you are, Anastasia, answering questions from readers, and you speak of man as a creator. But you're a woman, don't you see? You know what the leaders of one of our religious denominations said about women. What did he say? He said that women are incapable of creating their proclivity, then. It is to look beautiful and inspire men to various achievements and creativity, but it is only men that can do actual creating. But you, Vladimir, do you agree with statements such as those? One could agree with them, I suppose, about statistics, which is an impractical science, impartial science. Well, if you go by statistics, you come up with this. What? Some guy, Rembrandt, and other famous artists were all men. There simply aren't any women among them. At least I don't recall any women artists. The inventors of the airplane, the car, the electric engine, the space satellite, the rocket ship, and they're all men too. Right now, one of the most popular art forms in our society is the cinema, and in order to produce a film, you need a director. And here's one of the most important figures in filmmaking. And once again, all the best film directors are men. Especially you find a young woman director, but they're very rare. And then, like men, they don't produce any real outstanding films. And the best musicians aren't invariably men, just like the philosophers. Both the ones we know from antiquity and in our modern world are there men too. But why are you telling me all this, Vladimir? Well, it's just I had a thought. Maybe it'll help you. What is your thought? And I read that whole thing as Anastasia. Could you share it with me? It's like this. Maybe you, Anastasia, should concentrate more on some kind of home improvement here, along with child raising, and not burden yourself down so much with concerns about the outside world and other people. After all, men can take care of everything there. Men alone, according to statistics, which is an exact and impartial science. Historically, too, all the important things have been done by men, and we can't get away from history. Do you understand how irrefutable this argument is? I understand what you're saying, Vladimir. Just don't go and upset now. Better understand everything right off the bat, so that you can busy yourself with your own affairs, and not that others can do better. You're trying to change the world for the better, but only man can do that, you see. They are better inventors and better creators than women. Do you agree? Blah. No? Vladimir, I agree that men appear outwardly to be creators. If you look at it from a marital viewpoint, that is. What do you mean, outwardly? And from what other viewpoints can you look at irrefutable facts? You'd better not get philosophical. I can't say the word suddenly. I've been reading for a while, so I'm losing my philosophizing here. Just tell me out and out. Can you at least create something? For example, can you at least do embroidery? Can you embroider a beautiful design on a piece of fabric with the needle? I would not be able to embroider a design with a needle. Why not? I would not be able to take a needle in my hand, a needle that has been manufactured out of the depth of living nature. What is the point of creating something if it involves first destroying a great living creation? Think, Vladimir. When a demented person takes a work by one of the great masters, as you said, and renders the canvas to pieces to cut out rabbit figures, would you call his actions creativity? Make an allowance for his own dementia? But if another person, this one rational and aware of what is around him, did the same thing, then his actions would be defined in quite a different way. How? Think about it. For example, his actions could be turned vandalism. Come on now, you're not serious. Does that mean that all creators and artists are vandals? They are artists and creators in their perceptions of the world as seen on their own level. But if their consciousness should rise to a higher level, they would create it by entirely different means. And what different means could those be? The means by which the creator has created an all-in, his own impulse of inspiration, and the power to perfect his creations and to make new creations of their own, his something he has given to man and man alone. And just how did the Creator give everything, and what instrument did he give to man for creativity? Thought is the chief instrument of the great Creator, and thought has been given to man. Creations are true when thought is brought to fruition through the soul and to intuition and feelings, and the main factor here is always will be the purity of one's awareness. Look how the little flower thrives at our feet. Their splendid shape and colors and tints are constantly changing in creation alive. These are something you can perfect with your thoughts. Concentrate, try to change them, give them a better look. What look? For example, indulge your fantasy, Vladimir. Well, I can at least do that. Let this chamomile here, for example, take on one red petal and then the next one stay as it is, so that alteration will make it better, more cheery. And all at once Anastasia fell stock still. She began concentrating her gaze on the white chamomile, and the chamomile slowly and quietly as could be, but still right before my eyes began to change its color. There they were alternating. First there was a red petal, then a white, and then a red one again. At first the red petal was barely noticeable, then the color became stronger, and the red hue kept getting brighter and brighter until finally they were simply ablaze with a shimmering red fragrance. You see how it happened, Vladimir? You came up with an idea and I created all with my thought. What are you saying, Anastasia? That everybody can do this? Yes, and they are doing it. But they use materials for this, which they first slay. The dead material can only deteriorate, so mankind through the ages has struggled to stop his creations from deterioration, even as human thought becomes more and more preoccupied with just plain rot, and man has no time to think about the constitutes genuine creation. Everything is preceded first by thought. It is only with time that it gets embodied in matter of the changing strands and of the social order, but whether they are creating for better or for worse, they do not immediately understand. Look how you wanted to change the color of a chamomile petal. I changed them with my thought. The chamomile obeyed man's thought. But look closely now. Did you really think up something better? More perfect than it already was? In my view, it's splashier and more cheerful. But why are you not excited when you talk about the new creation? I don't know, maybe it's because there's still something lacking, maybe some kind of colors. I can't tell right now. The colors have come into conflict with each other. The tenderest tints have paled for the sake of splashiness. A loud splashiness fails to evoke calm and tender feeling. Okay, try to change everything back to the way it was. It's not, I shall do it. It is not, I shall do it, but the chamomile itself will be able to. The red will fall away after all. We did not slay the chamomile. It is alive, and nature itself will bring everything back to a state of harmony where it can thrive. So in your view, Anastasia, are all men ignorant vandals, and are women the creators? All men and women are one in each of them, two principles merged into a single one, and in the creativity they feel they are inseparable. Earthly existence is there for them both. But how can that be? I don't understand. I, for example, am only a male of the species. And what do you consist of, Vladimir? The flesh of a male and the flesh of a female have merged into one. They are united in you. Similarly, the spirit of two has merged into one spirit within you. Then why do people go and state in treaties exactly what a woman is and what a man is, and state which of them is stronger and more important? Think about it yourself. Who would want to, and for what purpose, replace your awareness, your consciousness which the Creator gave to everyone in the beginning with his own dogma? Well, maybe the Creator has happened to give someone more than others, and this person, as a teacher, is striving to share his wisdom and awareness with everyone. Every little sprout on the earth, the seed of the birch tree, a cedar tree, or a flower, is filled with the knowledge of the Creator. So how could the thought come to you that the Creator could deign to withhold something from his supreme creation? What could be more insulting for a father than a complaint like that? What are you talking about? I'm not complaining about anyone. I was just consulting with myself, thinking out loud. Chapter 24. Who are you, Anastasia? I'm going to stop there. That was long. Whew. Chapter 24. Who are you, Anastasia? Before asking Anastasia this question, I took a good look at her. Here, sitting before me, was a woman, a young and beautiful woman, hardly different in her outward appearance. Come on, why do you have to be so noisy? Hardly different in her outward appearance from many others in our modern civilization. Perhaps it is just that her body conveys a lightness barely perceptible even outwardly, in the way she stands, the way she moves her hands, and especially when she rises to her feet and walks, all of which she does with an extraordinary lightness. The burdened, ponderous gait of a senior citizen is no noticeability different from the movements of a young, energetic, vivacious person. But that gives you some idea of the difference between the way Anastasia moves and walks, and the motions of even the trimmest of our young athletes. She gives the appearance of being light as a feather on her feet, yet physically very strong. She easily carries my heavy backpack 15 kilometers at the same time helping me make my way along. During our brief stop, she didn't lie down or even sit down in exhaustion, but kept moving, either running off to collect herbs or massaging my wounded leg. And she did all this with a sense of lightness and cheerfulness and a smile. Where did this vivaciousness come from all the while? Just try observing sometime the flood of people walking along the street. Take a look at their faces. I did. Almost all of them look absorbed in thought, downcast, or just plain glum, especially when a person is walking all by himself along a road, even when they can't carry any heavy load. And they're neatly dressed, evidently not starving since they're smoking expensive cigarettes, and yet their faces are marked with tension, weighty thoughts, and there are many like that, the majority in fact. Anastasia, on the other hand, never allows her smile to leave her face. She constantly delights in the sun and the grass, the rain and the clouds, like a carefree child constantly beaming with gladness, and even when you talk about serious matters with her, she betrays no sadness. Just like now, but no, her appearance at the moment was not typical at all. Anastasia was sitting there, her head slightly bowed and her eyelids lowered, like someone upset or even a mite depressed, as though she could sense what I was about to ask. But I still asked her. If you look at all the letters, Anastasia, you will get an idea of all the different things people call you, even an alien from another planet. In one of her books, the well-known psychologist and writer Oksana has called you a biologist from an extraterrestrial civilization. Ordinary readers call you a goddess, but strangely enough, those who call you that also write as if they were talking to a close friend. You are probably the first person to be addressed both as a goddess and a close friend without genuflection. At the same time, the most scholars and religious leaders call you an essence, an elevated essence, or a self-sufficient substance. Look here, I've been talking with you all this time. I've written a book about our conversations, and I still can't figure out just who you are. Can you give yourself an explanation to me of who you are, clearly and precisely? Vladimir, whom do you see? In me, yourself? Anastasia asked without raising her eyes. And why is it so important to you that and what other people say? The thing is that I myself don't even know what I'm looking at, to be honest with you. Say what you have to say honestly and sincerely, Vladimir, and I shall try to comprehend it all. Well, okay. I'll say it out and out. The first time I saw you, Anastasia, you gave the appearance of being a simple woman. Then, that first time I walked with you in the forest, we sat down to rest, and you took off your dress and your kerchief, and I saw how beautiful and attractive you were. Well, you know, the kind of girl we say is sexy or has sex appeal. I really wanted to, well, do it with you. You know what I mean. Do you remember? I do. But now, maybe, and on account of all these complexities compiled thereon, I don't really want it any more, even when I see you with nothing on. You come to fear me, Vladimir, is that it? Not fear you, no, not really, but things have got, well, complicated. You've borne a son, see, but you've become somehow more and more distant. Even when you're free, you're right here beside me like you're sitting right now, and still you don't seem very close. You seem far away to me, at least that's my impression. My head keeps telling me you're some kind of an essence. I may be an essence, but you're an essence too. No, I'm no essence. Nobody ever calls me that in their letters, even if some readers curse me. Still, nobody doubts that I'm man, a human being. Excuse me, Vladimir, you know I'm a woman, which means I am man too. You say you're a man too, but you don't seem to want to do the most basic things to prove it. You don't want to live the way people live, the way the whole world lives. Everybody wants to have an apartment, furniture, a car, but oh no, not you. There's money coming in now from the book, and soon there'll be lots more.
Let's buy ourselves an apartment, furniture, a car. Let's go around together and visit the sacred places. We'll take our son along, too. Our society is now restoring the temples and monasteries, and other countries have lots of sacred sites and historical monuments we can visit. But you have nothing here. No sacred sites. What's holding you back? What have you got to lose?
Vladimir, this is my space here. The creation in its pristine state. My foremothers, my forefathers, along with my forefathers, tenderly cared for every blade of grass with their love, and every majestic cedar remembers their gaze and the warmth of their hand. And in the spring it comes about that the seed of all the plants bring forth sprouts, and each grain that touches the ground in the spring contains all the information of the universe, as well as information about how they will see the light of grace. And the seed grows apace until it becomes a sprout, and the sun attempts to help it out, and the sprout reaches out to man for more than just the sun. It reaches out to man for light of grace. Thus the Creator created it all. He designed everything so that man could continue creating along with him. My parents saved and preserved the creations thereof, and there is a space of love. My parents gave it to me. What in the world could be more sacred than the creation of the What in the world could be more sacred than the creations of the Creator, of my parents, of living love filling all space? This is how every man that has a parent should act. They should give the child born to them the space of love. Marvelous as a mother's womb, only in the space of love is the room for their future offspring, indeed the future of their own, to be truly happy. It is this holy place in the space of love that is my gift to our son. You are giving this of yourself, Anastasia, but where is my space of love? What can I give our son? The links of the continuum have been violated in many people's lives, but the strand is not broken. The strand that ties humanity as a whole, and every creature in particular to the Creator, needs only to be comprehended and felt by each, and then to each may be extended both light and might. Vladimir, expand the space of love right there in the world where you live now. Create a space of love for the sake of our son, for all the children of the earth. Make the whole earth into a space of love. I don't understand. What do you want from me? To change the whole earth? That is exactly what I want. And for all people to love each other, for there to be no more wars or crime, and for the air to be pure and sublime, and the water too? Let it be thus throughout the earth. And only then it will be constructed that I am... only then will it be constructed that I am father, true, that I have given something to my son? Only then will you be a father true, worthy of your son's respect. Does that mean that otherwise he will not respect me? What can he respect you for, Vladimir? For which of your achievements do you wish to receive respect from your son? For the same reason that children all over the world respect their fathers. Their fathers gave them life. What kind of life? Then when a child comes into the world, where in what place does he find any gladness, and why in the space given to him by his forefathers is there so much sadness? And the child born again must live in the same sadness, and yet the one who gave him life does not summarize that he himself is to blame. And so we live and crave respect and are surprised when we do not get it. Believe me, Vladimir, very few children respect their fathers as they should. That is why, as soon as they grow a bit, they leave their parents by and by and refuse to remember them, thereby accusing them, albeit intuitively, and repeating in their turn the parents' mistakes. If you wish to earn the respect of your son, Vladimir, you will have to make the world a happier place for him. Aha! So, now it's clear. I jumped up, and my head was ever so filled with despair and anger. My thoughts became jumbled together. I realized it now, as I hope it has become plain to all,
Anastasia is a fanatical recluse. I summarized this right from our very first encounter. Maybe a recluse with extraordinary, unexplainable abilities, and perhaps she has an excuse. Perhaps these same abilities, her ray, for example, do not allow an account of her own. Do not allow her to take account of her possibilities. You all remember she said she would transport all people across the dark forces window of time. Well, she herself realizes that she was not in a position to do that, and now she is resorting to luring me and my readers into her fruitful vision. I know for sure that along with being abnormal and fanatic, she is incredibly deceptive and makes use of her guile to do whatever she can for her dream. She bore a child and she's managed to get a book written by now. And then, something really wild. She says if I'm to earn the respect of my son, I shall have to make the whole world into a space of love, to give not only to my son, but to every child. Methodically and by intricate art, she is drawing everyone into her dream and keeps complicating my part before my very eyes. First write a book, say this girl, then make a space of love throughout the world, and then what? We have known of more than a few fanatics who have tried to change the world, and now they are where? Vanished like smoke into thin air, and here I find another one sitting in front of me, with head bowed, with the same aim in mind, to change the world. I knew that it was useless to argue with eccentric and fanatics, that I needed to calm down and walk away, but I was unable to prevent myself, and to this girl sitting there on the ground with downcast eyes as before, I still said, I now know, I realize precisely who you are. You are a mixture of essence and man, you know how to deceive. You deceive so nicely. You took me right in. Oh, wow. What an intricate web of guile you weave, to get me first to write a book, and then entice me by bearing a child. You tried with your non-human logic to hide your fanaticism. Only a hole appeared in your plans, a loophole appeared. You understand? While I was writing the book, I had the chance to talk with many people. I learned a lot indeed, and was given all sorts of religious books to read. And there's no way I can tell you what you know of them, but this one thing I can say. Several thousand years ago, the world saw wise men of greatness and piety arise. Whose spiritual currents in all their variety continue to flow until this day. There are more than 2,000 different religious confessions on the earth, you see. I learned this from a recent talk session on TV. They, one and all, proclaim the good. They aim to give advice to everyone on how they should live, and every reader tries to make it known that the path to truth lies through him alone. We have our fill of sacred sites all around, but still, has anything really profound, far-reaching, or sincere resulted from their gabfests over the many, many years? Or from the multitude of their teachings? There's just one thing I've understood. Millennia pass, but war has never ceased for good. The war of dogma against dogma, the strongest wins a fight, and thinks that he is right, but not for long. Time passes, a new war ensues, and a new song. A new dogma gains ascension with its views, but no one thinks the loser in his contention. Nobody pays them any attention. I'm saying all this openly and frankly. Do you know who you are? Do you know what you are calling me and all readers to? Anastasia arose, looked me calmly in the eye, and said, You need not go on, Vladimir. Believe me, I know what you still might say to me anon. Let me declare it myself. I can say it more briefly and without swearing. Yourself? Well, why not give it a try? And all right, then, without swearing? What was I going to say? You were going to say, Vladimir, that there are a multitude of prophets on the earth and a multitude of teachers too. There are so many different dogmas, it is hard for you to decipher them all. But when I speak, you will be able to understand everything, if you really want to, that is. Water will prove to be the situation, the measure of all things. Every day that passes, water seized with more and more contamination, and the air becomes more difficult to breathe. The parade of worldly rulers, no matter what grand temples they might have built, will be remembered only by the filth that they have bequeathed to their descendants. The legacy they give makes life more dangerous every day, but we continue to live. We have surmised, Vladimir, that I am one of those who tries to teach everyone how they should live, one of those who creates just another religious denomination only too ready to put himself at its head. But I can assure you, now that the sense of self-importance which has ended up burning all that were initially enlightened to is not something I shall ever resort to myself. I shall be able to win, and I am winning. I shall stop the factories spewing their stinking dirt. The miners will comprehend that they cannot rend apart the precious veins of the earth. I beg of you, people, change your professions just as soon as you can. All those professions which bring hurt to the earth, to the great works of the Creator. I beg of you, man, to grasp this fact just as quick as you can, that no one on earth can be truly happy as long as he keeps causing harm to the earth. Yet a little while, and human misery will start feeling the pain of an agony. It will burn its own flame. People's conscious awareness will transport them across the dark forces window of time. Look around, Vladimir, and you will find that what I sought in my dream is already coming to pass. My dream has been caught up by the universe itself. It is resounding in the hearts of all people and is already transporting mankind over the abyss. And only the doubters will run amiss and fall into its snare. But mankind, believe me, Vladimir, mankind shall be spared. People will see what children can be. People will learn life in paradise. The events now taking place in Russia are not coincidental. Assume the closer vantage point, Vladimir, to observe these events. I am nullifying the portent of doom hanging over the earth. But who are you? Who do you consider yourself to be? Vladimir. Oh, do you still not comprehend me in the least? Dogma has instilled in you a distrust of your own soul. Do you still perceive me to be a sorceress? Do you still believe my dreams and aspirations to be fruitless? You are inflamed by doubts. You believe in yourself, and yet you do not believe in terms it turns out. For that I am to blame, unskilled as I am, my speech is too bewildering and confusing, but I say to each one of you who reads this, forgive me. I cannot find the words to make myself clear to all without exception. Forgive me, Vladimir, for my deception. Not everyone is grasping what you wrote, and some are simply trying to get your goat. But how am I to expiate my guilt? I have got it. If you wish, I shall play the fanatic for you to the hilt, or I can simply show you what I am. You can take it any way you like, but please do believe my one desire, that I sincerely aspire only good for all. I beg you, please do not frown. Smile and see how great is everything around. Do not torment yourself. Let nothing anywhere be kept hid. And if it is easier to accept me as a sorceress, naive, feel free to consider me as whatever you perceive. Now, that's better, I observe. Things are clearing up again. Does this all mean you've just been playing... Oh, okay, it's him again. Does this mean that you've just been playing a game? And have you begun to perceive my play with your soul? Well, all play ought to involve some fun. Okay. Of course you are right in that. I should keep everything light and simple and fun for everyone. The sun's rays shone through the dark clouds on the lake and the shore. They lighted upon the blades of grass and the raindrop-laden leaves, while the raindrops formed intertwining circles in the surface of the lake. Anastasia, who before this had been speaking quietly yet emotionally, her eyes constantly fixed on me, suddenly looked about her, clapped her hands, and broke out laughing. Her laughter was loud, alluring, and infectious as it rang through the cedar branches and across the shores and surface of the lake. She began spinning about with childlike excitement, delighting in the rare raindrops of rain with a girlish, boisterous laughter. But every 3 minutes or so she interrupted she interrupted into fiery dance. I watched as the sun rays played in the glistening raindrops, or perhaps it was the tears streaming down her face ablaze with color. Everything looked around fell still, and Anastasia Sorona's confident yet despairing words filled all spaces as they were carried off into the air. And the air over the taiga took on a greater tinge of blue, and the birds fell silent too, as though they were listening to all her words. As often to space these flew. Woe unto you, prophets! For centuries you have been prophesying about the frailty and futility of earthly existence, terrifying people with doom and hell's flaming judgment. Tame your ardor. You are the ones that have made man's comprehension of heaven so much harder. Woe unto you, Nostradamus! The dates of the fearful cataclysms upon the earth were not so much your divinations as the creation of your thought. You made millions of people persuade themselves of these by what you taught, and thereby aimed their thoughts at the implementation of the same. Your thoughts still hover up there, hiding in the blue, still frightening people with their prophecies of despair, but now they will no longer come true. Let your thought join in a fray with mine. Of course you know all this. You knew all this ahead of time, and that is why you are so eager to flee away. Woe unto you who call yourselves teachers of human soul. You try to suggest to man that he is abject and weak in spirit, knows nothing of himself, and that all truth are accessible only to a few elect like yourselves, and only through worshipping you can ye detect God's voice and the truth of the creation of the universe. Cool the passions of your heart, and may everyone now know the Creator has given all to each one right from the start, and we need only refrain from hiding the Creator's great creation under the murky domain of dogma and conventions, the murk of inventions for the sake of one's own selfish pride. Stand not between the people and God. The Father wishes to speak with each one equally. The Father abides no intermediaries. The truth has been there right from the start in each one's soul. Not tomorrow, but here today, each man may be happy and whole. The Creator has filled each moment of every year with gladness, and in his thought there is no room for his beloved child to feel torment from sadness. Just listen to her play, so inspiring, yet so despairing. Of course she's playing, but why above her in the sky over the taiga is there shining bright such an extraordinary light, as though the heavens could record every inspiring and despairing word that from this forest recluse upon the earth could be heard. Woe unto you, prognosticators of the ages, foretelling but gloom for man, thereby creating both gloom and hell. Oh, how earnestly you have been feeding your own error, frightening people in the name of the Father and more. Well, here I am. You can all come to me with my ray, and I shall take but a moment to burn up the murk of age, old dogma. All anger on earth leaves your deeds and makes haste to me. Join fray with me, try your utmost. But you militants of all faiths, it is you who have created all the wars. Dream about wars no longer. Lure not people into war with your obscure deceptions for the sake of your own mercantile connections. I stand alone before you. Try to defeat me. All of you come meet me together. The fight will be fightless, as a clergy of all religious confessions will greet me with their merged assistance. Foremothers of mine, fathers of mine, imbue them with the true light. Give them everything you have been so carefully saved for me. Give freely to all who are able to accept the light. Let evil join fray with itself and with my flesh. Not with my soul. I give the whole of my soul to people. In people I shall prevail through my soul. Prepare yourself, all wickedness and evil-minded, to leave the earth behind and fall upon me. I am man of pristine origins. Anastasia I am, and I am stronger than you. Stop, I shouted, thinking it was some kind of a game, continuing all the while to play itself out. Why are you taking it upon yourself to call up all these vile things? Vladimir, don't be afraid of them. They are cowards, every bit. Besides, you yourself said I was deceptive. Deceptive? Yes, deceptive indeed. I have outwitted them. They were mocking you, treating me as an invention of your imagination, while all along I was involved in creation. And the strength which my foremothers and fathers showed, which they had brought with them from their pristine origins, I have now bestowed on many people. Anastasia stamped her foot and chortled out loud and then spun around again just like a ballerina, and I got carried away with her play and began giving her my moral support. So go to, Anastasia, burn them. Let all the evils of the earth throw themselves at you, and you will burn them. Only be careful, don't get burnt yourself. To dispose of me, Vladimir, they would have to let go of many of their earthly gains, free many human souls from their chains. But even if I should perish, my dreams shall come to pass all the same. The strings of the harp of the universe have struck up a happy strain, and human souls are hearing them. They understand them. Sound forth, O universe, sound forth with your happy strain. For them, for all the people of the earth, may every one know the melody of the soul. Look, Vladimir, human souls are sending their rays to the weary earth. With these words, Anastasia ran over to the plastic bag with the reader's letters, dropped to her knees, and placed her hands on the package, and with childlike joy and enthusiasm she exclaimed, "When an elderly man, a soldier who had been in the war, read your book, and tears suddenly appeared, when a young mother whole attitude to her newborn child changed overnight, when a young girl about 12 years old saw everything clearly for the first time and started to love life, and look, when a young man stated he would no longer take drugs and went home to his mother. When people send you letters from prison, you can see and feel how their souls sing, and they take on a whole new strength. These are all signs I found that people's souls are understanding the combinations of the sounds of the universe. Now they are resounding in their thoughts, and they are accepting them. Not all of them yet, but there will be indeed many, and the heavens know thereof, and wait to meet each one with love. Look, just look, how people are expressing their understanding in their poetry." She was so sincere in her delight and kept talking about the letters, and I got carried away with the scene before me and thought, well now, let her have her joy, let her play her little scheme and believe that her dream will come to pass. I shall tell everybody about her playing. She thinks up everything herself and delights in every thought. I was trying to calm myself down when suddenly in my consciousness everything again got jumbled together. I began once more to dismiss everything as her own caprice and fancy. Yet there was one thing, can you imagine, that simply blew my mind away. Can you imagine she talked about things that really were in those letters? And even in the letters I hadn't brought with me to show her. But how could she know? After all, she hadn't read them. I watched and listened in absolute astonishment as she read poems that were still in the envelope, as she took a sudden delight in something or stood preoccupied in silence, as though she had read all the letters together in a single moment. She kept on talking about the letters with complete accuracy. Stop. So even before this, then, she must have been describing everything else with complete accuracy too. It hadn't been a game at all. Was she dreaming? Of course she was dreaming, but she had also dreamt before about the book, people's poetry, and now all this lay right there before her eyes. Wow, her dreams really did come true. They actually came true. The book was lying right there in front of her, a material object. Fantastic indeed. No, this can't be real. Dear reader, are not you too holding on to your hands right now? A part of this despairing recluse's dream materializing in a book? And what next? Can it be that everything else may actually come to pass? The never-ending story. When I got over my initial sensation of amazement, I asked her, "Anastasia, how did you know that what people had written in their letters? It was as though you had read them all, and even those I hadn't brought with me." Anastasia turned around, all beaming with joy. "It's all very simple, on the whole. How one can hear what is being said by the soul. And all of a sudden Anastasia fell silent, and in this silence she walked calmly over to me and said thoughtfully, "It is not that hard to answer all the questions, but the answers still will not take away the problem, as one question but begets another. Right now mankind keeps biting into Adam's apple, not realizing that this will never fully satisfy him. Besides, anyone may hear the answers for himself within, and how may each one recognize when the true answer comes as opposed to one that is not so true? Only one sense of self-importance can lead them away from the truth, Vladimir. Try to hear me out." We sat down on the grass beside the package containing the letters. I saw how her eyes were sparkling, and there was a rosy blush in her cheeks, and she said, "I shall tell you about co-creation, Vladimir, and then everyone will be able to provide an answer to his own questions. Please listen carefully, Vladimir, and write about the Creator's great co-creation. Listen, and try to take it in with your soul." And thus begun Anastasia's inspired account of co-creation. But it is a long one, and no room to conclude it here right away. But this one thing I'll say, after I heard it, I really did want to pray. With my sincere respect to you, dear readers, and until we meet in the next book, Vladimir Megri, to be continued. The end of Book 3. Book 4 will be co-creation. Now, Lada's message in place of an editor's afterword. As I was finishing writing my lengthy afterword, my 4-year-old daughter Lada, named after the goddess of love, walked in from the garden, hiding a present behind her back. 2 cucumbers she had just picked, one for me and one for her mama. I hardly paid any attention to her approach. Immersed as I was in my work, Lada quietly sat on the chair and patiently waited for me to become aware of her presence. She considered it totally unacceptable to interfere with an adult's thought process. At that moment I was busy compiling citations from the unheeded sages of many millennia ago, as well as of the recent past, who have all been trying to convey the same message. Simple life in constant contact with nature is an absolute condition of happiness and peace. I had noted how significant it was that the understanding of humanity's deep spiritual connectedness to nature, and especially trees, the understanding that once served as a foundation of entire cults and cultures, still survive today in folk customs and such universal symbols of rebirth as the Christmas tree. I had also been writing about our former much closer relationship with wild animals, and gave example of people living in our world today, such as Tom Brown Jr., who, just like Anastasia, can relate to wild animals in a way we relate to household pets. Tom Brown Jr., have to look him up. I had things to say on education too. Just think about it, a century and a half ago, at a time when compulsory schooling had not yet become a natural part of our lives. Leo Tolstoy, who is a prominent ideals of love, compassion, and nonviolence, would later be denied a Nobel Prize in literature. Already discerning the havoc wreaked on children by the education system, or by what Megri calls spiritual sadism, and founded a school based on freedom rather than compulsion. And today John Taylor Gatto, a teacher with 30 years experience and a recipient of numerous teaching honors, included in New York City and New York State. Teachers of the Year Award, speaking from his decades of teaching experience and his own extensive investigation of contemporary American education, shockingly declares point blank that the school system has been deliberately designed to dumb children down and kill their creative potential so as to turn them into compliant members of a faceless workforce. Interestingly enough, Gatto also described the early childhood years in terms very similar to Anastasia as a prison of games, in which children are confined with children toys, as suffocating your little boy's or girl's consciousness at exactly the moment when big questions about the world beckon. Lada apparently thought that as long as she continued sitting quietly, I would never pay any attention to her, and so she gently whispered, "What are you doing?" "Writing good words about the new Anastasia book," I said, finally turning my head and looking at her. "Read them to me." Responding to her request, I read 2 paragraphs out loud, and then remembering Vladimir Megri's suggestion to ask the children where and which way we should go, I inquired, "Well, what do you think?"
Papa, it's so long and boring.
"Papa, it's so long and boring," came a frank reply. "All right," I laughed, sensing I would probably have to make my afterward much shorter. "Do you suppose you could put it more briefly?"
You should live close to the plants, Lada said in a very serious tone. In cities, cars pollute air and turds from your toilet flow into rivers and make fish unhappy over the dirty water. And papas have to go away and work for money to buy food to eat. Do not cut down trees. God co-created everything. All are his little children. You want to go to see how huge my tomato grew? And the watermelon so handsome?" she finished off. "I do," I smiled, and taking me by the hand, Lada led me out into the light of the garden. All right. Readers' comments. Ordering a set for a friend, these books are awesome, hard to put down when you start reading. David from British Columbia, Canada, where I live. I love these beautiful energies of Anastasia's loving spirit and vision. I'm sharing them with all my friends. Grace, Colorado, USA. The Ringing Cedar books have indeed been a lifesaver for me, and it is challenging me back to where I once was as a child, giving me renewed hope. I think that we are all a little bit like Anastasia when we were children. We were probably just not allowed to remember. Lots of loves and thank you from the bottom of my heart, Chrissy. Book 1 was extraordinary. A sense of deep well-being came over me at different times during the reading of it, which took place in one sitting on the evening I received it in the mail. Anastasia's comment that illness is a conversation with God just blew me away. I have had a chronic illness for 21 years now, and that is exactly what it has been for me, a conversation with God. Thanks for making these wonderful books available to us in English. Robert, California. I have just finished reading The Space of Love, and since I first started reading Anastasia and then through the Ringing Cedars of Russia, I have such a feeling of hope and some long-forgotten remembrance that this is absolute truth. I want to weep with the joy of it all, and I want to weep at the sorrow of how I could have wandered so far astray. I want to weep with gratitude and long for the first manifestation in my life that I am capable of the unconditional love that you share with all, Anastasia. Thank you, Anastasia, and your forefathers and mothers for holding the perfection of being for us until we are able to recognize our destructive ways and turn back to love and purity of thought. Thank you, Vladimir, for your courage and determination in writing these books. And thank you, John and Leonid, for being the English language connection and working so hard to conserve the purity and authenticity of the message. And what a message. Now I am off to start reading Co-Creation. I don't want to do anything but sit and read these wonderful, inspiring books. In love and gratitude, Luciette. After reading book 1, I'm convinced we should indeed all read this book, no matter nationality, ethnicity, gender, or age. We need to reconnect as a society, and this first gives us something to discuss that we cannot receive from modern media, television, news, URLs, newspapers. This allows us to expand upon ideas heartening by ourselves, bodies, souls, with our common man, neighbor, and bus ride to create a community our children can thrive on. Doug, Portland, Oregon. Words truly cannot describe the feeling that the books have imparted upon me, and an effort to try and describe these feelings would not be sufficient. Expecting to say that there has been great joy and sadness in my heart through the words found in these books. For Anastasia, I know she is a beautiful man. This woman is indeed a great blessing to humanity. I say that she is indeed bringing the second coming of the Christ energy upon earth, that of unconditional love. To this beloved sister of ours, may your wish indeed come true, my friend.
For Vladimir, you are a wonderful reminder of what we have let ourselves become. And I mean no offense to you personally. We have let ourselves become so caught up in being better than the next person, keeping up with the Joneses by having to have the best of the new technologies available, that is sometimes only when we stop, listen, and feel the love and light that nature provides do we feel so belittled and useless in comparison, that it is as if we are almost a virus upon this planet, destroying this beautiful oasis that is here now. Do not blame yourself or anyone for what you have done or thought, but let yourself now enjoy that which life and especially Anastasia's loving words have to offer. Peace, light, and love upon this heaven and earth that we are now beginning to co-create. God bless you all. With love and light, Anthony, Australia. What a blast. My partner bought book 2, 3, and 5, so I have ordered 1 and 4 from you, but sadly have now run out of reading as I digested the 5 in a week. I have not been so engrossed in a series of books since I discovered Lobson Rampa in the 1970s. Every Australian reader should insist their local member read these. We are so far behind Russians, and it, unlike the Cold War arms race, is a race that could just save our planet, or at the very least ourselves. Cheers and best wishes, George. To say the content is thought-provoking would be a great understatement and would certainly do the writers an injustice. The message contained in the books have the ability to change one's understanding in all areas of life. It is written in an easy-to-read manner, almost like an exciting novel gradually unfolding, providing deep insight and new perspective. Health Synergy. That's who it's from. I found Anastasia to be the most thought-provoking books I have ever read. I found myself with a new revelation on nearly every page, and it brought many of my thoughts, beliefs, instincts full circle. Anastasia reinforced many of my deepest beliefs while also providing me with many new perspectives on our interconnectedness with the natural world and each other. I have found myself referring back to the reflection on Anastasia daily, and it has given me much insight and plenty to think about and act in my daily life. I am very thankful I've learned of this book. I really look forward to digging into the second. Lawrence, Ohio, USA. Anastasia will impact a new generation of readers like the works of Carlos Castaneda did for previous generations, only this time through awakening the latent spiritual connection each of us has with nature. This is not about a walk in the woods, rather these books catapult us to an entirely new way of being on planet Earth. Steve Foster, Arkansas, USA. My husband's finished reading book 1. My husband. Today he said he had read hundreds and hundreds of books on spirituality, but no one book had made such an effect on him like this one. Knowing him, I will tell you that this is quite a statement. Thank you very much for all your effort in making it possible, these exquisite translations. We are now reading book 2. Olga, from the US. Anastasia is wonderful. I truly believe this is a book that will make all religious systems and all social structures respond. It is so much in tune with mankind's transformation that take place and will immensely contribute to the transformation in the best possible way. Practicality, metaphysically, theologically, philosophically, the freedom that this book carries in its life concept for individuals and the society as a whole is so beautiful that everybody who reads the book will respond and will become a better person than what he or she has been reading it. It only takes to have an open mind and be ready to accept Anastasia, not as a fiction, but rather as a living person next door. Just a bit different from you and me. Of course, we very well-educated people find it hard to admit that the lifestyle we have in this society is pretty close to slavery compared to the potential for freedom, for love, for compassion, for God in ourselves. We are losing sight of higher values, and we are running after dollars, mortgage, and garbage. Thanks a lot for bringing this wonderful book into the English language. Thanks for the joy and love this book will trigger in the souls of people in the English-speaking world. I sincerely hope it will help to avoid some of the predestined path for us people on this continent. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to become a better person myself and offering this gift to us all. Randa, Toronto, Canada. Thank you for the book. It arrived a day before yesterday, and I just cannot put it down. How fantastic. It makes me even more homesick, for I love living close to nature, and yet I'm forced to be as associated with a city like Chicago. What an irony, my life. My wild imagination takes me right into the taiga, and as I lose myself in the reading, I can actually see in my mind Anastasia and her beautiful home, fantastic story, and the more fantastic as it really and even more fantastic as it's really true. Anna. At work, I walked by a book lying face down on a messy table, and it called me. I picked up the book, flipped it over, and the cover clicked. I sat down and started reading. That night I took the book home, and over the next few days I found a piece of life of the spiritual cosmos which I knew had been missing. In my disgust and shame at Vladimir Megri's reaction to Anastasia, I saw a reflection of my own attitude towards concept I was uncomfortable with. Though Anastasia herself is a little odd, I had no difficulty believing in her presence, her existence. After reading the book, I slept under the stars near some currant bushes. But some possum awoke me in the middle of the night. I then did some Reiki and sent the energy to Anastasia, and felt myself floating in cedar branches, softly brushing me with a bright yet soft ball of radiant light shining back upon me, kind of like the sphere on the cover. In a tarot reading, I asked about Anastasia and drew the Guardian card. 3 years ago, my family moved to the country, our own Dasha. I now look forward to next spring and the coating, the seeds, and creating a space of love for both my garden and my family. Dietrich, USA. It is obvious that Megri is not great and a stylish writer. It doesn't have to be. With the highest level of respect to Megri, his value in this process is that of the one who has the technocratic ability, the expertise, the ability to get the information to the people. His personal opinions, thoughts, or rewards from his process are immaterial. Anastasia is the messenger. Megri appears to be successfully delivering it. If the Anastasia person had this technocratic ability, these words savvy, the message would probably be tainted, as it is the message pure, as the message is pure. In the actual reading of the book, I find that I sort of have to wade through the subjective rambling in order to gather up the objective truths that I am reminded of. At one point, the doubter in my spiritual nature said, "Who is this guy, Megri? And how do I know he had this experience? Perhaps this is just Megri's exercising this entrepreneurial skill." But as I read on, the basic truths that were conveying rang so true, all doubts fell away. In my 71 winters on the planet, my experience has been that when basic truths have come to me, they sort of ring true deep in the core of my heart, as opposed to beliefs and theories that register in my brain and have to be learned and remembered. The information in this book doesn't need to be proven or investigated. You just know it's the knowledge you originally came here with, that you once knew and over time forgot. And as I read on, I find myself saying out loud, "Oh yeah, that's right, I remember that. That's what I always felt, of course." These books are like service manuals for maintaining and living one's life in a good way. They spark long-lost, forgotten memories of the original plan, indications on how man is to live his life on this planet in a perfect way, the original plan designed to result in the ongoing experience, joy, and happiness. I do believe that we are here to experience pleasure and entertainment, and that's not a bad thing. It's just what pleasure and entertainment have currently evolved to that's the problem. On one hand, one may be quietly resting under a giant cedar at dawn, witnessing the planet coming alive, and on the other, there is gazing at the grass, screening compulsive typing away. Respectfully, Avid. Anastasia and subsequent volumes tell the story of a return of mankind to a state of grace through love, actualizing real love to everything around us and keeping our thoughts, hearts, minds in the place of love, touching the love and the earth and celebrating God's creation through loving it and caring for it. I think the most important lesson for us to move back to the work of Creator and away from the ways which destroy it. That is what I take from the series and find myself inspired to work harder and be joyous and thankful and loving. In my own life, our family works towards goals that aren't measured in dollars, which is much richer life than working on a material wealth. We have a certified organic and wild crop farm, so I am very receptive to the medicines of the earth and see the importance of people interacting in a healing way with God's creation, the earth. In a very humble way, our work with native plants on our farm could be seen as demonstration of the way people can take some of the ringing cedar ideas and put them to work. I think if people find a larger purpose for their lives than collecting material goods, everyone will be happier rediscovering the scope of humanity's tools from the Creator. The Ringing Cedar books help with explaining ways to have a richer life, raise healthier children, filling one's heart rather than one's pockets. I do not agree with everything written, and many people will find ideas threatening. Yet if we don't discover new ways of being human beings and put them to work, if we don't have a spirit rich enough to live with love and respect for God's creation, we have no future. Penny from the U.S. As a 75-year-old American who finished the third Anastasia book by Vladimir Megri, The Space of Love, I'm in the process of digesting its substance. The Americans must pick up and go to the place that Vladimir Megri shows him. Megri shows him wonders, but this expecting wonders to be valid only if found on American soil will take aback to learn that they are in the land that rarely thinks of the New World. Anastasia's Siberian taiga is the island that measures history in millennia instead of decades. There, Vladimir meets those who have a mystical affection for their country and culture. He finds values resting on rock-solid Christian principles, not bearing Christian labels. They are values descending from ancient insights approved by generations, faithful to the soil of their forebears. Their love for Mother Russia is a love not understood even by the most patriotic American. Christians have recognized much from the Old Testament as well as the New, especially Isaiah chapter 11. This is not to say the Anastasia series promotes or detracts from that teachings. Instead, it parallels and edifies. The Christians emerges with this faith firmer and a respect for Megri and Anastasia. After 3 books I am digesting, and there are moments when my credulity vanishes, then lines appear that can't have been written only to me. Then my unbelief is overturned. It is like the story of Lazarus. I believe, but help my unbelief. Coincidences are endless. Gallagher. Sincerely, Gallagher. Ugh. I am very touched by the energy that the book is carrying, hard to put into words, a new awareness of who I am and how I can more deeply connect with my all that is light and life within. I'm having fun with little planting and the energies connecting with that action. No question for me that the book story and message is true, but I'm grateful for the powerful seeds sown in the readers who may be able to perceive its truth on their first readings. Blessings to you and your ministry of getting these series out to the millions of English readers. Lindy from the States. Thank you for publishing these wonderful books. To read them has been an amazing experience for me, and my life has changed since then. I now have moved and started to grow my own garden. For a city girl like me, it's quite a challenge, but so rewarding. I was just admiring the first sprouts this morning, thinking of Anastasia, Virginia, Germany. A friend has lent me book 1 and it's rearranging my cells. So lovely. I've been on a spiritual path for decades, and what I'm getting both confirms and deepens my understanding. My garden is especially happy. Thank you for making these available. Blessings. Holly, the States. When I embarked on a new learning experience such as reading book 1, Anastasia, I'm interested certainly in gaining new knowledge and of course in discovering new perspectives of consciousness and life in general. And on those 2 fronts I will say that what I have absorbed from Anastasia by all means fulfills my interests. However, there is an added rather magical quality to the experience of getting to know Anastasia that I do not recall ever experiencing without being in someone's actual physical presence. But it was not so much a book that I read, but rather reading the book allowed me to meet a really, truly remarkable being whose love is beyond measure. In fact, her love is beyond what I could ever imagine a human being could experience. She has added to the depth and breadth of my beingness beyond what knowledge alone could impart. She has added to the luster of my soul and the song of her being. I am deeply impressed by her attention and the importance of everything. She notices the grandiosity of God, vast and wonderful creation, and even the smallest detail. even details I have never noticed as having anything to do with vastness of love and action. I take from this, my first reading of Book 1, a profoundly deeper sense of the sacred in every living detail occurring all around me, as well as in every detail of possible discovery within me. Garrett, this USA. And that's it. Done. Book 3.